It's not the month of May just yet, but it's just as important. Over the next 2 days, INDYCAR will race around this 2.5 mile oval. Welcome to the open day test for the 108th running of the Indianapolis 500. Hello everybody and welcome to Indianapolis and this super speedway. We're all set to go for what's going to be a very exciting day of testing. For the first 2 hours, it's the oval veterans that will head out to the circuit. From then, the next 2 hours, 11 to 1 Eastern, we'll have the rookie orientation and refreshers. And then from 1 till 6:30, we'll have all the cars heading out. Tomorrow, 10 till 4, all the cars will go out as well. Let's head down pit lane and get all the latest news.
Installation laps are underway, but today a very important day from none other than Kyle Larson, the precursor to him attempting his double for the 108th running of the Indianapolis 500, and today is going to be ever so important. I talked to strategist Brian Campy, and he told me that today is all about getting those laps in, but also getting laps in traffic. They're going to go out there, get Kyle comfortable in the car, and then they might start putting themselves around other cars. So today, ever so important for Kyle Larson and the Aero McLaren team. Dylan Welch.
Joseph Newgarden, who is behind us, is of course the defending winner of the Indianapolis 500, also the IndyCar points leader after his win just last month at St. Petersburg. Talked to him yesterday about this race last year, and he said race morning 2023 was really one of the first year where he's woken up before this race and was at peace with the fact that he's just going to let this race come to him. He's not going to put too much pressure on himself to do anything crazy. And as a 12-year veteran last year of this race, said that I'd kind of made my peace with the fact that I maybe wasn't going to win this race, but we felt like we had a shot last year. And part of the reason for his confidence last year was this test. They developed their race car here at this open test last year, and he said he woke up on race morning feeling good about it, but at the same time not putting too much pressure on himself to do anything spectacular, and look at how it turned out for him. So Joseph feels the same level of confidence again this year. There's still some things that they want to work on today, and even though they're not running their speedway car, there's a lot that they can learn and apply when we come back here in May. So valuable test, valuable laps, and even though the weather is maybe a little bit dicey today, there's still a lot that these guys are going to be able to learn.
It's a good note that he's not running the speedway car. Not everyone does. We'll get into explain that in a moment. But this is one of the highlights of the day. There are so many things to follow, so many stories. It's so critical for all 34 of these programs, but not much more critical than it is for Kyle Larson. This is a big day.
It's a big day, and it's you know, there's a couple rookies like we've talked about, but none of them are rookies to open wheel racing. None of them are rookies to oval racing. They've come from various categories, whether it's Indy Next or done, you know, IndyCar races like Pietro Fittipaldi, for example. But you've got a guy here in Kyle Larson that has quite literally never raced an open wheel car in his life. So lots for him to learn here. So it's going to be fun to watch. But speaking of fun to watch, Kev, this race last year was an incredible event, an incredible edition of the Indy 500, and this man right here, Joseph Newgarden, brought home the trophy.
It's Memorial Day weekend. We're in Indianapolis with just 2 laps remaining.
If you want to win the Indy 500, it's time to tighten your belt and get up and go.
They are coming to the green, and it's going to be a 2.5 mile sprint. Green flag flies at the speedway.
Joseph Newgarden has taken the lead of the Indianapolis 500.
Bring her home, buddy.
Joseph Newgarden will win the Indianapolis 500-mile race.
It's the captain's 19th win.
So much happened last year as well in the 107th running of the Indianapolis 500. We cannot wait to see what the 108th edition will bring, and we'll be with you every single step of the way throughout 2020. And let's hope as well 2024. Josh T is with us in the comms box as well for this opening session. And JT, boy oh boy are we set to get going, because as the cars have done their outlaps as well, we've got a timing screen that finally works and actually looks good alongside us. And fingers crossed as well, this is going to be one of the closest years we've ever seen. And of course, the last run we will do with these hybrid car runs?
Yeah, absolutely. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the start of the 108th Indianapolis 500. And our car's going back out on track. I believe this is the start of the Oval Veterans.
Yep, so this will be the 2 hours familiarization for them out there on the circuit. Alongside, you can see the 32 runners that we will have for this event as well out there today. The schedule is due to run up as well to 35 later on, so that's going to be an impressive day. 33 will start, so we will have a bump day, and don't worry as well, it won't just look like this throughout it all, because down there at the bottom we will have a nice little logo when we get going for the 108th running of the Indy 500 once we get that sorted. Yeah.
I'm adding something for the OBS later.
Excellent, excellent. So yeah, there will be a little graphic. Once we have all the car numbers, down below that timing screen, we'll have the Indianapolis 108th running logo from Gamebridge as well. But we're across you the next 8.5 hours as well. It's not just us, Josh T alongside. We'll have Omi joining. Megan is hopefully going to run in at some point as well. Tom Dillon's going to be with us as well up here in the commentary box. And also, fingers crossed that in about 2.5 hours time, we're going to hand over to either NBC or INDYCAR Radio for half an hour while me and Josh T go and talk out the British Touring Car Championship as well. But 2 cars out there on the track at the moment, that being the 66 and the 10. Tom Blomqvist heading out there as well in his first run. And going out there as well is Alex Palou. So this is just the veterans out there at the moment. So anybody can out there. And of course, in 2 hours' time, JT will have the rookie orientation part of the circus, which always is an interesting fun around.
Yeah, absolutely. So Tom Blomqvist enters the low road into pit road, and across the line now, Alex Palou.
Yeah, it's in a month's time we'll be doing all of this in preparation for the 108th running. This is the open test, which is a chance for everyone to get the oval package sorted, a chance for everything to be A-OK, and we'll slowly bring you up to date without it throughout the entire week. Big news, as you can see, coming in. There's 2 coming forward as well, because Catherine Legg is racing. She bumps it up to 35 entrants as well, meaning we will get a bump day. The Eyes, Lips and Brows sponsored livery, the first makeup brand to sponsor a car. JT?
Prema Racing press conference at 10 a.m. Eastern, live on YouTube. So in 50 minutes, there's a Prema Racing press conference.
And we will be hearing that as well. We may as well play that through over the world feed graphics while we have a look at it. So that's even better. So take a look at the data systems as we see Alex Palou, 59 seconds. But of course, it's all about speed here. So that's 150.814 mile per hour he's done on this set around, as you can see. Several cars venturing out. We should also point out that we're on air an hour earlier than what we were expecting. That's because there is rain predicted coming up at around 2-3 p.m. Eastern time. So that could curtail the day of racing a little bit. But I always say, JT, they have enough testing when we actually get to the Indy 500 month of May. But this is sort of the crucial one, because it's to make sure everything gets working so that once we hit the month of May, you're out there straight away and everything's good.
Yeah, absolutely. As we've got Scott McLaughlin out on track as Alex Palou heads down pit road. Exits turn 4.
Does look good, doesn't it, as well? I'm obsessed with this new data screen as well. I'm absolutely loving it up here in the commentary box. Let's head down pit road.
Arrow McLaren. Now this is kind of a weekend by weekend basis and everything is changing, but now here you get the opportunity to test at IMS. What are the goals of today?
Goals are today to get as much running in before the weather comes in. Yeah, get used to the car. It's a new car for me. Bit last minute to get to do this, but thanks to Aaron McLaren for another opportunity to drive this fabulous race car.
Yeah, what is that driver development like for you, jumping in a couple different cars and trying to get used to the differences between the two? Because there's a lot of differences even just team to team.
Yeah, it's very subtle differences, but it does make a difference, especially when you're used to doing something for 2 years. And then for me, coming from the hypercar to this is quite a difference. That's a heavy car. and a lot of electronics in that car. But yeah, it's a new challenge when you're jumping into something new, but also on the ovals, it's something different. So I'm excited to see what this car feels like going left.
Now, I know this is kind of a weekend-by-weekend basis, but can you let us in on any insight on what the next couple months might look for you?
I don't know, to be honest. Like, honestly, it is one of those things. Like, end of last weekend, this came about, and we sorted it out to come and do this. So it's more, look, if I can make myself available, I'll do it. Obviously, that's not always possible. Next week is a conflict for me, so that isn't possible. I'll be in Imola instead of Long Beach. But yeah, I'm just happy to do whatever. And again, it's subject to David, obviously. If he's a bit slower to recover, I'll be there ready to go. But yeah, it's all in his hands, as they say.
Notice the car isn't out here yet. What's going on back in the garage?
Yeah, I don't know. We're waiting for it. I think we had to do a last-minute change from a tech side, but it's all good. It's under control. Just need to wait and see.
I'll be out on the track. Sure enough, that's Callum Milot again, subbing in for David Malukas as he heals.
That is definitely one of the fluid stories. Malukas, before the season started, was injured in an off-road training incident on his bike. Broken wrist, hand injury, dislocation, ligament damage, and it was confirmed yesterday that he's not available for this event. He's not available for Long Beach. They have not confirmed who is going to be in the car at Long Beach next weekend. ILOT confirmed that he is not going to be in the car because he'll be in the World Endurance Championship for Porsche Team Jota. Théo Pourchaire is probably there on the pit lane, so we have people looking for him.
Well, that's an interesting fact, isn't it, JT, that Théo Pourchaire could be there, because as McLaughlin does a 218.435 mile an hour lap time out there on the circuit, it is interesting, isn't it, that we could be seeing Théo Pourchaire either running the Indy 500 or not. But if he doesn't run today, Pourchaire, in the rookie orientation, he'll have to do it in the first practice when we get to the month of May, because that day, pretty much similar to what we have here, you have oval veterans out first, then during the lunch break you have the rookie orientation. It's all cars from 1 p.m. onwards, so this open test right now is very similar to what we'll have. But if you were if you were Théo Pourchaire and you're sitting there right now at McLaren, you know what's going to happen. You'd want to go, yeah, okay, I'll get out there, I'll go, and I'll actually have a proper run around.
Yeah, absolutely. And we'll see what Callum Ilott does with that as well, because Callum Ilott in WEC, of course, that weekend. But Théo Pourchaire, definitely a possibility. But when we go to Monaco at the end of May, hopefully David Malukas will be good by then, so we may not have to worry about that.
So we're just hearing as well that if you are racing here as well, there's a little newsletter that you can have. Dear blank, please excuse blank from work, school, other. You see, there's a note racing. There's testing at the racing capital of the world on April 10th to 11th, and let's be honest, watching me and my mates go 230 plus miles an hour around the Indianapolis Motor Speedway is way more important than whatever else is going on. So just all a solid and give us the day off. And that's exactly what you've got right now as well. The day off here on JBMotorsports. You can stay with us as well, and it's open to the public as well, this open test. It truly is open, and everyone can come in and take a watch. And they've been building everything. There's the pagoda where the commentary boxes are. There's the museum entrance. The racing capital of the world. Few fans at exit at turn 2 grandstand as well. It looks absolutely brilliant. Good morning to John. Says hi JB. Hi all watching along. Hello to Joe Samiego. Says good morning as well. Of course, head of the Grid Network. Hi Joe. Good morning to you. You can also catch our highlights of what's been happening today and everything, the news from around the world, as well in the Grid Tonight show. That's this evening at 7 o'clock Eastern. You can join myself, Kobe Lambeth, and Matt White talking all things motorsport as we bring you the latest news from around the world. That's on the Grid Tonight show on Grid Network later on this evening. You can join that on YouTube as well. As we now take a look at Pato O'Ward in the McLaren, exit turn 2, nearly brushing the wall already. And what we don't want to see, JT, over the next 2 days is anybody hitting the wall and losing out on valuable test time, because they're going to run about 1,000 different programs the next 2 days. You've got raining coming as well. This is just bonus before we actually get to the 500 in a month's time.
Yeah, absolutely. And you don't want to bin it here because you've got Long Beach coming up, you've got Barber before we get into the month of May as well. But yeah, you really don't want to bin it as Patro Ward circulating around.
It's a really,
gets very low at turn 1.
It's a really weird test because we've had one race. That's it. That's all we've had this year. It's been so curtailed. We've had one race. We've had the open testing at the Thermal Club. Then we had the $1 million challenge. And now we're here at the open test for Indy. We've done more testing than we have racing this year, which I found is really weird. But round 2 is coming up next Sunday as well at Long Beach, as you say, JT. Then we're off to Barber. And then we start the month of May with the Gallagher Grand Prix. Let's head down pit road first of all and see the latest.
Yeah, we can talk about Long Beach coming up next week, just because that was good for you last year. How excited are you to obviously get through this first, but to go back to Long Beach here in I guess, a week?
Yeah, I mean, this is an extremely important day for the month of May, but obviously we got 2 more races to get through before we come back here. So yeah, I'm excited for Long Beach next week. Head out there Monday, hoping to repeat, right? Andretti's been really good there in the past like 10 years. So we expect to be solid there. It's one of our best tracks, and hopefully we've yet bettered ourselves. So some positive things. But yeah, now we're happy that the track is dry now. It looked a little hectic yesterday looking at the weather. It was like, man, are we even going to get to run? But it's looking pretty good through the afternoon, which I'm sure you guys have talked about. Right now you're just seeing guys just probably doing mostly just car compare stuff and making sure everything's fine. Right now we just did an install, and on this track specifically, or any oval, you want to be very cautious with your install. So we do the install, we roll back, check everything on the pad, make sure nothing's moved, nothing like that, and then we come back and go. So yeah, that's it so far.
Last year obviously did not end well for you here in the 500, but you were in the hunt at the end. You were close, and the car was good. So does that give you any extra confidence coming back here? Or maybe what do you try to work on today before May just to kind of fine-tune that even further?
Yeah, I mean, the last time I was going around this direction, I was sliding on my head. So fortunately, we're back here, back on 4 tires. I mean, we know we've got a fast race car. That's a sure thing. It's been like that for years at Andretti. But where we lacked a little bit last year was our qualifying pace, and that's what we worked on a lot over the offseason. That's what you're going to probably see us working on even more. It's just raw speed out of the car, and if we can get that mile per hour or 2, it'll make a big difference for us in qualifying where we start, and then also in the race. So yeah, just looking to get speed out of it as you always are here.
All right, and we'll let him go. I saw Marcus Ericsson, of course, who's his new teammate, standing over his shoulder, and they've been chatting, and I'm sure Marcus has been sharing some tips as well to get these Andretti cars just that much better here as we get set to go with cars on the track.
You know, it's such a...
Yeah, thanks very much down there in pit lane as well. Here's Joseph Newgarden. He's done a 219.915 mile an hour JT lap time. That's absolutely fantastic. And of course, the veterans head out first. Then we get the rookies going out. So it's all just basically potluck what we're going to see. But tell you what, these are fast speeds we're seeing already. Not quite the 230, 229s we're seeing. Well, even the 234s, maybe even touching 240 that we were hoping for this year. But they're going out there and they're giving it the beans early, aren't they?
Yeah, absolutely. But still, 220 in the first 20 minutes of open testing. That's quite quick already. I saw 223, I think. Maybe 224, 225.
It's flirting with it, wasn't it? Yeah.
Newgarden comes down, but out on track.
Back into pit
lane.
lane.
We've got the DXL car.
Tom Blomqvist has come into the pit lane, and somebody else has come across as well. I can't quite see who it was on the monitor. Newgarden has just come into pit lane, yes. Rosa question 2. We're a monitor down, but Megan's brought me an early birthday present, so we'll have that monitor back up tomorrow, which will give us the full, bigger data screen that I want up here in the box. And delighted as well that it's not in 720p anymore. I thought, oh, this monitor's only 720p. No, this monitor's 4K. So I booked in the adapter this morning for the other one to make sure that it was working. Unbelievably better. So Megan is going to have a surprise when she gets to the commentary box for China. And multi-view is actually readable completely, which wasn't the case last time out, where we had to zoom in a little bit and some words were a bit blotchy. There's Alexander Rossi, the 2016 Indianapolis 500 champion. Won it at the Rookie, of course, with that fantastic fuel save, lift and coast. Became a rookie winner, an American rookie winner on the 100th running.
Josh.
Yeah.
I have found a little bit of information. Believe it or not, I was looking for a spotter guide, but they haven't done one for this weekend as week as expected, because it's not the official month of May. But I found out what cars need a refresher.
Oh,
and
excellent.
Need the program.
Yes, who is it? As I see Marcus Ericsson coming
So,
through.
in the Oval Veterans, Lundqvist, Armstrong, Larson and Blomqvist are permitted, as they completed the program last October.
Yeah, that was in the post test, yeah, just before NASCAR got there, yeah.
And then on the rookie orientation and refresher tests, let's go down pit lane.
Yeah, down to Marcus Ericsson.
Today or in tomorrow, hopefully, if we do get on track, what do you want to accomplish with this being kind of your first competitive laps with the new team here?
I mean, first of all, you just get a feel for the car, where the baseline INDYCAR is at, and then start getting through the program. You know, we've got a lot of things we want to try out and test. But obviously, the weather is the sort of question mark on that. But first off, just get a feel for everything.
What do you, or do you kind of have an idea of what you want the car to do, and how does that generally translate from team to team? Like, do you think, or do you feel confident you can kind of get the feeling you're looking for, or does it take a lot of work when you go from team to team?
Yeah, I mean, that will be the sort of thing to find out, I think, today and tomorrow. But I know exactly what I need from the car, what I want from the car. I think, that feeling from the car I had the last 2 years, that's where I'm searching for, and that'll be the goal to sort of get there during, this week, but mainly during the month when we come back here. But, already in October, when I did the first oval test with the hybrid, it's obviously different with the hybrid, but that already gave me an idea of the INDYCAR, and I was really happy with how that felt. So it'll be interesting today to see, if that's the same. That's a good feeling. But yeah, it's important days for sure.
We talked last week about your role within this team, kind of as a leader amongst the drivers, just as far as you're the guy with the most experience. Are you excited about that role this month and kind of being the one that everybody's been fast, but you're obviously the winner and the only winner on the team?
Yeah, I mean, I'm super excited. It's always exciting to come to the Speedway, and the month of May is obviously our highlight. But no, for sure, one of the big reasons why I'm here is because what I've done on the Speedway the last couple of years. So I'm really excited to take that role and really push hard to try and put us up front and fight for victory here in a month.
Thanks, Marcus.
Yeah, go on, JT, carry on. Who's next out there on the list then that we've missed from the opening?
For the session that kicks off at 11 a.m. Eastern, the program is required for Kiffin Simpson, Nolan Siegel and Christian Rasmussen.
Right.
And a refresher is required for Marco Andretti, Pietro Fittipaldi and Catherine Legg.
That's natural, because Catherine, of course, did take part last year, but stalled in the race and retired during the event. An interesting new announcement. There's going to be another racing team based at Silverstone alongside that of the Aston Martin team, because it's just been announced on the start of this open test, to give us something to talk about, that Andretti Global. So they've just announced, we are proud to announce the opening of a new facility at Silverstone Park, UK. This new 48,000 square foot building is an important milestone for Andretti Global as we embark on the next stage as well of our preparations to enter the FIA Formula 1 World Championship. Sent down to Georgia.
Even says every time he gets to say I'm a driver for Chip Ganassi Racing, a huge smile just goes across his face. He was fifth in thermal, so really making progress in this car and with this team. What has the beginning of this year been like for you?
It's been everything that I've dreamt of and more. It's obviously a big change, but everybody's been so good to me. Obviously, I was able to join the team quite, later on in the year, so I got to watch a couple of races. So being one of the drivers now feels still kind of surreal, but feels very good, and especially when you're at a place like this. Obviously, the history of this place and, you know, the success that Ganassi has had around this place is just amazing.
Now, this is not the month of May yet, but you're driving an IndyCar on the oval at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. How cool is this?
Hey, it's amazing. You know, I was fortunate enough to do my ROP at the end of last year, so I already got my first couple of laps around this place, but to do it here with, I don't know how many cars there are today, 33 cars, I think, it's going to be something else. So yeah, like I said, it's not month of May yet, but you definitely started building up.
Yeah, you can kind of feel it in the air. What is today going to be about for you?
Today mostly is going to be trying to get comfortable in traffic. You know, it's such a big thing during the Indianapolis 500, and I think there's one thing to be fast over one lap pace and being by yourself, but making sure that I'm comfortable in traffic. You know, this is my first ever super speedway that I'm going to do, so work that up slowly and take my time and not rush through everything.
Thank you, Linus. That's Linus Lundqvist, guys.
You go on, GT.
And just in from, let me just grab it once more. It's just refreshed.
No
just
worries.
in, I believe, from Formula Racers.
Oh, more information as we see Kyle Larson, the NASCAR dominator, who is making his appearance and doing the double here in IndyCar this season. He's doing the Indianapolis 500 and the Coca-Cola 600 at Charlotte as well. And we'll be covering both of those here on JBMotorsports and doing the triple throughout the weekend. Doing a bit more than the triple, actually. We've got Shanghai
Just
touring
in
cars.
from Formula Racers, Josh.
Yeah, go on.
Alpine are reportedly considering a sale of their team.
Oh, and SHT has just mentioned, did you hear the rumours that Alpine are potentially selling the team? So,
meanwhile,
interesting. Yeah.
Andretti is completing a new facility in Silverstone.
So Alpine are
They're
going to sell to Andretti.
Yes, and
wow.
Also, from the race,
yeah.
If I get it back up.
See, it's all happening here, isn't it, for IndyCar News on the Open Test? You'll hear all this as well on the Grid Tonight show. It's going to be a very busy Open Test as well as we come through. Oh.
5 hours ago.
We've lost TV pictures.
I've still got them, Josh.
Yeah,
Kyle Larson just circulating with the other McLaren as well. Formula E's London Excel race is increasingly likely to drop off the calendar beyond this year due to logistics. But get this, Josh.
Yep.
Silverstone is our favourite to take over the slot.
At the Prix, yeah.
Yes.
Not really sure how I feel about that one. Coming into it. Oh, here we go. We're back now. That was interesting. There's Kyle Larson.
So we'll see what happens with that.
Heart rate prep for qualifying at the 500s as he does testing as well, yeah. Okay, so big news coming into it as well. But for Kyle Larson, and I've still got my IndyCar notes open here as well. What an interesting run he had. Last time out, of course, we were at Martinsville, and he finished quite well. He finished third, didn't he, Larson? Got the 1, 2, 3, didn't he? Out there with Hendrick. They came through. Here is Kyle Larson, the 2014 NASCAR Cup Series Rookie of the Year. The 2015 24 Hours of Daytona overall winner, but most importantly for Kyle Larson as well, he was the 2021 NASCAR Cup Series champion. And if you're Joe Sammiego, your go-to pick a winner pick for IndyCar as well. As they come into it. John says, how many drivers are testing today? In total, 34. They were to Masato to ensure a bump day. But we've been hearing that there is 35 that could still participate over the next 2 days as we're waiting for another. Go on.
33 cars are in attendance today.
Yeah, because we've got Sato on the 34th up there on the timing screen right now. As
F1 rejects Andretti's bid to join the grid, and Andretti, we're going to do it anyway.
So, we are going to have it as well. This is going to be fun. There's Colton Herter. Best Indianapolis 500 start, of course, was P2 back in 2021. He did finish that race, however, down in 16th. But Colton doesn't have the best of luck of starting on the front row and then falling back or sometimes even crashing out of the 500. There's a lot still that needs to be changed for him. Joe's just put a thumbs up as well to Larson.
I mean, it has been true, Josh. in Formula One, there's been more stuff happening off track than on track this year.
God, yeah. And now it's affecting IndyCar as well with Andretti and that lot. But I think with Formula One, we've had 4 Grand Prix now, haven't we? And we've had about 15, possibly 20 different off-track stories to try and contend with in the space of 2 months. It has been insane. And Andretti, of course, over here in Formula One and IndyCar still very much tied together, especially now with Thierry Pourchaire coming here. Romain Grosjean still racing out here, this now with Juncos Racing as well. But there's so much unusual statures that we're expecting to see here this weekend. I actually can't wait and hope that we're going to have an interesting 500. 500 is always good. 500 miles, 5 hours of coverage on race day, an hour build up to the show with all the drivers' introductions and all the jazz. Then we go into the race as well, and it's great. And then the bit I love as well is this. This is what I like, the testing, where we can bring anyone into the commentary box. We can all have a laugh, all have a conversation, and it is so much fun. And the team can't wait to get started in the month of May as well for the Indy 500. John says, thanks guys for streaming testing for those that don't have Peacock. Pleasure. And any interview we have, we'll throw down to them as well. I believe JT said in about 27 minutes time, no, 26 minutes time, we've got that Prema press conference announcing they're coming into IndyCar. So hopefully we'll try and get that on the stream as well to hear in the background while you take a look at the timing screens and the datas. And any interviews as well will be playing out, giving you radio coverage of what's happening out there on the circuits. We see down there at the moment, I believe that is Kyle Larson we're looking at right now, who has done a couple laps out there.
Having a look at the weather forecast, and I'm going to send it in Manners' chat.
Yeah, let's have a look.
You to have a look at.
Yeah,
we're fine until the late running here.
I see it, yeah.
But then look at tomorrow.
Rain and thunderstorms all morning, some afternoon breaks, but showers remain in the area all day. This is very similar to last year, where we were
compare it to last year, Josh.
Yeah, where we had day 1 pretty much okay, day 2 never happened. And they cancelled
side by side.
And last year's open test was on April 20th and April 21st. And I thought, I won't cover that then. I thought, we'll cover it, but we'll let IndyCar Radio and all that lot do it because we can't cover it the second day because it was my birthday, so I won't be there. But then they go and cancel the second day, so we could have done the first day with our commentary. But last year, I think it was IndyCar Radio and NBC that took it. So this year, it's earlier, but we're saying, yeah, we can do it. And the reason I didn't do last year is because it was like 8 hours on my birthday, stuck in the commentary box. Not too great an idea. But this year, we've got the Formula 1 Chinese Grand Prix at like 8 a.m. in the morning. That's fine. That's happy. 8 till 10. Lovely jubbly for a race. And then we've got 12 hours later, the Long Beach race. So I thought, that's okay. That'll do. That's a nice treat. But yeah, what's your reaction to this Andretti Global then buying a facility at Silverstone? Alongside that, Brackley with Mercedes 12 minutes down the street as well. Aston Martin right there. Alpine pretty much down the road as well from them in Einstein. So this is going to be pretty much Andretti moving into Formula One's back garden and saying, look, we want to be here. We're doing everything fine. Let us in.
This is massive speculation on my end, but Formula E are struggling to do the Excel E3 in London because of logistics. They will move to Silverstone. People won't like it, but Andretti will be right outside. Andretti have a team in Formula E. Andretti have brought something in Silverstone, wanting to get into F1. Silverstone is literally F1's back garden, so is Monza. But Andretti being in Silverstone, it's not if they get into F1, it's when they get into F1 for Andretti.
Yeah. They're not gonna come in with a new team. They're gonna buy their way in now, aren't they, after getting kicked out?
They're gonna buy Alpine.
What would the reaction be to that? Like, if you were part of that Formula One consensus and they're buying in, they're not diluting the pot, so they don't have to pay that $200 million anti-dilution fee. But they are taking money away from the team still because they're just taking over Alpine. But what's the difference to that, to what Red Bull have done? Because Red Bull get 2 slices of the pie through now RB. It used to be a bit less obvious, like Toro Rosso was the Italian name for it, and Alpha Tauri was their fashion brand, but now they're just called RB. So you get Red Bull and RB getting 2 slices of the pie. You get Ferrari, you get the biggest slice of the lot. And then the rest of the guys, Mercedes, McLaren, they get a bigger slice than those compared to like Williams and Haas and
It's a bit
Sauber.
of a mess, isn't it?
Yeah, Alpine, I think, at the moment, are getting the least out of anybody. So it makes sense for them to sort of go, okay, we're having a bad season, off we go. We'll hand it over to you. They've got the heaviest car on the grid, the worst car on the grid, and Andretti, I think they can sell to Andretti. And Andretti were like, okay, you see all this? Go away. We don't want any of yours. We'll just buy your entry. Is that what they're going to do? They just buy the entry?
Maybe Alpine need to focus on all of their other motorsport and sport things that they've got going on.
Yeah.
And of course the cars.
Yeah, because they've got they're doing well in the hypercar, aren't they, that they announced?
Yep, in WEC. And
the vast difference as well between the hypercars. John says, can you guys interview Larson? Well, it's part of NASCAR. We get the NASCAR media. So if Larson gets asked anything about the Indy 500 on the media site that we have access to, we will certainly get it on. But that, I believe, will be a question for Joe Samaniego, who has the ability to get in with INDYCAR a little bit easier than we do. And last year he did a fantastic interview as well with Callum Ilott that we heard in our pre-shows as well during rain delay coverage. And that's on the Grid Network as well. And Joe's, of course, trackside at Portland quite a lot. And fingers crossed, we'll have Jackson Lambrose trackside again at Long Beach. He'll be filming some segments for the Grid Network that they're very kindly going to share with us. And Jackson will be getting all the latest interviews that we can play out in the pre-show as well. So stay tuned for that. We're waiting on Jackson to get a media pass for that. But that'll be on the Grid Network as well, as I keep mentioning. And also with INDYCAR, I think it's worth to say that when we do go running next month in the month of May, the entire coverage will be available not only on JBMotorsports but also on USRN. You can listen to us on the go for every practice, qualifying, and then the team will split in 2 for the race. But I'm looking forward, JT, to having Matthew back, because I think qualifying with him, it's always like the best show of the year, because it's like anything can happen, especially on bump day.
Yeah, absolutely. As Carl Kirkwood just goes across the line, circulating.
18th at the moment he is, on a 215.43 mile per hour lap time. Rosenquist is top for Meyer Shank Racing. I say Meyer, it's Michael Shank Racing, but it's Meyer Shank Racing, we all know that. But it's now Michael Shank Racing, they've changed the name. But 222.593 mile per hour, JT, that's impressive at this duration of the day, that they're going at it straight away.
They're not even an hour in.
No, not even an hour in. They've gone straight for the 222. That's pretty much standard practice times as well, isn't it, for P1?
Yeah.
I won't be at all surprised if we see like a 230 before the end of this test, just to really show us off. Let's head down pit lane.
Do you think?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, you talk about the veteran session, but Christian Rasmussen, he has to wait all the way until 11 a.m. to hit the track here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Can you feel that anticipation starting to build?
Yeah, it's starting to build for sure, but most of all, I'm just excited for it. Done my install this morning, so done, half a lap around here, but I'm excited to get into the ROP, get the faces done, and start running.
You really have not had much time on an oval. Tested at Texas. What was those sessions like for you, and what can you really take into today?
I think first of all, just the speed. Going 220 miles plus in an IndyCar is pretty crazy, but no, I was happy with Texas. I was happy with how I got acclimated to the speed pretty quick and got comfortable pretty quick. So I know Indy is a different beast, but hopefully it'll be kind of the same story, get comfortable quick. ECR is obviously very experienced around here and have had some good runs, so I have the best group of people to get comfortable and, have great, teachers in Ed and Renus as well, so I'm excited for it.
Yeah, let's talk about that a little bit. You get to learn from none other than Ed Carpenter himself. What has he been able to teach you so far?
It's been small stuff so far, but once we get into the month of May, I'm sure he'll, have more and more, and we're trying to kind of take it slow here to start with and just like today is just about getting me comfortable. So the car's going to be very stuck. It's going to be, you know, just getting up to speed and getting to learn IMS and stuff like that. So it's not been too much yet, but I'm sure as we get further into it, it'll be more and more.
And today's about getting you comfortable on an oval, but what's the beginning of this season been like for you as well?
You know, it's like anticipated. It's been a slow start. You know, it's no easy task to step up into INDYCAR. It's a lot of experienced guys, and you know, instead of racing people that have been maybe in the series for 1 or 2 years maximum, I'm racing guys that's been in the series and driving this car for the last 15 years. So it's you know, it's a bit different, but it's been a good start. You know, I've been happy with the progression that we've been making. Just getting closer and closer to Renus, and I think if we can continue that, it's going to be you know, a successful year.
That's Christian Rasmussen. He's worked his way all the way up the ladder, now attempting to qualify for his first ever Indianapolis 500.
Different car.
Thank you very much down there as well for Rasmussen. JT, you were going to say something before Georgia interrupted. I'll throw it back to you.
I have no idea what I was going to say.
All right. Let's run through quickly. Speed-wise, Rosenquist on 222.593 mile an hour. That's Ray Hall, Ferrucci, Dixon, Pelot, top 5, which is mighty impressive to go into it. Who hasn't set overall lap times so far? So everyone from Castroneves down has not set. So that's Castroneves, Simpson, Lundqvist, Radvarsson, Segal, Fittipaldi, Andretti, Legg, Robb, Lundgarden as well. There's the 34 that we've got lined up on this run-around that haven't yet set a time in this session. And I think, as you said, JT, quite rightly, they're going to be going through the refreshers and rookie orientation in about an hour, 17 minutes time.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll have to see that. Kyle Larson out on track going through turn 1.
Nice and wide on the accelerator. There we go. I was just wondering when that was going to go in for the timing tower up here in Cobble's box. Still in an enormous amount of pressure that's coming up right now for these guys, because you start hitting traffic, you start having to test whether or not it's quite good. How's the Aero package this year? What's the difference between it as well? So it does change around an awful lot. And you can say you get a bit of a damage or your Aero's not right, it can send you into the wall quite hard. And JT, we've just gone 2 mile an hour faster across the line. And then McLaughlin and Newgarden changing over as well. Wow! Newgarden.
226.
Wow! Wow! 200, as you say, 226.528 mile an hour. McLaughlin 225.379. And that's what the running in the toe is getting you. It's running in. As now we see around the outside moves going. That's Alex Pelot getting out through up into the position as the McLaren dives down pit lane. Newgarden, Rossi and Sato enter the pit lane. So it was Rossi who's gone in for the McLaren. And lap time still continuing to, or speeds continuing to rise. 39 seconds, JT, that lap times are having at the moment as well. That's super quick around this place as well, actually. So I'm really expecting it.
This early part, as you said, Josh.
I'm expecting speeds to rise. And this isn't even testing. So this isn't even practice. This is just the test. The open test. So strict rules and how it follows. Tomorrow it is different. Go on.
Yeah, this is where you would try and not wreck the car by not going as fast as they are. And throughout, as well, as soon as I say it, there's a look at the 106th Indianapolis Open Test where the 06 wrecked it.
Castroneves threw it into the wall there back on April the 11th in 2022 in the Open Test. That's tomorrow for you. Right, just to explain to you what the times have been here for Wednesday, for Eastern time, everybody. So 9 a.m. we did the install laps for all cars. 9:05, which is what we're into now. It's now 9:46 a.m. Eastern time. It's the Oval Veterans. At 11 a.m. Eastern, it's the rookie orientation practice and refreshers. That's for a further 2 hours. And then all cars will head out onto the track from 1 till 6:30 p.m. Eastern. And then on Thursday, at 10 a.m. Eastern until 4 p.m. Eastern, all the cars will head out onto the circuit for day 2. But times can change because the rain is coming in and it is scheduled to have the effect. And I think as well, JT, the one problem with that we don't want to have is that we want to get through at least the rookie orientation program and refreshers, that everybody's had a shot of going out there. If that rain arrives before that session, the next hour, 13 minutes, the test day's gone because you've got to take all day drying it. And we only just got the dry track before the session started today because of overnight rain.
Yeah, absolutely. Want to get the rookie program out the way just in case they can't. It's McLaughlin down the inside of Polo, because if they can't, then they're going to have to reschedule it
tomorrow.
For the, I believe it's tomorrow or before the first practice if it's a washout.
Yeah. So
they changed the first practice schedule, don't they?
Yeah, so that's why I'm really hopeful that everybody gets to do that, because last year we had the rookie orientation program for one driver. That was Stefan Wilson, I believe, who had to take part.
Yeah, we've got 3, I believe, this year.
Yeah,
Simpson, Stiegel, and
Rasmussen, yeah. And of course, last year, Stefan Wilson did the refreshers program, and then it all went well. We hadn't had one single crash up until practice 8, the last practice session before carb day, and bang, Catherine Legg hit the back of Stefan Wilson into the water turn 1, and out went Stefan Wilson with a broken back, and that's why he's not racing this year as well.
Crash.
It was a huge crash, yeah. I was alone in the commentary box, I remember, for that one, because it was only supposed to be an hour test session. I was like, nothing's going to happen, I'll take it, it's fine. And then all hell broke loose, and we were like, so wasn't great yet as well. But interesting enough, that I found it quite funny, because Catherine Legg qualified, and then she went to the backup car, which was the car that didn't qualify for the 500 of Graham Rahal, and Graham Rahal got into the 500 by taking Stefan Wilson's seat. So that was the comical factor of last year. And of course the car didn't start, did it? It had to be refired in the pit lane.
If that crash didn't happen, Graham Rahal wouldn't have been in the race last year.
Yeah. And that would have been his first miss since 2001, 2002, somewhere around there. I think we were saying
Rahal's 6th currently with 222.366 miles per hour. Stingray Rob finished 31st in only Indianapolis 500 start and had contact on lap 91.
Yeah, out of the race he went as well. Managed to get through that. Where did you say he finished?
31st.
31st, yeah. We lost a couple last year, didn't we? That late red flag as well last year. The precedent of errors that set when the red flag came out on lap 250. Go on.
We lost a couple of drivers last year, but we also lost a couple of wheels last year.
Lap 150, the red flag came out when it threw over and hit a Chevrolet as well. I love that as well, by the way. How comical was that? Like a Honda-powered car, its wheel goes off and ends up on a Chevrolet in the car park. I mean, how funny was that? No one was hurt, thankfully, but it was scary to see, but funny aftermath of that little joke. The only comedy you can get from that, but everyone was okay, thankfully. Did result in multiple attempts at restarts and multiple red flags, including a green-white checkered.
4 red flags, I believe.
4 red flags in the space of what? 5 laps? Something that ridiculous? It took us a long time to get them. And earlier on that day, didn't we have Monaco where we thought, we're going to get a red flag for sure?
Here we go.
With that rain delay. Go on.
Lap 184. It was Rosenquist in wall, Kirkwood collected, Will went flying over fence, then Kirkwood upside down. Both drivers okay. That was lap 184 that happened on. Then lap 192, O'Ward goes into barrier, then rides barrier, then comes to a rest further back. McLaughlin runs into Casino, which puts the 60 into the wall.
Oh, that calamity, yeah, I remember that.
There's my notes from last year, which is still on my desk.
Oh, it's all right. I can do the same thing. I've got notes from last year. I have not filed anything from last year, but I have started filing from this year. For instance, I can reach over, and there's notes from COTA for Formula 1. Oh, hang on a minute. And notes for, I believe, Las Vegas. Yeah, I thought it was. So, yeah, that was always fun. You can just reach over and grab it. Here is Stingray Rob, 20th at the moment. And really is beginning to push through hard now on these times. Down towards turn 3 and 4. So no matter how many times, people always come up to me, and I'm sure they might do it to you, JT, as well. They say, how can you watch the Indy 500? It is literally cars going round in circles. But it's every single lap, there's something different the car does. And even watching 8 hours of practice, there's always something that you can see that changes the mind. It's a great watching the 500.
Yeah, it's incredible. And you have the Daytona 500, but they don't reach the speeds that INDYCAR do.
I've put my microphone on because we just had a sonic boom up in the commentary box. Hang on a minute. Can you hear that? In the background.
QRA?
Yeah. I don't know what it is, but
let me have a look for you, Josh.
there is something massive above this commentary box right now if I hold the microphone up out here. And it's
I can hear it.
You can hear it? Oh, great. I hope that's coming for you over on the microphones.
Josh, it is Gunfighter 41 and Gunfighter 43 at 13,000 feet going 435 knots.
Oh, Donanook? Will they be from Donanook? Because honestly, that was like a sonic boom.
Honestly.
Yeah, it was like a sonic boom, and I'm wearing headphones, but I just heard like a boom in the back of the commentary box, and I thought, what's happened there? And then I could hear the rumbling over the headset.
Do have a Chinook at Donanook, yes.
Right, yeah. That was unbelievable. I hope you could all hear that back at home. It literally stopped me. Yeah, literally stopped me in my tracks because I was. The whole commentary box just sort of shook. And these are soundproof headphones that we're listening to. You know, they're good ear defenders, and I could hear it over the back. Okay.
And the reason that it was louder was because it was going up at 5,000 feet a minute.
Ah, so the throttle was down. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
And also. Just over there we have Boscombe Down, and last August we had a quick reaction alert deployment, just as a training exercise so they can deploy anywhere quickly if they need to. And when they left to go back to Coningsby, Josh, they went up at 22,000 feet a minute. The sound was incredible.
The G-force they must pull. My goodness. I've always wanted to have a go, you know. I want to be a passenger now. I know you've got to go through like several thousand trips, and I can't swim properly, so that's a bit of a thing. But
yeah,
I would love a go up in one of those planes. Just love it.
But yeah, literally we're right across like the flight line if they come down, like from this side.
We must be somewhere because that was the second time I heard a similar factor as well. Anyway, well, it's
going
what
off
happens. Yeah, well, it's 8500 from knots to speed.
Yes.
Who's that diving in?
I can do the conversion. They were going 586 miles per hour, which is
my goodness me.
0.7.
0.7.
Yeah.
That is serious speed.
Get them coming back soon.
Yeah.
After they do all their thing.
I thought we might have, yeah. As they come across down the back stretch.
There's a typhoon all the way out in the middle of the North Sea between the Netherlands and the UK. What is that doing over there?
Long range exercise? Do they do this?
Yeah.
So, 5 minutes until that Prema press conference.
Yeah.
They say it's on YouTube, and they're announcing INDYCAR.
No, they're doing a press conference about it all.
Oh.
Here's a look at the rookie orientation program. Phase 1 is 10 laps, 205 to 210 miles per hour. Phase 2 is 15 laps to 210 to 215 miles per hour. And then Phase 3 is 15 laps again at 215 plus miles per hour. But the refreshers only have to do Phase 2 and Phase 3, so they don't have to do Phase 1.
I understand... well, I'm just trying to have a look, actually, because I just was thinking about Charles Leclerc that I want to bring up, but I can't find where it is now.
Oh.
Yeah, it was there somewhere, and it's now disappeared. There was something about Charles Leclerc playing. I'll just Google it, see if he comes up with anything as well to come through.
Yeah. It wasn't a QRA call sign, so they're just on a normal train and sorted,
okay.
Josh.
But it's yeah, go on.
But it's the rate of acceleration and climb that makes it louder.
Look at what's on tomorrow from 3 till 4 that they've added to the schedule as well. During the allowed hours, hot stops. So pit stop practice. Yay! That's going to be exciting to hear tomorrow.
Yeah.
Why are we going to an ad break? We're not on CNBC, are we?
One Peacock.
Okay. We've got an ad break coming through for some reason. And nobody knew about this one. Top of the hour. As we get action, what's happened? They've gone
Michael
to break.
Andretti
Yeah, go on.
has just tweeted, well, quote tweeted 5 words.
Oh, God,
Our work continues at pace. That's all Michael Andretti has put.
I tell you what, I don't know if you remember, JT, I might put it in the comments chat last year as NBC have gone to a break and are testing their graphics for some reason, even though they're on Peacock. So why they've done it, I don't know. There's a camera in INDYCAR that always has a little bit of a funny name for me because they call it the jerk cam. And what that is, it's literally the camera that is zipping up and down the pit lane on the wire, so they can pull it like you're being jerked out of the way. But it just was so funny when that came up on the international feed last year after qualifying. Like that was just literally it. Oh, well now we're practicing side by side for the Indy NXT. What are they doing? They're on Peacock, so what on earth are they doing? And they know we can see this, right? They know that they just don't care. They do not care one bit.
This is what international feed gets you, Josh.
Yeah. We're now not even watching the cars out on the circuit. We're watching NBC test.
Now, I thought TV companies have something called a preview and an output.
Well, yeah, I've got the same thing. I can hit studio mode.
Yeah.
And I can do all that on OBS and like, look.
Why aren't they using that?
Yeah. I wish you could see it back at home, but yeah. And then I press studio mode, it goes back, and then the back. I've no idea. That was one of the weirdest things I've seen. Anyway, 1 hour down, 1 hour to go in the Oval Veterans Open Day test here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, the racing capital of the world and the greatest spectacle in racing. But don't tell Formula One that, because they might try and steal that tag. They do, the greatest spectacle in motor racing, yeah. Go on.
Blackjack is on the move.
21, hit me.
In other words, display slot at Coningsby is open.
Excellent. Do we know where we're doing this announcement, this interview?
It's on YouTube somewhere.
I just want to also say, keep your eyes peeled on the FE Zone's Twitter account at 5 p.m. British Summer Time. So in 2 hours' time, as there's going to be a pretty big announcement to make. Just gonna text Jack Giamana. What's this announcement? You can trust me. Smiley face, winky face. I'm texting now. What is this announcement?
I've got an idea, but I'm not saying.
Smiley face, laughy face, sticky out tongue, winky face, kissy emoji, laughing face. Send. Don't do that when I've got a chest infection. There's Graham Rahall's dilapidated car, and it wasn't quite as bad as what happened last year, of course, if you remember. He got bumped last year at the Indy 500, and he was sobbing his heart out down on the pit road. But then his teammate Catherine Legg ran into the back of Stefan Wilson, and in a huge accident, Stefan Wilson was put out of the race with a broken back. He's in recovery now. We wish him our best. Here he is. So Graham Rahall took over the car and went going. But now he's back in his car for 2024, JT. Watch as Prema Racing formally announced plans to join INDYCAR Racing. That's just come up on the monitor. Well, how do I do that? I'd love to hear it. I presume NBC might do something like that as well. So this is going to probably lag a lot, isn't it? But I'm going to try and get it open. Sorry if you're seeing Josh T with a Google Chrome thing on him. But I'm going to try and grab it open so that we can hear this press conference. Hello. So we can hear this press conference, because I want to hear it, you want to hear it, and we want to know what is going on. What the hell was that?
It's on the NTT IndyCar line.
Where the hell has this come from? A bolt, and we've gone full course yellow. Caution's come out as we head down pit road.
Car's actually not out here. What's going on with the 45?
I think we have some zeroing issues, so we had to bring the car back just to make sure that everything is right. We're reading some wrong numbers on the stand, which we don't really believe is right, but there's no point of sending me out there if it is wrong. So we'll take our time.
Nonetheless, your teammate, Graham Rahall, is showing great speed out there. What kind of work was put in the off-season to really bring that oval program full circle?
To be honest, I think it's a circle of having to understand that, you know, in 2020 winning the race with Takuma and Graham being up there, and in 2021 Graham had a great race running until it ended in tears. But I think after that, I think we're just satisfied with, okay, the car's in a good window, we have the pace. I think 2022 and 2023 showed that we didn't. So we knew we had to make changes, and I think a lot of work has been done, and Graham has showed that now. Takuma has also been out there. But we're taking a little bit of a different approach in all four cars, just to make sure that we verify some of the changes that we've done to make sure that we see the performance gain. Obviously, it doesn't quite help that the 45 car isn't out there. But I'm excited. We're back at the Speedway. We were here testing the hybrid a couple of weeks ago, and obviously the other way around, but we've proven to be fast around there, and we were at the test as well, so I'm just excited to see what we can do here. It's been a long waiting game, you know, since May last year. There's been a lot of anticipation, wanting to be faster, but it kind of hurts just doing an install and then get out and wait a couple of hours. Obviously that wasn't intended, but you know, I believe the work that we've done has made progress, and we're seeing it on the 15 car. So.
Okay, thanks very much. Let's head over to this Prema press conference then on now.
Felix, Callum, did you talk to some of those guys and some of the former guys like Ryan Briscoe that you guys ran before coming over here to start an IndyCar program?
But honestly, even if we start talking together with IndyCar in the last 6-7 months, of course the discussion of opportunity to expand into America is something that is coming already between Moon 2-3 years ago with some ideas. Of course, the discussion, we are still in very good contact with all these drivers that you mentioned. We just celebrate our 40th anniversary last year in December, and most of them has been able to join us in Venice in our event, and we always very close to them and very friendly relationship with all of them, and we always talk together. So it's always been, they always say, why not come to America, why not do IndyCar? It will be something very good for you, very good for the team, and that's something that we're looking forward in 2025 now.
And Jay, one for you. Obviously with 29 cars potential next year, there's going to be some likely issues on a few of the pit lanes. Any thoughts so far on how you will look, you know, maybe take care of those issues with places like Mid-Ohio, Toronto?
Yeah, well, we've talked about it before. Obviously, there's problems now with some of the places we go to, right? So it's something we got to evaluate, look at going forward. Certainly a problem, but it's a really good problem to have, and it's something we'll sort out.
Let's go Bruce Martin here in the front row.
Will the driver lineup be drivers that are already in your pipeline, or will it possibly be drivers that are already in IndyCar?
The The drivers lineup is something that we are evaluating. We are looking how the market will eat first. We have some ideas. Of course, we want to get the most prepared as possible, getting a good lineup to perform. But of course, it's something that we will discuss in the next coming month. We are looking to get a competitive lineup within ourselves. Experience rookie is something that we are evaluating. Possible also from our pipeline. Possible not. Everything is open at the moment.
By the way, track inspection is happening right now, so that's why the track is quiet, just to clarify. Let's go back row. Nathan Brown from the Indianapolis Star. Hey, Nathan.
Thanks for joining us this morning. Handful of questions for the two of you from Prema. To start off, you touched on this a little bit in your intros, but why INDYCAR and why did you guys want to embark on this project right now in 2024 for 25?
I think, first of all, why INDYCAR, as I said before, is a great challenge. Is something that expands our business opportunity in another level, in another continent. We wanted to get out of Europe because, of course, we reach every possible category within the ladder of motorsport apart from Formula 1 in Europe, from karting till Formula 2. We have a technical partnership in the World Endurance Championship and as well in IMSA and MDH. And this is something that we were looking to expand our boundaries to make sure that we can create a global group within our entity. Why in 25? Of course, when Prema join a championship, is not to join to be just a number or to be somebody part of it. We want to be part as a protagonist. We want to be part when we are ready to do something, and 24 to 25 was the right moment for us in terms of structures, in terms of all the other programs that we are doing to setting up a new adventure here in the US.
And again, whoever makes sense for these, either Piers or Renee, happy to have you answer. Why two full-time cars to start off in a brand new series?
That's a good question, but I think it's to concentrate the effort more than anything else. There's a huge amount for Prema to understand. Obviously the core of the team will have experience, and we're really comfortable, or I'm really comfortable with the individuals that we have in line for that. But it's, I always tell people that INDYCAR is probably the most challenging series in the world. The diversity of the tracks, the street courses, the ovals, and every street course is different, every oval is different, every road course is different, and we need to really hone in, concentrate our efforts, and put a competitive program together as quickly as possible.
In the release that was sent out yesterday, you guys mentioned starting in a shop in the Indiana area. Have you guys landed on that area yet? Have you purchased it? Are you still eyeing where you guys are going to land?
We are evaluating the options. We have various places at the moment, but right now that's to be confirmed.
Gotcha. And I'll cede the floor after this one. But as Steve mentioned, you guys are coming into the series at a time where you could have the potential to have to qualify for just about every race on the calendar with this new potential charter system that INDYCAR is evaluating at the moment. Is that a tough thing for you guys to, battle to start off with? A new team, two full-time cars, potential to have to qualify to just even start every single race. What are you guys' thought on that at the moment?
Well, obviously we're aware of the situation and aware of the discussions that are ongoing. Yes, we obviously in communications with INDYCAR on that, and obviously we'll keep that on our focus as we move forward. But Thanks. In terms of, I think if I could speak from a competition standpoint, there's some very, very strong top-level teams in this championship. We know that, but it is our, desire that we will come in and we want to be competitive right from the word go. And I know that's a big ask, yeah, but we will be working extremely hard and putting all our efforts in to be competitive from the start of the program.
Great, thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks, Nathan. A follow-up from Bruce, and then we'll take a few off Zoom. Go ahead, Bruce.
Pierce, because you've been involved with several INDYCAR teams here in the last 10, 15 years, will the team members be comprised of a mixture of guys that you're necessarily maybe familiar with from having worked in INDYCAR, along with some of the guys that may be working for the team over in Europe?
Yeah, that's a possibility. Yes, obviously. you know, IndyCar, it's a very sort of, particularly the ovals, there's a niche of experience that is required. So, you know, there's a lot of people since even the release yesterday. I think I'm surprised my phone didn't end up in a little bowl of melted plastic yesterday. But we will be looking at blending the talents from both sides of the Atlantic. So I think that's a fair statement. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Bruce
Yeah.
has got one.
And for Jay, when you began, one of the problems was there were a lot of good crew guys out there, not necessarily a lot of opportunities for them to have jobs. Now it's the opposite, where there are more jobs than you necessarily have talented or veteran crew guys. So how do you address that, and is that kind of a great problem to have?
Yes, just like when you mentioned about the car count, it's a problem, but it's a great problem to have. So we've tried to do things like, last year we set up a job portal. IndyCar did, to help recruit and help the teams do that. And I think there's been a lot of teams that have actually used that portal. So we collectively are working as a group with our paddock to do what we can to recruit new and young talent to come into the sport. Again, it's a great opportunity for a lot of young people right now to come into the sport at a time when it is growing rapidly. So. Yeah, I mean, again, it's a problem. It's a good problem. It's one we're all addressing together, and I think we'll get through it.
Let's take a few off of Zoom. We'll begin with Tim Hiraney from TSN. Hey, Tim.
Hey, Dave. Thanks very much. Hi, guys. Thanks very much for taking the time to do this. You had mentioned that you competed in pretty much everything over in Europe, from karts all the way up to F2, and obviously endurance racing as well. Coming over to IndyCar, just how difficult do you feel this challenge is going to be as you take it on next season?
First of all, is a great challenge to have, because it's meaning that we are on the top level of the motorsport worldwide, I would say. Of course, there will be some tough time ahead of us in terms of organization, in terms of planning, in terms of engineer, but with the passion and the determination of everybody within the team, I think that we can succeed. Of course, it will be a learning year, 2025. We need to learn this difficult way of racing from road course, ovals, and street circuits, and I think that we are looking forward to blend together the European and the American mentality and bring some novelties within this championship.
Great. Thanks very much, guys, for your time. Really appreciate it. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, Tim. Michael DeForest, you're up next. Go ahead, Michael.
Thanks, Dave. Hello, guys. First question for Rene. Do you see IndyCar as a special opportunity to maybe keep some of the talents, because you are, of course, developing them until Formula 2, and maybe keep some of them and bring them to IndyCar to continue this relationship?
This is for sure an opportunity that we give to drivers. Of course, the motorsport market can offer different opportunity, but for drivers going into after Formula 2, one of the opportunity, of course, the place in Formula 1 are quite limited. Having the chance to explore also the IndyCar world is something to consider and something positive. So there's something that we can offer to our drivers in order to continue their progression and their aspire to professionalism.
Thanks, Rene. And Pierce, you talked of course, about your experience in IndyCar. How exciting is it for you to have something from a blank slate and being able to also bring some people from Europe, bring people also from America, and have everyone meeting in Prema?
It's an incredible it's an exciting opportunity, as I touched on before. I think, having known Rene and his team for a while now, the enthusiasm, the energy that emanates from them it's unbelievable. And I think to come in as maybe nobody else has done, we haven't an Indy Lights team, we haven't bought anybody or anything like that, to come in and really be able to put our mark on this from the first day we opened the workshop is incredibly exciting. And I think to see that come to fulfillment and first race win, dare I say, will be an amazing journey for everybody that's involved with it.
Thanks, Pierce. And final little question for Jay. We've talked of course about the car count. Do you envision maybe one day a hard stop on the number of cars allowed to race, or is it, everyone can still come in and you will find the solutions, even if we get into 31, 32 maybe full-time entries?
Probably a hybrid of both. We will do all we can to start as many cars as we can, but obviously, like you mentioned, there are limits. So there will be a time where that has to be addressed, and we'll address it.
Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you.
Thanks, Michael. Let's take a few more offline. Let's go Dan Jones, JBMotorsports Magazine overseas. Go ahead, Dan.
Thanks, Dave. Sorry, just had a few technical issues there. Just for Rene, first of all, congrats on the news. How hands-on is your role going to be? Going to be more focused on the European side of things, or are you going to be supporting peers in the States a bit more? How's that sort of going to work?
So first of all, we need to continue competing and winning, of course, in the European side. So my role will evolve into a more overlooking both sides of Prema, so both European and America. In each group, we have a responsible that is on the day-by-day management. Of course, I will be present in the most important event, and then I will try to do my best to make sure that every team has all the needs and the possibility to well perform.
Wonderful press conference then at Prema as we've returned from the yellow and have gone back to action. I'd like to say that joining us now in the commentary box is Tom Dillon once more on the open test coverage. Hi Tom, welcome to you. How are you doing? Welcome back to the Brickyard in 2024.
I'm doing great, Josh, and it seems like yesterday we were here for last year's broadcast, and I do love the open testing. It's just fantastic, isn't it, to see IndyCars go around IMS. I mean, they're so cool.
Well, you love the open test more than as well, with both that of being the tennis and the cricket and everything as well going on. So you like the tests a lot. And you're no stranger to filling 8.5 hours in a day when you do it. We've added the logo, by the way, if you're watching along with us, for the 108th Indy 500, just below the timing tower. So now it kind of looks better as well. But so much to look forward to. They're still in the orientation program for the veterans out there before we go into the rookies in about 40 minutes time. So who's your early money on from what you've seen this season of IndyCar so far? And a bit, we only had a race and then $1 million challenge, but who's looking good?
Sorry, I was staying on my live timing. Is that for the race or the championship?
Say again?
Was that for the race or the championship?
The race, and then we'll go to the championship. We'll do both, shall we?
Yeah. Well, I mean, for the race, I mean, obviously, Joseph Newgarden, I mean, he's going to have a challenge, isn't he? Winning it this year. But he's obviously set the early pace in this session, only by about I was going to say 5,000th of a second, but obviously that's not how it works, is it, inside of the open test? Only by 0.3 of a mile an hour. I've got to adjust myself to saying that again.
I've been doing
this
that.
year, but yeah, we'll get there in the end. So yeah, he's setting the early pace, but obviously it's early days. I want to see Scott McLaughlin do it. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know whether he'll have the pace to do so. I don't know whether that's something that he'll be able to do as we go on throughout the course of the year. But Scott McLaughlin, always going to be my pick, someone I'm possibly cheering for a little bit. But, you know, you can't look past people like Scott Dixon is always in the mix for the Indy 500, Alex Palou as well. So you've got all of these very clear contenders. But for me, I'm going to go Scott McLaughlin.
Good pick for Scotty Mack. His teammate, however, Joseph Newgarden, is at a 228.811 mile an hour lap time there, JT. So immediately he's gone 2 mile an hour, 2.5 mile an hour quicker than Alex Palou.
Yeah, absolutely. 228.811. And I see what you mean, Josh. The safety car is impossible to drive.
Oh, you're just doing the same thing on F123. It's really hard to drive.
It's hard.
I can't even get the heads-up display on as well, so that's difficult. Basically, to give you all an insight of what happened last night is that we had a managers meeting to plan everything. Tom, you turned up for 20-30 minutes. So we were planning everything for both IndyCar and the Clash at the 500 and everything else going on. And then after that, Jess went off to do her race. And we were all supposed to come back about 8:30, 9 o'clock and have an F1 eSport night as well. And Jess didn't feel too good, so she left. She didn't come back. But Josh, Teamy, and Omi did the races. And my God, did it turn into just an absolute bonanza of accidents on the 23. So that was fun. Just looking back to last... Yeah, go on.
you did decide to put very wet at Monaco with
No rules either.
Yes.
Would you like to tell the ladies and gentlemen watching what you did on no rules that me and Omi did, but you completely forgot about?
What?
You forgot
That
to
you
jump the
guys
start.
You guys were jumping the start and I waited for the red lights.
Yeah. You can go
Because
on
I
the
was
fifth
being a good
flight.
boy.
You can go on the fifth flight.
Yes, but that time I decided to be a good boy.
And
but
forgot
then you
that,
guys
yeah.
decided not to be a good boy.
Well, I said, wouldn't it be funny if nobody moved when the lights went out? So as soon as the light went out, as soon as the fifth came on, I was like, go, and then Omi dropped it as well. Well, there's no rules.
Yeah.
You've got to cheat, haven't you? What about you, Tom? I know you don't play the F1 23 game anymore, do you? You're more on R Factor.
Yeah, well, I haven't done sim racing for ages, actually. Went back to my team needed to fill in for GPVWC, and I thought, I'm quite good at go-karting nowadays. I've got a bit better. So I'll come back sim racing. I'll batter everyone. Did quite blasé about my practice, Josh.
Yeah.
I'm afraid to say. Thought, I'll do a few laps on my teammate's setup. I'll be top 10 easy. I like to think I'm there, and then it was 23rd in 27th in qualifying. Thought, oh dear. Maybe these people put a little bit more effort in than I have today. And the races didn't go much better either.
Oh. Well,
So,
you're more than welcome to come and feel victorious over me, Josh T, and Omi, and I think Jess might give you a run for the money.
Yeah, no, I think I'm retiring from sim racing actually after that performance.
Kyle Larson has just jumped up into second position, 226.384 mile an hour for the man who's only in his third time in an INDYCAR here at the Brickyard. He's shot up the order. Brilliant time there. Or speed as well, I should say. Not time, speed. It's speed week. And this is what they're practicing now that's been banned. You're not allowed to move twice on the back stretch as well. And on the start-finish straight. We're just watching that after last year. And the Marcus Ericsson, Joseph Newgarden going right down past the pit lane commitment line and then back up the track dramatically, trying to break the toe. You're now no longer at all to go beyond the staggered line on the entry to the pit lane. So you're not allowed to do that. If you go over that, you must commit to the pit lane. End of. After what happened last year, and rightly so, I think, as well, Tom, because you were watching the 500. I think you were in the box last year for the 500 in some. Oh, you weren't at all. Oh, I can't remember if you.
No,
yeah,
not for the 500.
But I think you were watching. But yeah, it was bad.
Yeah, and I think most of the drivers agreed with that as well. I think Joseph Newgarden came out himself and said, "Look, this is the right rule change. I'm not going to ever not push the rules to their limits." But I think he came out with a statement and said, "Yeah, look, it's what it is at the end of the day. Obviously, you're racing for your first Indy 500. You've put 20 years of experience into it, or whatever he's got now in cars, especially. You're going to push it right to the limit." But I think everyone sort of agreed that that was over the line, and it's good that it's been rectified. However, with the two moves across the track, surely you're allowed to go inside at the start of the straight and then come back out to the outside as you turn into the corner. That's separate, surely.
I hope so, yeah, because because that's what we were seeing last year, weren't we? On the backstretch, Newgarden going down low, Ericsson went with him, and then they swapped back up into turn 3 and 4. I hope that stays the same, but I think they've introduced the same rule as F1, where it's moving more than once. You're not allowed to do that. You can't. You can move back to your line, but you can't weave across the track like crazy to defend, because that could cause an accident. So I think there's the move to rule, where you're allowed to move across once to defend, then move back to get your racing line, but you can't move again.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah.
And that's the way it should be. Obviously, there's no braking zones in IndyCar, but obviously moving the braking area is another thing. Okay, so Matt Gulls has clarified for us. So IndyCar allows the leader to move as much as they want, so as long as it isn't in reaction. You can still snake and weave, just not below the pit.
Excellent.
Attenuator line. I'll stick with calling it a commitment line because that's that's probably a much more official term. Anyway,
commitment line.
It's a bit difficult to say.
I know some people have problems with the commitment line as well. That's a different topic for another day. Anyway, yeah. Well, I've recently found out that she's probably still watching, so hello if you are. recently found out as well. Hello. We have just been informed via a nice little text message from the producer of INDYCAR that we are going to have garage cams again this year down at the Rahal team. So that's going to be a factor for the 500 that we can finally have up. And also, the cameras that we have, I don't think they're available here, are they, JT?
I don't think they
No,
are.
but the cameras that we have, we can use during the 500 week for testing. So we can have a few onboards set up now as well. How exciting. I'll get that sorted. I need an iPad full screen. In fact, hang on, didn't I have one? I swear I had one. Is it button 0 or something like that? Or has it just disappeared? I had one somewhere, and it has since disappeared. Where it was. Yeah, it's vanished. I knew I had one somewhere. It's just gone. I had a screen where we could just fly to, and it was the iPad for me to control, but it has gone. Kyle Kirkwood, our spotters at the 500 as well, with all the same liveries for MSR, Andretti as well, and the other nations, because it is getting quite tricky to tell them out there. Easy way I've been spotting them, look for the cameras, the top, the 360 cameras. They are different colours. One's black, one is yellow, and one, I believe, is orange as well, which is because it's a high-vis yellow. So there are differences that you can see to take them into it as well. So yeah, it does look quite fun and quite energetic out there. But this is April. This is not the month of May. This is our open test. We've got 2 further rounds of the championship to go to before we're back here at the Brickyard, and 3 rounds until the start of the oval testing again with practice, because we have the Gallagher Grand Prix. Is it the GMR Grand Prix? Which one are they calling it this year? Just before.
I believe it's the Gallagher.
The Gallagher, yeah. Same night, I believe, as the Eurovision. Because it always is the same night as Eurovision, every year. Which also means it's the first night of the Doctor Who season as well. But it's on iPlayer now, so who cares? I know. I've got to stay up until 2 a.m. watching Doctor Who on iPlayer. Because then I don't want it spoiled. Oh, we lost our timing screens. iPlayer generation, honestly. Tom's looking at me now going like, why are you on about Doctor Who?
Yeah, a little bit, honestly. 31
Welcome
minutes.
to INDYCAR Open Test. You missed the rabbit hole of typhoons.
Oh yeah, there was a typhoon that went over me.
Oh right, good stuff.
Look at Tom Blomqvist now, 2-time Rolex 24-hour winner at Daytona, and of course he's won the IMSA WeatherTech Championship as well. And now he's back here for the 500, the 66, his teammate. Just alongside him as well. Oh, no, different liveries, of course. That's Blomqvist and Daly. See, I've done it already. Daly's the other one. Because Daly down there at Dreyer and Reinbold Racing. Meyer Shank Racing for Tom Blomqvist. And we had the Michael Shank Racing team earlier on. Where they dropped down to on the timing screens. They really have disappeared. Go on.
But I had to remember the other day. I watch a fair amount of INDYCAR. Not so much this year. I've had a sort of slow start to watching racing as a whole because of work. But I always watch INDYCAR, and then I at the end of the year seem to forget who the champion is. And I had to look it up again the other day because I completely forgot. Obviously, you guys probably don't because you call all the races. But for me, especially, there seems to be a thing with INDYCAR that almost the champion doesn't matter. Like I always remember who won the Indy 500.
Yeah.
Champion. I always find it difficult.
Who is the champ? Newgarden won it last year, didn't he? Did he win it?
Alex Blow.
Alex Blow did it. See, not even I'm doing it now.
Yeah, exactly.
Because I remember Newgarden celebrating at Laguna Seca, but Palou won the championship again. See, we even called that race, but we've had such a, as you say, it's been a disjointed start to INDYCAR this year. It hasn't been very good, has it? It hasn't been smooth. Because we had St. Pete, then we had the Open Test at Thermal Club. Now we're here for the Open Test at the 500. And we've got like a month and a half, isn't it, until the next race. Hang on, when did we start? We started March 1st, didn't we? Or March 10th we started St. Pete. April 21st is Long Beach. It's a month and a half break before actual rounds of the championship. Can anyone tell me who's leading the championship right now? I can't remember who's leading the championship right now.
Isn't it?
Did he win it?
He won the first race.
Oh, there you go.
It's bizarre because it also I would have assumed without having seen the schedule this year, or like looked at the schedule probably this year, I would have assumed, we're Indy 500 Open testing. Obviously we're at Indy soon. I would have assumed Indy Grand Prix, then Indy 500. No, we've got 3 rounds of the championship before we even get to come back to Indy for the May 26th. That day. That's a quick turnaround actually. May 11th, May the 26th. That's
very fast.
15 days. That's 15 days to get qualifying and stuff done.
That's normally what it is.
It used to be a week,
days.
and then they extended it to 2, didn't they? Because we're Let's head down to the pit lane. Georgia's found someone.
For his ROP, but you have tested at Texas Motor Speedway. What was that testing like for you on the open?
Yeah, it was a good test. It was a good time getting out there on the speedway and feeling how these speedway cars run. Running with the really low downforce and the speedway wings. It was really cool. It was my first oval experience in this car as well, so it was exciting to see how these cars run on ovals, and I'm just excited to get out there today on such an iconic track.
An iconic track, you're with an iconic team, and I know that you've been having a lot of influences and help from drivers like Dario Franchitti and Sebastian Bourdais. You're learning from others like Scott Dixon, and nonetheless you're with Chip Ganassi Racing. It seems like you have all of these tools that you're able to put together. What has the beginning of this season and the progression been like for you?
Yeah, it's been a huge help. We had Seb at St. Pete, and he was a huge help there. Dario's obviously been really busy having 5 cars to manage, so anytime Seb can be around to help out, it's been a big help to him and a big help to me as well.
How do you approach today?
Sorry?
How do you approach today?
Just gonna take it easy the first couple laps, get used to it, get comfortable with everything, and make sure I'm comfortable with the car and the track.
Thank you, Kevin. Kevin Simpson will take the track in just under 30 minutes. Kevin?
Thanks, Georgia. Right, okay, it's getting weirder, this story now with Andretti, because it's just been announced that Andretti Global is planning to enter Formula 2 and Formula 3 in order to generate a talent ladder to help feed its F1 team with American drivers. So let's not forget the fact that I know he wants to get in the series, but has Michael Andretti got severe Alzheimer's? Because he is not remembering the fact that he has been denied entry to this series. I will not be surprised if he rocks up on the grid in Australia in 2025 with his cars and goes, well, there's it then, we're here, come on, we're all here, let's go racing.
It's smart of him because he's putting pressure on F1 now.
Oh yeah, he's bullying
them.
And
when they go back, he knows what he's doing. The worst case scenario, that you've got this fantastic facility, you can go chuck your hypercars in there, chuck your IndyCars in there, and operate out of there. But the best case scenario, he can in 12 months' time goes to the FAA. Look what I've built. Look what we've got. We've got the infrastructure. You now don't have a leg to stand on. And honestly, I think there could be an argument to say that he could actually take it through the courts. I don't know anything about the laws around it, but surely there's got to be a way for him to take it to the courts and say, look, you're denying me the fair opportunity to enter into this championship on baseless reasons. Bear in mind, the last team they rejected was Rich Energy.
That's true. They didn't allow him in.
There's a bit of a jump between those two organisations.
Yeah, a mad bearded man and a mad American, really. So 2 mad Americans, actually. Oh no, he was British, wasn't he? William's story. Yeah.
Mad bearded British man who still follows me on Twitter.
Does he really?
Yes.
I tried to get him in pre-season testing commentary once when it was announced he was coming back. He never told me. I thought, come on, let's have you on then. I've got 3 cans of his Rich Energy drink that you might want back as well, because it's got the White Bikes logo on it that was stolen as well.
Allegedly.
Allegedly, yes. Didn't they find it? Hang on a minute. Didn't they find him guilty of it in the courts? So it's not even allegedly.
Yes, but you can't say they stole it. You can say they had a likeness to it, because stealing it and having a similarity are 2 different things.
Just crept along and one night and took it from the White Bags. But yeah, it was remarkably similar. Let's put it that way. But yes, I do have that. Where is Rich Energy now anyway? They have gone...
Still sponsoring. They're sponsoring horse racing, they're sponsoring superbikes, they're sponsoring a lot.
They're superbikes. British superbikes, I know, have car ride.
Right, I'm going to call Maddie Patterson and say, Maddie, I'm fine. I've got you a sponsor. Get Rich Energy on the bike. She probably wouldn't, well, because it's just a laugh. The more and more I'm talking with Maddie, the more and more I'm finding out exactly how crazy she is. But it's so much fun. And Maddie will be helping us out on the IndyCar coverage this weekend as well, trackside over at COTA as well, giving us all the information. As very thankful she is. We're very thankful I am that she's helping us, I should say, as well. And thankfully she's on the team. Still waiting on that guest announcement as well, if we can get that person in for America that I've wanted to try and grab hold of. We were going to try and get Mallory on, Maddie's new driver, but she's been snapped up by the American broadcasters for this weekend, so can't get her on the commentary. But I'm very much looking forward to this coming season. So I've even heard that they're planning to do a demo run MotoGP on the oval here at Indy because they want to come back. They want to come back MotoGP to Indianapolis, which I don't know. When they raced here, it always confused me. Just did.
Yeah. Especially weird move now that they're owned by Liberty.
Yeah.
Especially weird move. I know they were talking about how they want to do various bits of joint weekends, which wouldn't work for so many reasons, but would be cool.
Well, so that was 2013's pole day. We're just taking a look at now across the board. I can't remember what we're looking at here on the board, but yeah, getting back to your point, the only racetrack where it would work for they do share racetracks. MotoGP. They've got, as I said, they've got Austria, they've got Silverstone, they've got COTA, they've got Qatar, and they've got Catalonia. They're the 5 racetracks that MotoGP share with Formula One. Austria's out because MotoGP now use the chicane on the run up to 2A and 2B. Silverstone's out. Surprisingly, Silverstone is out because they use a different chapel. Out of Maggots and Beckett's, because the MotoGP bikes can't switch over quick enough, they have a longer run through chapel. So it's a different apex that they use. So it would be different homologations. The only tracks they could run would be Circuit of the Americas. They run the same layout there. Qatar, they run the same layout. And the Catalan Grand Prix, Barcelona, the Circuit de Barcelona Catalunya. That's the same layout now. And
they could...
Yeah, go on.
They could do double header, so weekend MotoGP, weekend F1. That would work.
Yeah, that would work. But I'm hearing this. They're not going to go to Qatar because Qatar is the season opener for MotoGP, and for F1 it's the penultimate round, and it's just too big a change. They're not going to do COTA because Liberty are not going to let MotoGP near F1 and one of its biggest races of the year. So it won't be at the American Grand Prix. And isn't it a coincidence, as I was just saying to Josh T, isn't it a coincidence that Formula One have announced that the Spanish Grand Prix will be moving to Madrid, but Stefano Domenicali said the Barcelona circuit at Catalonia will be staying on the calendar. Now, I thought immediately at the time, they put a tweet out, they should just do what MotoGP do and call it the Catalan Grand Prix because the people of Catalonia want independence. They're very passionate about independence over there as well. I've been there. I've talked to them, and they all said how angry they are that it's the Spanish Grand Prix for Formula One, and MotoGP are respectful enough to do the Catalan Grand Prix. And now all of a sudden, the track's been changed to a joint layout. Formula One have got there's a new garage system there, which puts in more garages that can host both F1 and now that of MotoGP. And it's staying on the calendar. And it's Dorna's home racetrack as well. I am fully convinced that we will see a double header and F1 will have the Catalan Grand Prix and it'll be the same weekend as MotoGP. To further my point, isn't it weird that the Spanish Grand Prix this year for Formula One has moved to June, and yet MotoGP have now moved Catalonia back to May, the same date as where it would have been for that of Formula One. So it's all the case that we'll have the Catalan Grand Prix there.
I wonder if MotoGP have been... I know we're here to talk about IndyCar, and we're not doing much IndyCar talk, but still, I still think this has been in the pipeline for a very long time, because I think it was all too coincidental that MotoGP last year had that big switch over to basically trying to rip off F1.
Yeah.
Their media presentation was very F1-esque. you know, it's very clear that that's what they were trying to replicate with the title sequence, with the
Sprint races.
street race stuff. Everything just seemed to be, you know, we like what F1 have done. We need that for MotoGP. Never going to happen because MotoGP, simply put, in my opinion, is a narrower audience. It always has been. You know, motorbike people are a very funny bunch, and I don't think they'd accept as well.
Yeah, don't get in the way of motorbike people.
Yeah, exactly. They're a type, and I don't think MotoGP would let much stand in their way of that. Personally, I don't think they would let MotoGP mess around too much. What I'm trying to say. So that's my take on it anyway.
Carlo Espinosa is a little bit of a Bernie Eccleston type, and definitely is staying in control for the moment of MotoGP, but they retain a 24% investment ownership in Dorna, but Liberty Media have taken an 86% ownership control over it. Cars are being pulled back from pit lane down to behind the wall, and that is going to be what's going on with the preparation for the next run around out there on the circuit, where we'll have the oval testers will go out there, the rookie orientation program and the refreshers program. Reminder that at 4:30 we'll be handing over to NBC or INDYCAR Radio, whichever's on, as we will be prepping our half-an-hour coverage of the British Touring Car Championship Croft test day. Their wrap-up, the last 20 minutes, we'll be covering that, making sure it's good, and then we'll be back on here to talk about more INDYCAR oval tests throughout the day. But luckily, I think there'll be a bit of a delay crossover time with some yellows, so we might still get out of it as well. But yeah, I mean, we talk Dorna and MotoGP because it links in, doesn't it, to Indy, because they want to come back here.
From a person who has been in the superbike community for multiple years, don't get mixed up with them. And from a person who has heard stories from my dad about fireworks being launched in the Cadwell Park grandstand, but not being launched upwards, but being launched sideways through the campsite, just don't get caught up in the shenanigans.
It's funny you mention that. I actually know the person who did that. I got told that story. I got told that story at Snetterton on a campsite, and I got told exactly who did that. So yeah, that's quite funny.
My dad was in the general campsite when that happened. Apparently the rocket just went
straight across. Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what. I've spoken about Luke before, my mate, and he runs a gym here in our hometown. And because where we are, we're literally like motorbike city. Like Neil Hodgson was down here the other day at Laceby Manor. So I've walked past Neil Hodgson in Tesco as well. That's how it just, you get Guy Martin everywhere around as well. We had Jonathan Ray over here as well a couple of weeks ago down at Cadwell. So you just cross over the entire time with them all, and it's surprising actually. I'm sort of in the best place for motorcycle coverage, and we never have anybody in the commentary box for it. It's really weird. But yeah.
Well, I mean, you know, Guy Martin is from Grimsby, so I suppose it just helped.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is that you see him everywhere. He's either bombing around in a little mini, or he's in a great big truck, and you always know his truck when he's here as well. Actually, an ex of mine nearly ran him over on a driving test, so that was something. That's a cool story, isn't it? But you see him everywhere.
So now you both don't like her.
Very, very true. Yes. Yes, very true. Very true.
Nice.
Oh. I think the thing is though, I think a week later he had that accident as well. So no, wasn't it the accident? He did something a week later. He broke his foot or something or other. I can't remember what he did. It was about 2018, 19, somewhere around there. Maybe a bit earlier. There's the 51 getting ready out there on the circuit in the pit lane just before we head out for another quick run around. But yeah, surprised actually that we never had anybody in the commentary box for motorcycle racing. But of course, Indy 500 in the Brickyard, no stranger to motorcycle racing. In fact, before the Indy 500, it was motorcycles that were racing around here. So, if anything, cars took over the Brickyard. It's a motorcycle track.
Yeah, well, motorbikes doing the speeds that these lot do.
Oh, yeah.
That would not be nice.
Does make you think, doesn't it?
Saying that,
yeah.
MotoGP can go quite fast. 200? Can they do
exactly?
210, I think, the last time I saw it. I know MotoGP are actually the quickest in a straight line of any series. It's insane. Like, if you do a drag race, the bikes are the fastest.
Not top speed wise.
Straight line then, drag race, mile.
Over a mile,
Yeah.
quite possibly because of how quickly they go up to speed. But yeah, I appreciate I'm talking over this interview. If you want to go to it, let me know. But otherwise, yeah, over a mile, I could probably see it because of how quickly they get off the line. But Formula One cars theoretically top out. I think VMAX is 215, if I'm not mistaken. So 215 mile an hour for an F1 car. Roughly around there anyway.
And the INDYCAR doing 228 right here. So it's like they're faster.
And they can get up to 240, can't they?
Yeah.
Average. Remember, that's average speed as well. Remember, over the lap.
Yeah.
Either way, an INDYCAR would probably, over the course of, if you just let them run, an INDYCAR would absolutely fly past everything. But it takes so long to get up to speed.
So Marco Andretti's down there with Dylan. Let's have a look.
You pronounce your sponsor. Mapei. Yeah. Anything else, Hinch?
No, that's good. Just remind him he owes me Mapei from the last time I bought him dinner.
Oh. Okay, I think you owe Hinch dinner, but you're released now, so you can take that for what you will. Thanks, Marco.
From what I hear, Marco, he's actually quite generous in those kind of categories.
He is.
Yes,
he is.
Yes.
Yeah. If we were to do like a,
I don't think you want to start counting on who owes who.
A friendship-long breakdown of dinners. Yeah, I'd be in the negative on that one. I would owe him a few.
You know, he brings up a point that I'm sure all the veterans feel, that there is some sense, and I think maybe if you knew you had the whole day, that the refresher course is okay, but doing whatever it is, 15 laps below speed that's not doing anything for you, and then looking that it might rain later, I'm sure it gets pretty frustrating.
Well, I think the big thing is, you're going to want to burn as little tire as you can and get that done as quickly as you can if you're in this refresher course, so that way you could just get to work. You can go back on track once you've finished your different phases 2 and 3 for the refresher drivers. You can just get on track and start working through your program, because you've got that 2-hour window. That might be the last 2 hours of dry running that we have. And so if I'm Marco Andretti, I definitely want to get out there immediately. I want to get through my phases and then start my program.
Okay, so interesting that I know we're diverse topics once again right here as we get ready. The last 11 minutes of the veterans before we go out there for the refreshers and rookies. Formula E have just put out some comments that Formula One drivers have been saying about the series. Max Verstappen says, "I always enjoy the driving and racing they have because the talent is very high. That's what I think makes it more exciting to watch." Sergio Perez, I fully agree with Max. As a category itself, we have to respect what they're focusing on, and I think they're doing a very good job with the series. Carlos Sainz, future Formula E driver, there are many drivers that have the talent to be at a similar level to F1, and Formula E gives them an opportunity to live their passion, to battle between themselves. It's good racing too, says future driver.
Wow, Josh.
Well, he's doing a better job than Charles Leclerc, but I don't see where else he's going to go.
I think they probably missed the point there a little bit.
Yeah.
I'm not being funny, but I still think Carlos Sainz is possibly, if he stays in F1, if he doesn't stay in F1 rather, I don't see why they wouldn't put him in the hypercar.
They've got to put him in the fire, as a
Yeah,
goodbye.
exactly.
Yeah, goodbye.
That's the logical thing. But I just think, I think with the Ferrari thing, they've been forced into something that they didn't want to do. They saw Hamilton come up to them, and a totally understandable reaction is, I'm going to get, we're going to get Lewis Hamilton in the car. You don't turn down Lewis Hamilton.
Unless you're Nicole Scherz, whatever her name is.
Yeah, well, of course. But it's like, you can justify the decision to take Hamilton on from a Ferrari perspective. but you can't justify the decision to get rid of Carlos Sainz. It's
ridiculous.
It's a difficult one.
I mean, look at the stats. Yeah, Leclerc has had 2 podiums this year, the same as... Look, Sainz had 3 podiums, and he had his appendix out in Saudi. But in every race he's done, he has finished on the podium. And he's won one of them as well. It's like, how on earth have we got this factor? And isn't Leclerc still like 3rd in the championship or something daft like that? How on earth is this happening?
I felt quite bad for him because, you know, watching him win... I didn't watch the race. I haven't watched any F1 race this year, actually. But seeing him on the podium of the race he did win, which I've completely forgotten which race that was.
Australia.
So, Australia, yeah. Watching him on the podium and seeing him, you know, how proud he was as the Italian national anthem was blaring out. And your heart goes out to him because he wants to stay there. He's putting in the performances. He's done nothing wrong. They've just made a terrible, terrible decision, which again you can justify. They've got a better driver, but it's just tough, isn't it?
Is it mainly because that Charles Leclerc worked with Fred Vasseur, Lewis Hamilton worked with Fred Vasseur, Carlos Sainz didn't come up the ranks with Fred Vasseur? So is it a bit like Fred Vasseur's gone, well, I can't let go of Charles because of the history. Lewis has come to me, we've got history. I've got nothing with Carlos Sainz. But the fact is, in the past 18 months, even more than that actually, ever since Silverstone last year in 2022, the only driver to win for Ferrari is Carlos Sainz. Charles Leclerc hasn't won since Austria 22. Sainz won in 23 and now he's won in 24. Leclerc's done nothing.
But I also think it's a case of Leclerc's underperforming and not that Sainz is a better driver. I think Leclerc is one of the top 3 drivers on the grid at the moment. I'll be honest with you. Take your old prospects out of it, your Hamiltons, your Alonsos. Take of the current generation, you've got standing above everyone, you've got Max, Charles and George, I think, personally.
George?
Yeah, I put George in there, absolutely. George is a top-class driver. And then I put Norris in the 4, but my top 3, I think, in terms of who I look at and go, you are one of the most talented drivers I've seen, is Max, Charles and George.
Maybe I would
don't get
go
rid of Charles Leclerc.
Max, Charles, Lando.
Now, here's the thing.
I wouldn't go Lando, personally. I see why people would, but I personally wouldn't.
Now, here's the thing. We mentioned about George Russell, Lando Norris and all this lot, Charles Leclerc, the drivers who came up, or the eSport gamers, Alexander Albon as well. You mentioned them, and I'm going, I can't see any of them being world champion ever. I can't see Lando being world champion. I can see Oscar Piastri being a world champion. I can see Carlos Sainz having a championship run, but I can't see George, Lando, or as we go yellow, I can't see George, Lando, or Charles becoming world champions. I don't think they've got it in them because they've been in the championship now since 2018.
I can see George. I can see Charles. Honestly, the nerve Charles Leclerc showed in 2019 Monza. Formula One has got a very short memory. And Charles Leclerc showed some incredible nerve in Monza, in Spa, to win those races. Ignore the engine and all of that. Mercedes still overall had the engine, okay, is what it is. He can't control that. That was settled with the FIA. Have your opinions on it. But, the actual racing, to, under that pressure, keep those cars behind you for the entire race, pressure Bottas into a mistake that gives you the run towards the end of the race. That was something that only someone who is capable of doing a World Championship can do. George Russell at Bahrain, that's the other reason why I like him so much.
Right, yeah.
Or whatever the Grand Prix was called. He's jumped into a car, got into the lead in Turn 1. That was a fantastic move into Turn 1. And then should have won that race. I mean, some people think Mercedes sabotaged him. I don't buy that much. But, anyway, that's my take on it. I think those are the top 3. And you can scream at me on Twitter. The yellow, John Bender, is for session concluded, if I'm not mistaken, Josh, or is the debris on track?
No, it was track inspection and the session concluded. So they've ended that session, and now we'll have a quick prep before we head out for the rookie orientation and refreshers program. So that's the end of the first part for the Oval Veterans session, the 2 hours. Now we get 2 hours for the rookies, And then, fingers crossed, by the time we go green at 1 p.m. Eastern for the all cars out there on the circuit test, that it will be dry and not wet, which is what the weather's saying. We might get like an hour before the rain comes in at 2. That's the worry that we're seeing.
Yeah.
Going back to what you're saying, Tom, I think, I see that now with Russell's move. And arguably, I know I didn't say Norris, but let's throw in 2021 Russian Grand Prix. The domination that Lando put in that race, for it to be taken away by that rain right at the end, and his own arrogance for not coming in for intermediate tyres, he would have won that Grand Prix. So, yeah, and George has won Grand Prix since. He's only won one, hasn't he, in Sao Paulo. But Leclerc's won 5 times, Russell's won once, Lando's had 1 pole, but never had a win. So, it's coming up there, isn't it? But here's the thing. If you go through the field, I don't see Ricciardo being anywhere near. I don't know why he's still in the seat. I really don't. I think I said at the time, it was nice to see him back to round out the year. But I said when Danny came back, I thought, yeah, that's good. Bring him out to round out the year and get them over there, get some constructors' points. Then he goes and breaks his wrist in his second race. And then we have Liam Lawson come in and get to grips with that car immediately. In just his second day in a Formula 1 car, to overtake Max Verstappen in wet conditions on pure pace was unbelievable. So right there, I thought Liam's there. And to get points and battle Tsunoda at Suzuka as well 6 months ago, that was great. And I think why are we wasting so much time on Danny Ricciardo, who isn't going back to Red Bull? Well, we've got Tsunoda performing really well. Tsunoda's now coming into his own. He's 3rd year in the sport, 4th year in the sport. He's now coming into his own. And we've got Liam Lawson just sort of hanging around going like, okay, I'll go in there. Because I would put them in immediately. And the same, the people that we've got over here, we've got drivers come here like Pourchaire. Why isn't he in Formula 1? Why is he over here testing an INDYCAR? You've got so many. Callum Myler, another one out there for Alan McLaren. He's 22nd at the moment in the year. Why isn't he out there in Formula 1? Because the seats are being taken up by drivers who don't deserve to be there. And I know it's very harsh to say that you don't deserve to be in Formula 1, but the likes of Zhou Guan Yu, 20th in the last 3 races in qualifying pace. That's not the car. That's not the pit stops. That's him not performing. You've got Danny Ricciardo not performing, Logan Sargent, Alexander Albon. I think the pair of them together aren't performing at Williams. Then you've got Esteban Ocon, Pierre Gasly, 2 proven race winners, but they can't work together and the car's not working. And Gasly has been showing signs of improvement, but was never that much to begin with anyway. Ocon, he had his moments, but I think he's past it at the moment. You've got Piastri up there doing really well. Norris needs improvement. You've got Oliver Behrman, who dominated. Why isn't he in the Haas? Why doesn't he get rid of either Hulkenberg or Magnussen? In fact, Hulkenberg's getting more points. Why didn't he get rid of Magnussen? So it's just, it's mind-boggling that you look at the grid and it's so locked in by drivers who just won't go and won't be let go by the teams.
I will say, though, I head off at 4, so I'll say this one thing before I jump off, or we got into, unless you want to throw it down to that, Josh?
No, you're going at 4 and it's 4 now, so I'll let you go.
So, yeah, I will say one thing. The problem we've got with Formula 1 is that a lot of drivers make sense for specific teams, but because of that, you don't have the 20 best drivers in the world. Every single driver on the Formula 1 grid is probably top 30, top 40 racing driver in the world.
Yeah.
But the problem is that means there's a lot of drivers in there that merit a Formula 1 seat, will be good enough, but just aren't necessarily in there. And that's the problem. It's the personnel problem. There aren't enough seats on the grid. And I will never begrudge a team for going for a driver that works for them. You know, for example, Haas. Nico Hulkenberg, it shouldn't be in an F1 seat at the moment, but he works for Haas. Perfectly works for Haas, and it makes sense why Haas is there, and he's a fantastic driver. But it seems harsh that he's in a Formula 1 seat doing, albeit not a great deal. And you've got all these people who want to come through. There's nothing against Nico Hulkenberg and Kevin Magnussen for that matter. I rate them both very highly as drivers. But, you get my point.
Yeah.
The problem is that it has to work for the teams. And at the moment, some of those drivers just aren't working with teams. So that's the issue. Other than that, thank you very much for having me for the last hour, Josh. I'm going to head off. I think I'll be back about 8 p.m. for my scheduled for.
Yeah, sounds good.
Yeah, awesome. All right, thank you very much, guys. I will see you all in a bit.
Thanks, Tom. See you soon. Take care. And
Cheers, guys.
hopefully we have some running later, not rain delay. So see you later. So we've got half an hour. Let's head down to Graham Rahal because she's with Georgia. He's with Georgia.
We've got to reduce scrub in the car. We got to do a lot of stuff, right? So it's not necessarily a new approach. It's just simply that we need to take what we've learned and actually, put it together, put those pieces of the puzzle together in the track and see what it does. And this week will be interesting because Takuma has kind of the most advanced car. I'm in the middle. Christian and Pietro are just one step behind. So it'll be interesting to see, where the cars at the end of this test equal out. But it's all good, positive things for the RLL team right now.
And what's it been like adding Takuma to the team again?
He's just infectious. His smile is amazing, and the energy he brings to the team he's a great guy. He's a great asset, and obviously he's damn good here. I mean, he's won twice, almost a third time in 2012. He's a guy who knows how to get around here, and he's got good information too. And ultimately, when you bring somebody like him back in who's been in a Ganassi car last year, it's not like he's bringing a setup sheet to you, but he certainly brings a lot of knowledge of how that car felt, what it did well, how it, what it struggled with maybe. And that affects us how we go about our business this year. So that's a positive.
Knowledge and positive gains for Rahal, Letterman, Lanigan, and Graham Rahal. Thank you, Graham.
And by the way, we did confirm that this yellow, with 5 minutes left in the session, was because there was a feeling of moisture somewhere.
Oh.
But,
we've gone green.
Dylan, I don't think it's raining. Give us your eyewitness weather report right now on pit lane.
It is dry
Good.
where I am. I haven't felt any raindrops. Now, I do have long sleeves on, so maybe something landed on me that I didn't feel. But it's dry down here right now. But Kevin and Hinch now is an Indy resident, as you guys know. The weather can change here with the snap of your fingers. So we're dry for now. Hopefully we stay dry for a while. And by the way, we're down here waiting for Kyle Larson to finish his debrief with his engineering group, and then we'll step in and grab a word with him. Hinch, I think you were wondering if they are running a Speedway-specific car. I spoke with Gavin Ward, and he confirmed this is a Speedway car for Larson that they are going to be running. Obviously this week and then in a month as well.
It's a good one. I'd keep it.
It's working. But no, I think that makes sense. Of a one-off entry, you're not going to have a backup car necessarily dedicated for two Speedway ones. But as we look at Kyle Larson, let's take a look from a Twitter question. Simple question. What is the goal for Larson? Since he has the double, what would be best for him? I mean, the goal is to win. There's no two ways about it. I think everybody acknowledges how difficult that would be to do, but that doesn't mean that as a racing driver you don't strap into a race car on any given day and try your absolute hardest to win that race. And as we talked about, he's as equipped and as capable as anyone that's ever attempted this. So that would be the goal. Now I saw another Twitter question along the same line saying if he won the 500, how would that affect him getting to the 600 or his prep for the 600? I imagine you'd have to skip a lot of the post-race celebrations and get on the plane and head to Charlotte pretty quickly.
Which he'd be fine with.
He
would do the NBC interview, maybe one other thing. At some point we'll get into the timelines and find out how much wiggle room he has. I've not done the math on this, but I do believe they have changed the rule in NASCAR about required to make the driver's meeting. We go green now for the rookie orientation program. It used to be if you missed the driver's meeting 3 or 4 hours before the race, you had to start from the back. Maybe someone in NASCAR land can confirm this, but I believe that has been relaxed, that he is going to be able to start where he qualifies for the Coca-Cola 600. But yeah, winning the race and doing the TV interview is going to be, he's going to celebrate on the airplane if he wins.
By celebrating, he'll just be drinking water and rehydrating, getting ready for a 600-mile race in Charlotte. But he will cross that bridge when he comes to it. We now see the 6 cars take to the racetrack for the rookie and refresher course. All these cars were able to do an install lap right at 9 o'clock. So I imagine most of them are just going to get straight into the program unless anybody wasn't ready at 9. I'm not sure if there were any cars that didn't take to the track. I believe that's Nolan Siegel in the all-white machine for Dalecoin Racing.
Yep, here we go then. What is officially being called as Practice 4 now takes into effect, and everybody else will get to venture out onto the circuit. Oopsies, wrong one. Guess which one Josh B didn't actually remember. Sorry, I didn't switch back to the main cam, so it was still on with Tom because I'm being an idiot and forgot to move things around. There we go.
Baku is hard.
Hello, JT.
Hello. Baku is very hard to master.
How many cars have we got on the track right now?
All of them?
Yeah,
3.
Because it's we've just had like a massive explosion on the timing screen where we've got 32. Why? Are some people being repeated? Yeah, look at that. The timing screen's gone haywire because it's repeated Rasmussen, Legg, Larson, Segal, and then Dixon. So it's like it's spliced people in. I'm seeing 2 Catherine Leggs on the timing screen, and it's just trying to repeat itself. So the timing screen's gone weird, but it's not supposed to. Yeah?
Is it? Oh, never mind, Larson.
Yeah, I was going to have Larson in an interview.
Understand maybe by the end of today that that you really can only learn kind of by being out there with other cars and that sort of thing.
Yeah, that's it. I think just kind of getting in some traffic and like feeling the dirty air and the turbulent air and all that. Like the first time I got in traffic, I think my tires still had good grip, so I was surprised. Like it didn't feel that different in traffic. And there that last time I was already building tight or understeer, and then Newgarden got by me and I really was super tight behind him. So just trying to learn all that and process all that and just knowing what I can do in the car to try to help cope with that and timing the runs behind me, just trying to figure out any bit of like racecraft today, which I know is tough, but just trying to get an idea of things and just get notes in my head and all of that, just getting comfortable like on pit lane and pulling in the pit stall and out of it I feel like I've gotten more comfortable with the clutch and all that. So no, it's been so far so good and just good to get laps.
Hearing you bounce back and forth between the terminology of like tight and understeer, I know it's an adjustment, but having Brian Campy on the stand in your ear who has been on both sides, IndyCar and NASCAR, how much has that helped you, or do you feel like it's helped you so far?
Yeah, I think having Campy here with his experience here and then his experience at Hendrick Motorsports and being around the way I communicate in competition meetings and stuff like that is, I think, really important to have him here to kind of help just that transition period of communication and all that, and just also, what to look out for throughout the practice sessions in the month of May and all that. So I'm very happy that Hendrick Motorsports is kind of loaning him to me for this experience, because I really think it's going to be beneficial, and everybody here has been really easy to work with and talking, and Tony Kanaan as well. So I've got a great group that's helping and all that. There's just a lot left to learn still. So enjoying it so far, and just keep learning.
You, of course, are renowned for your ability to just jump into cars and make them go fast, and it seems pretty natural when you do that. Where does this feel on the natural ability scale, jumping in a car and going 226 plus miles an hour, right out of the gate?
Well, right out of the gate, I'm like, man, I don't know, I made a mistake here. I'm going way too fast. Like it's weird for like my brain is not ready to go that fast, I guess, in the morning, and so I was like, man, this is crazy. And like you see cars way out in the distance, they're like peeling off in the corner so fast, and it's just wild. But then like your brain kind of adapts and all that, and things start slowing down. And honestly, I think like as I got closer to people, like the judgment of speed, like off in the distance when they're far away, they look really fast. But then as you get closer, like you're going the same speed as them, so it didn't feel like way fast once I got around people. But the overall feel of the car and all that is obviously different, but I do feel like our next gen NASCAR stuff is transitioned a lot closer to what a IndyCar feels like, so it's not too different, honestly. But all the tools you have in the car, pit stop stuff, just the communication and the data is different to look at. Like SMT is so nice in NASCAR to look at. Like if I wish I had SMT right now, because I could just look at that and learn and flip through, laps and see like a video basically. Where this feels like more old school kind of a way to learn compared to what we're used to. So it's just different, but it's a good experience because I think it just opens my eyes to different ways of looking at things and how to approach things. So it's been good, like I said, so far, but still a lot to learn and haven't even scratched the surface probably yet. So, but it's been fun. So just look forward to getting back out there hopefully later. Hopefully the weather continues to hold off and we get more laps.
Thank you, Kyle.
So let's dig in.
Kyle Larson there, who, to answer your question, John, ran in the Oval Veterans session just before this because in October last year, he has already completed his rookie orientation program. So he was able to take part in the Veterans and the refreshers earlier. He does not need to take part in this 2-hour session now here on the track. And I think, JT, that's going to make him feel very, very happy indeed.
Yeah, absolutely. So Kyle Larson not needed to go out in this session, as we've got an hour and 50 left. There's that's Fittipaldi just going across the line with 213.133 in his first phase of the orientation program.
It's a little bit harder compared to a road course. Looking at timing and scoring data, you can see where a driver is quick in a certain section and which part of the racetrack.
Seems like we've completely lost commentary at the moment, and I've had to undo my headset lead because it was getting tangled.
See exactly how they are quick.
Not just me. Have we lost sound on all
These drivers
sides?
are limited to less than 215 miles per hour for the moment. The rookies are supposed to stay
Sorry, that's my fault. I've unplugged my headphones and not
five
thinking
of the
straight.
6 eligible for this session. No Marco Andretti yet, who does not sound like he is super enthused about the process, but he's getting ready to head out. While Marco Andretti and the others take to the track, let's go downstairs. Directly below us in the pagoda, we find Georgia Hinneberry with a special guest.
Thank you very much, Kevin. And James, I have Felix Rosenquist here with me. And Felix, we were actually just watching this rookie orientation, and you mentioned that this is hard for these drivers. You haven't had to do it since 2019. You think a couple things have changed, but when you watch this, what's going through your head?
I'm just very happy I'm not doing it. It's actually quite hard because I remember when I did it, maybe the technology has gone forward, but I didn't have like a delta on the dash, so you really had to like feel it out, and I kept going too quick, and then you were lifting a bit, and then you went too slow, and like if you go outside of that window, they don't count the laps. I did so many laps, and actually the car doesn't behave as it should because you're not like at full compression, so the car is actually way more loose when you do this than when you're running at full speed. So yeah, I bet those guys have a handful out there right now.
It definitely has to be hard as a driver. Your body's telling you, like, I want to go fast and I want to push this car as hard as I can, but then you actually can't.
Yeah, it's like you're freed when they tell you to go flat out. You're like, oh, finally, stretch your legs.
Well, let's get back to you. Let's talk about that session that just happened. What were you necessarily looking for, and do you feel like you checked some of those boxes?
Just getting a read on the car. Obviously, new car this year for me with my Shank Racing. Just kind of getting an idea. First of all, how quick the car is compared to our teammates. We always want to do kind of like a check with all the cars. And then just how it feels, like the comfort level, balance, stuff like that, initial feedback. So nothing crazy so far, it's just kind of like the boring stuff, get it out of the way, a lot of aero stuff for the engineers. But it felt good. I'd say it felt not too different from what I'm used to. I think at this point most of these cars feel pretty similar. Yeah, excited to get back, do some proper race running in the afternoon.
Yeah, and we'll talk about your season so far. So far, so good. 7th in St. Pete, 3rd at Thermal. That check had to be nice. Have you decided what you're doing with your 3rd place winnings yet?
The wedding is coming up in September, so I think most of it's probably going there.
Hey.
They're not cheap, these weddings, I'm telling you.
Let's also talk about the addition, Elio Castroneves. He's now obviously racing in the Indianapolis 500. We'll see him on track. What's it been like learning from Elio this year, and did you get any tips and tricks coming into the almost month of May from the man who has done it 4 times?
Yeah, it's interesting because he's been on my pit stand a lot this year so far, and you've kind of adapted to him being in that role. Like, and all of a sudden now he's like, you know, he's doing a burnout next to you in pit lane. So it's cool, and we haven't really talked. I feel like most of the times when you go into Indy, that the talk is kind of increasing as you go on, and you have a pretty open mind with it in the beginning. But I'm really curious to see just like his onboard and stuff, because I remember the year he won here, like he was so good in traffic, and he ran like a different line to everyone else. He was like on his own program, but it obviously worked for him. So it's really interesting to see what we can learn from him, and yeah, I mean, obviously he's one of the most successful drivers ever here, and he has a chance for the fifth. So I think that's pretty cool to, you know, we're obviously gonna do the best to just help each other make these cars quick as possible, and you know, if he's there to be able to get the fifth, that would be a super cool thing for him for sure.
What have you been able to learn from him so far this season?
I mean, I think we're all different. I don't think me and Elio are very similar when it comes to like how we approach things. I think he's more just like he jumps in and drives. He's very relaxed. He's very, you know, he doesn't eat anything special. He doesn't think anything special. No, like he's very just easy, like kind of go-kart day. He just jumps in and goes. And I think that's it's also a good lesson, because I think these days, especially with all the, you know, the fitness focus and the mental, like sometimes it's also good to realize that you can be very successful with none of that. Like you just kind of drive. So yeah, I'm always, you know, open to learn from, you know, I was with Tony last year and Dixon years before that, and now with Elio. Like it's always interesting to see how these guys, you know, approach their day when they jump in the car.
Well, nonetheless, and I've said this before today, this is not the month of May yet, but we're back here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. You've had incredible speed here before, and now with a new team who we've seen can be very successful here at this track. Are you excited for the month of May?
I am. As you said, you know, we had that win a couple of years ago here with Elio, and it's like both a blessing and a curse for the team, because it's our only win. And also personally, I have only one win in INDYCAR, so I feel like we're both just trying to break that trend, like to get that second win. And I think we can do it. The team is, I think they're better than ever. I think our partnership with Andretti is working really well, and also I think on their side they're very committed into Indy this year, like everyone. But I feel like we're just stepping it up one notch this year, so it's going to be exciting here. You'll see where we stand.
Felix in Georgia, one quick update with on-track. Nolan Siegel has completed phase 1 of rookie orientation. So I want to go back to what you're talking about with Elio on headset, on the pit stand, Felix, and what that is like for someone who is still an active driver. Let's be honest, is he getting annoying? Is he helpful? Is he anxious? Is he really saying, hey, if you need a break, I'll step in and drive?
No, I think he does it well. He doesn't try to like tell you what to do, or he's just giving good advice. I think he tries to just look at the group in general and you know, give a bigger picture of things. He doesn't tell you like try this or my engineer Dave like do that. He's just like, hey guys, think about this. You know, maybe we shouldn't try 2 setup items at the same time. Or, you know, just kind of bringing his experience in little details here and there. And also a good vibe. Like Elio is really good fun to be around. He's really good for like the team spirit, and he's obviously, you know, involved in the team on a deeper level these days. But he's very good to have around. I think everyone loves him, and he brings that energy with him everywhere he goes. So it's good to have him on board on the stand for sure.
Hey Felix Hinchier up top. I want to go back. You were talking about, you know, how Elio isn't superstitious, doesn't have all these routines, just gets in and drive. That leads me to believe that you are superstitious, or you do have a bunch of routines. So why don't you walk us through the kind of differences and what you have to go through before you get in a car?
I mean, Hinch, I would say I'm like in the middle. Elio is definitely on this side, and I'm like here. And then you have some guys.
And then TK's all the way the other side. You know, he's
everywhere. he fills everything. No, but like I need my coffee before I jump in.
I noticed it was St. Pete. You had an espresso and a water bottle before driver intros.
Yeah, because I don't want to like walk around with a cup. Yeah, honestly, I don't have that much either. I think I'm really big on my sleep. I need to eat properly. That's pretty much it. And the rest, I'm pretty chill, to be honest.
You are pretty chill. Thank you so much for joining us. A lot of busy action left to go. Appreciate it, and good luck the rest of the day and the weekend.
Thank you very much.
I love how they say weekend, and it's like it's still a segment of the test. It's midweek, isn't it, JT? So it's a bit weird. We are about to hand over to NBC for the time being, and fingers crossed, get it all sorted while we go and do the British touring cars. JT, is it IndyCar Radio or is it NBC, which is available?
I've got it set up on the Sky Sports feed, so NBC.
It'll be NBC, so it'll be uninterrupted as well, but they might go to commercial break every now and then. We'll only be gone for like 20 minutes total because we're off to cover the British Touring Car Championship, their test from Croft, go through the entire day. So I'm ready to go. JT, what have you made of the first segment we've had out here, and now we're halfway into the rookie orientation?
Yep. We are just 15 minutes into that now. 17 minutes as the timer updates. Marco Andretti on track. He's completed his first phase. And 33 of Rasmussen out as well.
So we're going to head over to button 8, and we're going to hand over to the IndyCar team at NBC to take you through the next 20 minutes. Andretti's top 217.287 mile per hour in this rookie orientation program. Myself and Josh T will be back in half an hour.
Are we?
Can run between 2:10 and 2:15. They need to do 15 laps in that range, not consecutively. And that's the first time we've seen that car, so that's a different look for Ed Carpenter Racing. And with a blank side pod and a new color scheme, I eagerly await to see what the partner and the branding for that car will look like. It looks like they're going to wait to unveil that. And when I asked what car number Christian would be in, I was told he will be in 33 for the open test. That's why I say I cannot guarantee that will be the number for the Indy 500. And occasionally, there is a number available that works well with a particular partner.
Right.
So there is that chance. Or maybe it's just that's the only race the 33 is scheduled to do, so it doesn't matter. Maybe you let the driver pick out a number.
That never happens.
It's likely going to be financial.
It's more
concern.
Correct. Yeah, I remember Connor Daly did that once. The 47, the Chuck Yeager car, I believe, was a special one. I think back to Dario Franchitti running the number 50 for Target back in 2012, I want to say, when he won the race. So yeah, every once in a while the sponsor has a number that works for them and is available. So as you say, look, it's going to come back pink. Let's call a spade a spade. We're going to come back in May.
If not then blue.
It's going to be it's going to be blue and white, or it's going to be pink, and it's going to be like half the cars in the field. But hopefully they keep all the neon yellow because that makes it easy to pick out from head on. I like that.
Head on, it does have a bit of a look from far away to maybe Colton Herta's Gamebridge car with dark and yellow.
But there's more white on the Andretti cars this year, so I feel like.
Okay.
But yeah, you're right. You're right. Look, it's just going to be tough, man. It's just going to be hard. You're going to have to give us some time throughout practice week to get used to all these liveries, one-offs, or new drivers.
Throughout the day, you can ask questions to any of us, and if we don't know, we might go ask someone else. Kyle Stevenson asks at IndyCar and NBC, any tips for a first-timer attending this year? I'd say take it all in. And part of it depends on when you are coming. If you're just coming to the Indianapolis 500, that's a different experience, but I hope you can get here for another day. Because honestly, 500 Day is just a massive crowd, and there's never enough time on Indy 500 Day. You need to be here another day.
I'd love to hear that you're coming on Carb Day because that's such a unique atmosphere in and of itself, and such a fun vibe. And then, of course, the Saturday with the public drivers meeting, and there's always something going on throughout the build up to the 500. So hopefully it's more than just a one-day program you've got running, Kyle, and you can experience it all. Wear sunscreen. That would be my one piece of advice if it's a bright day.
You can bring a cooler.
You can bring a cooler.
Most sporting events do not allow that.
Most sporting events don't have 350,000 people either, but we do.
Correct.
Just saying.
Yep. Plan ahead. be patient. It's going to take a little while. Don't plan on being somewhere an hour after the race. Just settle in and enjoy the afternoon. Did I hear Kiffin Simpson has also passed phase 1? That's him right there in the number 4 Journey Rewards Chip Ganassi Racing Honda. He's also a teenager. We have 2 teenagers entered this year, Kiffin Simpson and Nolan Siegel, who are very young but have done a lot of racing. They have raced anything and everything. Both did testing over the winter in either Super Formula cars, F2, F3 cars, just anything, because you're limited in IndyCar testing, but you're not limited into what you do in other types of race cars.
You see lots of sports car racing in Kiffin's past, lots of sports car winning as well, as we get word that the 33 of Christian Rasmussen has finished phase 1 as well. But like you say, young drivers, but experienced racers for sure.
And Marco Andretti is coming. You could probably learn something at 218, 219. Anything over 215 miles per hour once phase 3 comes into play. Now for the rookies, they are still limited to 215 here for 15 laps.
And the real struggle is you want to try to get it done on one set of tires if you can, but that's for the first 2, for phase 1 and phase 2 as a rookie. So that's 25 laps. That's getting close to a stint. When the track's a little bit green like this, yes, there was 2 hours of running beforehand and some rubber's gone down, but it's not like it's going to be, by Fast Friday.
Something at 218, 219.
For reference. And so
anything over 215
the tires do
miles
wear
per
a little
hour.
bit quicker when there's not as much rubber on the track. So sometimes it's hard to get the first 2 phases done on a single set, but if you can, then you bolt on a new set and you can really just go for it in that 3rd and final set.
Right behind Kiffin Simpson is another pink car, and that's Catherine Legg, who will celebrate a birthday coming up on Friday. And she has to feel much more comfortable this time around. Last year it had been a decade since she had been in an IndyCar. Now she's back in back-to-back years. She was, I believe, the best qualifier of the Ray Hall Letterman Lanigan car. She was the only one not in the last row shootout last year on the team, I believe. Where did Lundgaard qualify?
Yeah, was Lundgaard in as well?
Lundgaard might have avoided that. We'll double check that information, but the point being that she's been here, she has that experience, and now she can back it up. And Dale Coyne Racing normally has pretty solid Indy 500 cars.
And what was good about that was they did not consider moving her out to put Graham in. As we mentioned earlier in the show, if you were listening, Graham did end up doing the race, filling in for the injured Stephen Wilson.
So Catherine qualified 29th last year, and Christian Lundgaard qualified 30th. So he did avoid the last row shootout, but Legg was the best qualifier of the Ray Hall Letterman Lanigan cars. We're looking at the same thing, 29th, where she started.
Oh, sorry.
Yes.
Right. Yeah, wow. So Jack Harvey started 32nd. Christian Lundgaard 30th.
And
Catherine
Graham
Legg
was
29th.
Graham was
34th.
Best qualifier.
So again, from what we've seen so far, it's been a big uptick in performance from the Ray Hall Letterman Lanigan Racing Group. But it's you mentioned earlier, Kev, about the possibility of a 35th entry coming in with JBMotorsports. I really hope it happens, because 34 to me is the worst number to have in qualifying at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway for the 500, because only one car driver team combination going home is just so heartbreaking. The number of times that's been the case, and everyone just sort of says, well, why don't we just let what's one extra car going to be? What's the harm in one extra car? But that's just not Indy. That's not how this works. And at least if 35 entries show up, you're not the only one that's having a bad day if it all goes south.
And I've been the reporter that sometimes is on 34 car duty, and you feel like you're harassing them. And there have been a couple of times over the last couple of decades where it's been clear who wasn't going to make it, and that's no fun. So we're all rooting for JBMotorsports. There is a good chance that we're going to see them. Bill may be out here, so if Georgia or Dylan see Bill Abel, let's find him and just get kind of an update on where things stand. Back to the Twitter board, the Xbox. Tom asks, the best month of May paddock pranks. I'm going to hand this over to Hinch. Because you have either been on the receiving or more likely the giving end of several of those.
I mean, let's not go pointing fingers, Kev. First of all, Tom, great to hear from you, bud. Love working alongside Tom. It's look, my favorite still of all time was back from the heyday of the the Andretti Green days. I think back then, the Dario Franchitti, Brian Herta, Tony Kanaan, Dan Weldon days. And my favorite one, so it's the Hertas that you got to watch out for. Brian was a scoundrel back in his day
because they look so professional and stoic.
And they're just like, they're calm, they're kind of quieter, they're a little more introverted than like a TK, you know, or like a Dan, like a Weldon was, you know. So it's the ones you least suspect, right? But Colton's definitely picked up where his dad left off. But my favorite one was still, you know, Dario had just bought himself a nice fancy new road bike for training, right? All carbon fiber, not a cheap piece of kit. And during a live interview, I believe TK and Brian stole the bike from his bus, stood behind the camera, so in Dario's line of sight, and hacksawed the bike in half.
Oh.
Yeah. So it was a live interview on live television, so Dario could not react, and credit to him. I gather he kept a straight face and held it together, kept his composure, but he had a less than functional bike left at the end of it, which was pretty good.
Pranks should not be costly.
I think they reimbursed him for the bike, and it was worth it.
Okay.
You know,
and they felt like that was worth the investment.
That's what I'm saying.
Yes,
absolutely. Just the look on Dario's face was worth the money they had to split to get him a new bike. But yeah, Colton is now definitely taken up, and he'll deny it. He'll deny it if you ask him. He'll act all innocent, but I promise you.
Well, just as you do on anything that you were involved in. And
well, I've never done anything. So
yeah,
it's different.
And the statute of limitations have not expired.
No, definitely not.
Those.
Not on some of them. Not on some of them.
Here's Nolan Siegel. A good look at the number 18 Dale Coyne with Rick Ware Racing car. He was impressive at Thermal. You know, keep in mind that he had just a day at a Homestead, which doesn't prepare you for a whole lot in the IndyCar world. It's a track that's not conducive to learn much, but at Thermal, he almost advanced in his heat race, finished 7th.
It was only one, or was it 2 positions away from? No, one position away from advancing. It was impressive, which, you know, put him in some good company, running kind of midfield there. So very impressive performance, but that's kind of what we've come to expect now. Expectations are high. He'll get to try another race next time out at Long Beach. Excited to see what he's got.
It's the rookie orientation portion of the open test. 90 minutes to go in this, and after 1 o'clock, all will take to the 2.5-mile oval in Indianapolis.
So, as NBC just decided to take a little break, we're back with you. We've removed the touring car show from the equation, we're having a few technical difficulties. So instead, we will have the British Touring Cars live later on with a review show filmed tomorrow morning. We'll get that out to you after all of our coverage here. So back over.
It's May in April at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. IndyCars on the 2.5-mile oval. Only 6 of them are eligible for the next 90 minutes. It is session 2 of the 3-session open test. 2 days at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. And this time is reserved for rookies that have not completed ROP and veteran refreshers, which include Christian Fittipaldi looking to make his 3rd Indianapolis 500. Down to Dylan.
And one of the other cars going through ROP right now is Christian Rasmussen, and Ed Carpenter is, of course, the car owner of that car, but also the driver of the 20 car for this week and a month when we come back here. So let's start with Christian first and just what you've seen from him this year as the full-time road course driver of the 20 car and how impressed you've been with him.
Yeah, I mean, he's clearly got a lot of talent. You know, I think the big thing for us is just it never feels like a big jump for him. Like, it always seems like he's under control and very calm. So he's got a really good temperament, I think, for what it's going to take to be successful here. You know, we see the speed. Just got to kind of get the consistency and put it all together to really make it visible outwardly for everyone to see the potential he's got. But we're really happy with where he's at.
I feel like we ask you this every year too, as a guy that just jumps back in the car for the ovals. But we didn't have an oval race to start earlier this year, so this is kind of giving it the beans right out of the gate here at Indy. So what was it like for you this morning jumping back in?
It's good. I mean, I was lucky. I got to do a couple laps during the Total Eclipse stuff out here a couple days ago, so I had a little mini shakedown then, and it's also, you can't beat days like today, at Indy's low track temp, low ambient, no wind. It's a great day for ROP.
Was the car okay for you and for Renus as well?
Yeah, we were both really happy starting out, which I would expect on a day like today. The conditions are prime, so we'll see what the next couple days bring.
Long few days ahead. We'll let Ed put the headset back on as Rasmussen is about ready to go back out on the racetrack and continue this practice session.
Yeah, we hope it's a long few days ahead. We hope that the weather cooperates at least enough to give us a solid day today.
Here's the thing, in Indianapolis, I know it says it's going to rain all day tomorrow, and they're probably right, but they're not necessarily right. I don't know how many times we have expected a total washout.
Countless.
And we end up getting a lot done.
Countless.
And vice versa. Sometimes it's not expected to rain and it does. That's Indiana weather. Nowcasting is much more accurate than forecasting. Right now, it's not raining.
That's all that matters. Right
Yes.
now, it is not raining with just under an hour and a half left for these drivers who are slowly but steadily ticking off the ROP. This guy here, Marco Andretti, he'll just be, as I said before, straight into his test program. It looks like he's sort of cruising around right now. That doesn't look necessarily full speed. Yeah, last lap, 182 miles an hour across the line. So again, makes me feel like there's some kind of test going on.
Well, I know he feels like he's had the slow car syndrome a few times over the last few years. So if indeed this is a way under the same circumstances to check and see which car is better, could be done. And then there's still time before May to make a change if you feel like there is something awry.
So kind of lifted, he's pedaling it all the way down the back straight, then went flat, held it flat through 3 and 4. I wonder if they're testing some kind of tire prep thing or maybe some qualifying prep already.
Well, he's got a big addition in his camp. Craig Hampson is his engineer for the month of May. He has just completed, as they like to say, gardening leave. That was his LinkedIn bio recently. He's been tending my garden.
Right.
He left Arrow McLaren at the end of last season, and there's a non-compete, which is now expired, and Craig is joining Andretti in an overarching engineering role. He won't be on a specific car except for the month of May, and I have not spoken to Marco about that, but I'm going to guess he's quite happy about that addition.
I have spoken to Marco about that, and he's very happy about that specific addition. You know, obviously, Craig Hampson comes with a massive amount of experience, not just here at the Speedway, but in IndyCar in general. And returning to Andretti Autosport, formerly Andretti Autosport, now Andretti Global, after a stint there, I want to say 2013 to 16, something like that. And as you said, he's not going to be engineering the cars. He's going to be kind of more in a global engineering role, more of a tech director type position, I believe is the plan. But gets to dust off the old clipboard and lead pencil and come, engineer again, which I'm sure he's very excited about, especially with someone that has been successful at the Speedway in the past.
At IndyCar on NBC, on X, or Twitter. Wolfgang for Hinch. What's the best piece of advice you received before your debut in 2011?
You know, this is it's a good question, Wolfgang. Thank you for submitting it. I would say it sounds a little bit cliche. It sounds a little bit obvious, but the number of drivers that just sat me down and said, patience. It's the only thing you need to worry about in a 500-mile race, and they couldn't have been more right. I remember, I ended up crashing out at half distance in my first 500. Could have dealt with being a little more patient. And as I did that race over and over, and the more you did it, the more you just realized how appropriate that word is. If you were to sort of sum up the best way to survive the 500, that really is it. And, we talk a lot about how the 500 is almost two different races. It's lap, 1 to 150 and then 151 to 200. And you really have to exhibit quite a bit of patience in that, especially that middle section of the race. First 20 laps, first stint, everyone's a little bit aggressive. Everyone's kind of jockeying for position. Everyone's trying to figure out what kind of race car you have. And then over the next sort of 3 stints, that's where the patience really comes in. The control has to come in. If you lose a couple spots, it's okay. If you gain a couple, it doesn't really matter. It's all about tuning the car and thinking about kind of lap 190 backwards. Where do you want to be? Where do you want your car to be? And that does take a lot of patience.
And here is a look at Christian Rasmussen. Still going to take me a moment to see an Ed Carpenter black and fluorescent yellow car as he works his way through the program while we watch Rasmussen and others back downstairs to Georgia.
Yeah, thank you very much, Kevin. We have a new taker to sit down here in the green room. That's Kyle Kirkwood. First and foremost, welcome. Second, how did the session go for you earlier today? What'd you find?
Thank you. And, we really didn't find much. We're more or less just making sure everything feels right and there isn't anything crazy over the off-season. Cars are super sensitive around the Speedway with how fast you're going. So we like to just make sure everything looks okay, everything is running properly. That's the biggest thing we're going to take away from this test. And obviously last year, my car was upside down, so there's been some new parts on the car that are extremely aero sensitive and mechanically sensitive. And it seemed all right now. We're really happy that we got through that first test, and everyone seemed pretty happy amongst the team.
So you take the wreck from last year. These are essentially the same cars. You just, put new pieces on it and whatnot, especially in your situation here. We're going to look and take a look at your wreck from last year, too. Can you kind of tell us what was going through your head at this moment?
Yeah. It all happened so fast. At this moment, I couldn't see anything. I had no idea what was going on. It went from being really bright out to really dark, being stuck between the wall and being upside down like that. Definitely a scary moment. I didn't really know I was on my head until I came to a stop, and I was like, okay, I'm definitely looking at asphalt here, right there, as you can see. Yeah, fortunately I was fine. Fortunately, the car is okay, right? Like that's the big thing. And this 27 car, they call it Baby Girl. It's been around for a while. It's one of the older chassis, but it's been really, really fast here at the Speedway for some years. And fortunately, she was okay. So we got some new aero bits on it. Obviously, the roll hoop was changed, the aero screen, and some other body work and wings and stuff like that. But same chassis, everything seemed okay.
And speaking of the aero screen and the halo, that wreck, truly a testament, too, to all of the safety measures that IndyCar has implemented.
Yeah, no doubt. You never want to be upside down in a car ever in your life, and I'm very thankful that those pieces were on the car, right? The roll hoop and and the aero screen did everything that it needed to do to keep me safe in that moment. So yeah, I walked out of it unscathed. I hit my knee off the steering column, and it was more like a stub my toe instance, and they were like, well, we can't have you limping on camera, so we're going to put you in the stretcher. And I was like, oh, please don't put me in the stretcher. But I was actually fine. I got out of the stretcher once we got to the medical center, and I was absolutely fine. So testament to how safe these cars are now.
Attention for the hardest stub of your toe ever. Probably the fastest one, too.
Yeah.
Let's get back to this year. Down to 3 cars for Andretti this year. What's the dynamic been like between you, Colton, and Marcus?
Yeah, it's been great. You know, Marcus has been a phenomenal addition to the team. I think he fits in extremely well, especially with what Colton and I are trying to get out of the cars. I think Colton and I are very similar, and last year Roman he liked the car a bit differently, right? So it's been really nice to have somebody that's always working towards the same thing on the same car. Yeah, and then obviously just his experience and his knowledge and his demeanor with everything has been extremely well, and he's fit into this team perfectly. So he's been a great addition thus far, and I'm sure we're going to see more out of him, especially here at the Speedway, right? He seems like a guru when it comes to trying to win this thing the past couple of years. So and coming from potentially one of the best teams in this grid in the recent years. So we're excited to see what we can get out of him for the next month and a half here. Obviously, we got 2 races till we come back, so we're learning a lot here today and maybe tomorrow if it doesn't rain. But no, Marcus has been a great addition. It's great to kind of go down to 3 cars. We got more manpower. We got more engineers on projects, right? Not just focus on the car. So everything's been wonderful so far.
Have you felt like there really has been a change in dialing in each individual program going down to 3 cars?
Yeah, it just doesn't feel like there's as much pressure, and you feel it around the shop in the off season and between races. But you also feel it when you're at the track, right? Like you're not looking at multiple things, and engineers aren't stressed out because they're looking at 4 different cars, and there's just so much going on last year with 4 cars, and now this year's kind of calmed down a little bit, and calmness allows people to focus in on some things a little bit more. So yeah, it's been awesome. I don't think it could be going any better, to be honest.
And nonetheless, there's always this build-up and there's anticipation into the month of May, and this is kind of the precursor into getting into all of those month of May festivities, even with Long Beach and Barber up next. But can you kind of feel it in the air? I mean, you are driving a car on the oval here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
When you come here and you drive, you go instantly into a mindset of Indy 500, right? Like that is initially right what you do. So it's almost a little weird as a driver coming here and then going back into a road course situation. And we got a caution here. I'm not sure what that was for. Anyways, yeah, so you kind of go into this mindset of Indy 500, and then next weekend we're going to be at Long Beach on a street course, then we're at a road course, and then we come back here. So it's kind of hard to switch back and forth because the oval dynamic of things is so much different than the street and road course stuff. So it's a little strange, but at the same time it's extremely exciting, right? Because month of May is really important for us.
And I just got word it was a yellow for conditions right now out on the track. I'll take you back to...
Hopefully it's not raining.
Yeah, I hope not.
Probably what it is, though.
Take you back to your ROP. Is this challenging for drivers? When I was talking to Felix earlier today, is the ROP itself a challenging concept because you kind of have to stay in these boxes?
Yeah, it's probably the hardest thing to do as a driver. I find it's harder to go at a certain pace for a certain period of time, right? Like the car wants to go flat. The car wants to be flat out around there. When you have high downforce, it's the ride height's in the right range, the COP's in the right range. But once you start slowing down, things start to get a little wacky, and you kind of, if your car's not set up to go 210 or 213 miles per hour, it's set up to go 220, 218, then things are going to be a lot different, and it's going to throw you off, and the car's going to feel a little weird. It's going to feel a little unpredictable. So I'd almost say that this time for the rookies or the refreshers is the hardest time. So yeah, it was tough. My first time doing it, it was a bit of an awkward phase for me. And what I found was actually advantageous is to go slow in the straights and then fast in the corners. So you're kind of averaging back out and you're getting the car back to a normal range for the corners. So I'm not sure what everyone thinks about that, but that's what I did, and it made it feel a little bit more normal. But it is a tough thing to do, I'd say.
And up next, and we have some B-roll of this as well. We're heading back to Long Beach, a place that you got to win
That's
a year
right.
ago. You think things are going well, it could not be better, and now you're going into a place that you won. How excited are you to get back to the streets of Long Beach?
Yeah, extremely excited. You know, I mean, the race went absolutely perfect for us. We didn't lead wire to wire, but it kind of felt like we did, right? We kind of had the race under control for the entire weekend, it felt like, if I'm being honest. So I'm excited to get back there. It was an extremely fun event for me. It's obviously the place I got my first win. And Andretti's always been fast there for, the past 10 years at least. They've been consistently very, very fast around there. So I'm excited to get back there. It's going to be a good weekend. I'm sure of that.
Yeah, Kyle, thank you so much for your time. Good
course.
luck the rest of the day. Dylan, who do you have?
Yes, well, the conditions here, unfortunately, are for weather, and there's a small rain band coming up around the circus. So we've got the yellow flag out at the moment, and it has suspended the session. Let's hand it back over then. We're in rain delay for just a track inspection, some
blowing
moisture.
This direction, but it's dry for the most part right now. Haven't lost the track or anything like that, but it is definitely cold down here on pit road.
I just saw a tweet from INDYCAR weatherman, who is always a good source of information, and he has a screen grab of an active radar, and he says a few real light showers are showing up east of the metro. Wouldn't be shocked by a very brief stop for moisture sprinkles or staying green. We're right on the edge. But he says this is not the main area of concern, so still looks good for a while overall. So if there is a little bit of moisture, it should be brief. This should be a short stoppage, and I think we'll still see some more activity, and we should get multiple hours of running in throughout the day. So more than an hour still available in this rookie orientation, and we'll get you updated on what still needs to happen before we see activity again at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. It's the open test for the 108th 500.
Well, JT at the moment is having a lot of fun because he's going to do some racing for us in a second. The checkered flag is out on the preseason test at Croft, so that has sorted there. I'm just getting a screen grab of the information that we need, whilst also trying to do several tests. But it's looking good, isn't it, as well? Because touring cars looking good. They're getting out for a wet day, JT, and now also we've got the delay here.
Yeah, absolutely. So just a few trucks just inspecting the front stretch and a little pause in the program. But if they can't do it today, they'll do it tomorrow, or they'll postpone the all cars later on as well.
Yep, so we're going to be holding for weather at the moment here at the Brickyard. Unfortunately, something that we look like we're going to have to be doing for the next few days as well. JT, how's it going on the F1 game? You've been enjoying that?
Jeddah is hard.
I thought it might be. I was just screenshotting
Jeddah is
results.
very hard. And I don't know if you've been watching me, Josh, in the little break that we've had.
I've had a look.
But I've been banging the walls everywhere.
Yeah, I did see that, and I was like, okay, that was a bit alarming. So, Jeddah's hard, isn't it? Also,
Yes.
have you made the
So
mistake
basically-
hitting the wall twice, bouncing back at the chicane at 6 and 7?
I think so. But, Josh, what
Yes.
I'm basically telling you is don't set up a race in Jeddah with me in it at the moment, because you will be wrecked into the wall millions of times.
We've opened up your camera, actually, as well, if you want to take below, because we're in the rookie delay test. But we're going to head
We
back to
continue NBC Sports coverage from the Indianapolis 500 Open Test. Day 1 of 2 is planned. We started a bit earlier today at 9 a.m. for some impending weather, and we're seeing some moisture at the moment, but it is very light. It is expected to be very brief, and we could go back to a green track condition within a matter of minutes. Kevin Lee, James Hinchcliffe, Dylan Welch, Georgia Henneberry. We're in phase 2, or I would say section 2. This is the rookie orientation program with those that haven't passed ROP last fall. Among the 7 rookies, there are 3 of those, and veterans that were not in the most recent oval IndyCar race. And everyone is into Phase 3 other than Kiffin Simpson. He has just a bit more to get done for Phase 2. 4 laps. 4 laps remaining to complete Phase 2, which is limited to 210 to 215 miles per hour, and then he will be able to get after it like everyone else can.
Yeah, in Phase 3, 10 laps at 215 plus or 15 laps at 215 plus, but you can complete that in the all-skate if you don't get it done in this 2-hour window, because essentially that's as fast as you want to run. So it's just those 4 laps that Kiffin has to get done, and then he will be eligible to be on track for the all-car, all-skate session here coming up, hopefully in a little bit at 1 o'clock.
And so really for this group, this is a great opportunity for them to see what their car does, to first gauge it not in traffic, because there's not going to be a lot of traffic. 5 other cars at most for the next hour. And then we're going to have up to 34 cars on the track from 1 up until 6:30 potentially, hoping to avoid any rain. There is some predicted in the mid-afternoon, so it's going to be busy, certainly. At any time, there is an opportunity to get testing done. Scheduled tomorrow from 10 until 4, weather permitting. We have seen in recent years that if they get a lot done on day 1, because you're limited to the number of tires that you have.
Yes.
So if there's a certain amount of laps.
Right. Yeah, it's essentially a finite number of laps that you can run based on the tires. And with the weather looking at how it is for tomorrow, I'm sure the teams are not going to be afraid to throw tires at the thing and try to get as much done as they can with the dry running we get today, which hopefully continues at least for a little while longer.
Now, if it's dry tomorrow, the track will be open, and there will be testing, and there will be teams that have tires available. The point being is it's fluid. Just make sure you check your local listings before you make any plans, because we have seen other times where they've run later than scheduled. We started 2 hours earlier than scheduled, so a lot can happen here in the next little while. Let's talk to a driver who's been on track already today and who is always fast here. Georgia?
I caught him walking down pit lane. He was supporting his teammate, Christian Rasmussen. That's Renus VK. So far, how has today been going for you?
It was pretty good, actually. It's nice to finally get back out here and do fast speeds, basically. So now it felt good. The car felt really stuck, and went over a few changes, but mostly me getting back to that Indy 500 mode, which is totally different to anything else. So no, I'm happy. I'm ready for lunch now, actually.
What do you have to do as a driver to get back into that mode?
Just kind of get into the rhythm. At first, you get used to driving on your own. You get flat, you get comfortable, and then start running in traffic and get some practice there, and get closer and closer to other guys and see how much you have to change the tools and what you need to do. But it was actually, it was a pretty easy standard session for us.
Well, earlier this season and throughout the early season so far, you and this 21 team have really had some speed. What was that off-season program and that work to really bring it into the 2024 season?
Yeah, it's definitely started off very well. I'm happy. No, I think the team has put in a lot of work, got some new, very experienced people. And also in my preparation, looking back to last year, I took it more seriously, or as seriously as I can basically get it. So yeah, I definitely have a little bit of a different approach now, with Christian being the rookie and me being the veteran. So basically taking that leadership role, and it's gone pretty well, or actually very well for me. And now I feel like it's year 5. It is year 5 for me in IndyCar Series, and I do really feel like a veteran for the first time. So no, I'm very comfortable and feel like everything I do, I've already done several times. So yeah, I'm happy with that feeling.
You feel like a veteran, but lastly, what kind of advice did you give Christian, who's going out for his ROP?
I told him just take it easy, build up. You got plenty of time. I learned I did not build it up easy one time, and found out the hard way. So now he's doing well, and he's taking it up so naturally. So yeah, it gives me time to have lunch.
You go have lunch. We'll let you continue on your path down pit lane. Dylan Welch.
In the Chevy room, or the green room, with Colton Herta, who is observing these ROP sessions, and of course has been out on the track this morning already for a couple of hours. So we were just listening to Renus. You're a veteran too now. This is what, year 5 or 6 now for you. Does that feel weird to you that you've been here this long already?
Yeah, it's very weird. It's very strange. But with it comes a lot of comfortability and expecting a lot more, knowing a lot more of what's to come and what's going to happen for a race like this. So obviously there's still a lot to learn for me, but definitely feel a lot more prepared each time I come to this racetrack.
We're a couple minutes away from cars getting back on the racetrack here to finish ROP, but this morning you guys were on the racetrack. What did you feel? What did you learn? What can you learn in this type of environment before we get back here in May?
I mean, it's not crazy to think that May could look like this in Indiana. You don't know what you're going to get. It could be extremely warm, could be extremely cold. So we have to be prepared for all scenarios and learn as much as we can when we get this type of weather condition. It's nice to drive in because we have all that downforce. It feels a lot nicer. I'm sure guys think their car is maybe a lot better than when we would come back here and it's 85 degrees. So it's fun to drive in these conditions. It's a lot racier. Guys can pass a lot more. But for me, just getting up to speed, taking things slow, we had to go through a couple of car things and just make sure our levels were right and kind of project the projection of what the wind tunnel numbers were and if they're correct on track, and just going through different kind of builds of that. So no real running for me yet. It's just been on my own at pretty high downforce levels.
We've talked a lot today and even already this season about the addition of Marcus Ericsson, obviously, to the Andretti Global Group. Have you seen an impact not only on maybe the road course stuff already, because that's the only stuff we've raced on this year, but even here already, just in your preparation for how you guys have unloaded here?
Yeah, he's obviously full of good ideas. He comes from a team that's had a lot of success here, and bringing in ideas is been really great. And we've been able to look at some of the things, some stuff better, some stuff worse, and we're just getting started. So there's a whole list of things that he thinks could be good ideas that we can run through this test and then further on in the next month.
Chatting with Colton Herta as you see cars back on the racetrack here for ROP, the final hour of that session before it's an all swim here in just a little bit to finish off the afternoon. Let's talk about your year just in general. Top fives, both races at St. Pete and Thermal, and we'll get to Thermal in a minute, but just kind of evaluate your year and the strong start you guys have had.
Yeah, it's I've definitely had worse starts in IndyCar than that. 2 top fives is amazing. Kind of get the ball rolling. Obviously, every weekend the goal is to win, and that's still the goal. So looking towards Long Beach, we come with a great package that has had a lot of success there in the past. I've won there. Kyle won there last year. And so just kind of try to keep that ball rolling and stay in that top 5 and just kind of roll with it.
Thermal was, there was a lot of talk kind of about your guys' approach to it, obviously, and I know we've talked about it a lot on our shows, but what was that like for you as a driver to just kind of have to cruise there at the start, knowing ultimately what the payoff was going to be, that it probably worked out in your favor?
It was painful. It was painful. It is. I think it's harder to drive an IndyCar that slow than it is to drive an IndyCar fast.
They don't want to go that slow.
They don't. And your perception of speed is so thrown off by how fast we are always going in these things that all of a sudden when you're going 140 miles an hour, it feels like you're driving 40 miles an hour down the road. So it's crazy. It was a crazy idea that worked. We woke up that day after a poor qualifying. I think we qualified 22nd or 23rd. And so started 11th in our heat. And we said, let's get through the heat. Let's see if we can make it. Push like hell. Made it into 6th. Got through that final. And then we had talked about it in that morning. We said, if we're starting last, realistically, if we push, maybe we'll gain 4 or 5 spots at best. But if we do this strategy, it could go terrible or it could go really well. And it ended up working out pretty nicely. Unfortunately, we didn't have the time on our hands to really capitalize. And in the later stages of the race, once the 2 guys got out front, but you know what, it's still a 4th place, and I was happy with the comeback for that.
was that your idea, or was that a collective discussion?
It was collective for sure. You know, I had been thinking about it the night before after that bad qualifying. Nathan O'Rourke, my engineer, actually brought it up the morning, and yeah, you know, I was thinking about that. I didn't want to sound crazy, but you know, if you're starting last, what do you have to lose?
I want to talk too about this place, Indy, to you, and what it means to you as a guy who grew up watching your dad race here, and obviously now you've had the chance to race here the last 5 or 6 years. It's not May yet, but it has that feel. What is the significance of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway to you and your career?
It's amazing. It's such a privilege every time we get to come here and drive these race cars, go in this direction the fast way. You know, it's such a special place for all of us, and especially for the guys that grew up coming to this race or watching it on TV, hoping to one day be able to do this. So yeah, it's a dream come true. I definitely count my lucky stars every time I get to come here, and just in general, whenever I get to drive IndyCars, it's super special.
Kevin is upstairs in the booth and has a question for you. Go ahead, Kev.
I do, Colton. The cars are lighter this year, correct? Because we were planning on the hybrid. Is the tire the same? Does it feel any different? Are there going to be nuances that maybe have changed from last year to this year?
So the construction's a little bit different. As far as what I felt so far, it's hard to say. Seems like because of the weather, it's pretty grippy out there. I've not even smelt a toe yet, so probably see that if the weather holds off this afternoon for us. We'll try to get out there as soon as possible and get in a group with some guys and get to some actual running. But yeah, the construction's a little bit different. You know, I think the left rear might be a little bit stiffer also, but it's difficult for me to feel a difference yet.
One of your teammates mentioned that there is a priority to try to qualify a little bit better. Will that change the approach in May? It's become a tradition. You guys are always thinking about the race, and you have the numbers to be able to prepare for the race. Will we see a little less big group running for Andretti this year?
I think we'll probably stick to what we have been doing. You know, that Thursday kind of start working into some qualifying stuff, and then Friday, obviously, full-blown qualifying simulations all day. And it's worked in the past. You know, I qualified second here in 21. Last year, it was not ideal. I think qualified like 25th or 26th, but made the show. And you've seen in this race, Joseph was the car directly in the column in front of me. So, you know, it doesn't really matter where we qualify, just how good that race car is. But obviously, you do want to be in that Fast 9. You want to be able to fight for that pole.
I have one more question before we let you go, and I'm only going to ask this because Hinch brought it up earlier. The month of May tradition, there's a lot of traditions, but one of those inevitably is the driver pranks. That Hinch, I think,
people do that?
I think, well, so Hinch, I think, referred to you and your dad as scoundrels because your dad was one of the originals, OGs of kind of doing the driver pranks in the DO lot. So can you give us any... I don't want to have you reveal your secrets, but what's on the radar? Can we expect any sort of trickery or any sort of mischievousness this coming month?
It's the first time I'm hearing of this prank thing, so I'll have to look into it. But, you know, I wouldn't trust Hinch or anybody, so we'll have to see. Have an eye out there and bustle that for sure.
Yeah, we'll stay tuned to all of that and much more here once we get going in May. Colton Herta, thanks for joining us, and we'll see him back out on the racetrack here in just a little bit.
Thanks.
So we are back to green flag running, which is the best news possible, but JT has been doing several other types of shows. Hello. What on earth have you been up to? It's been a bit chaotic what you've got over there.
It's what I call letting everyone pit before you, which creates a massive gap, which creates a 30-second gap, getting a free pit stop, coming out of the pits with a 10-second gap. That's Max Verstappen domination, if I've ever heard one.
Yeah, it certainly is coming through as well, and fingers crossed we're going to have an interesting one. By the way, the Formula E Zone guest, for those of you who want to know what it is, Formula E CEO Jeff Dobbs will be taking part in the Formula E bar run by Jack Giamano and Jack Pickering, Wednesday the 17th of April at 8 p.m. British Summer Time. So if you want to get your questions in to the head of the Formula E and the big boss there, that's the place to be. Certainly I know I'm going to be getting right there and asking some questions. I'm going to be very excited about that coming forward. And well done to Jack Giamano, Jack Pickering and Ed Hunter over there at FE Zone for getting that interview. I don't think I could take him like I did when Mark was in and get him in to the commentary box. I think I'd be a little bit busy during that weekend. But Formula E boss, that JT, that's brilliant news.
Yeah, I know that they were talking about it and they've been trying for months and months, but it's finally happening.
Finally?
Next Wednesday.
Yeah, next Wednesday.
A week's time.
And it's going to be 8 p.m. as well, so that's when you need to be there.
Normal
Be
time,
square.
different date. Because I'm guessing Monday, straight after an E3, isn't the best for the Formula E CEO.
Yeah, he won't be there. That's the problem. Is that all of it as well? There it is. That's the one I need. So, yeah, we're just getting this sorted up here in the box for the 4 runners. So that you can actually see a little bit more information on the screen in terms of what they are. So active out there at the moment on the track. This is at the moment, refreshers and rookie orientation. So if they do it here, they will not have to do it later on in May. So actually, JT, as we said throughout the show, as we've come back from a break, it's a lot better for them to get it done now, and then they just don't have to worry about it.
Yeah.
So we've blown up the names for you on the monitor. Has my Siri's gone off?
Nice.
There we go. So Andretti is on a 221.585 mile an hour lap time. Catherine Legg, 220.664. Pietro Fittipaldi, 220.655. Christian Rasmussen, 218.351. And then we get Nolan Segal on a 216.546. Kevin Simpson, 213.006. Now, how this begins is that you have to do 5 laps, don't you, at between 200 and 210. Further 5 laps, 215 to 220. And then over you have to push over 230 for a certain amount of lap times as well. So it all aggregates up. So that's what this rookie orientation session is about, to help everybody out and get them going. This Kiffin Simpson is now doing that, as we've got Legg, Fittipaldi, Rasmussen and Simpson out on the circuit. Maybe we should do an Indy 500. Although you don't have Project Cars 2, do you? I just thought that.
No, but I have BeamNG.
That is true. What is that? How did you get that? What, does it just run on a web browser?
No, it's on Steam.
I see.
I think it's £20.
My computer will probably cry even just trying to do half the stuff of that. That's the problem. John has asked, what is the difference between F1 23 and 24? So what's the difference going to be in the games? A whole new graphics engine, I'm understanding. A whole new career path as well. My team is being integrated into the career function. No breaking point this year, but better online, just better. It's going to be a whole new graphics engine project, I believe, and I think Breaking Point 2 is coming out in 2025, so that's next year, because it's every 2 years that development. Breaking Point 3, will be out in that one. And JT's just started Breaking Point 2. I'm at the end of it. I've yet to do Abu Dhabi. But what are you making of it? It's really good. It's really good. I enjoyed the first one in 21, and then I'm so glad I've got to have a go at 23 as well, because it's so good. And how far are you into it?
Let me look, actually. I can look.
Have you done the first season with Aiden Jackson, Devin Butler, then going to season 2? What he's doing now is he's transferring over so we can see on the screen. There we go. There we go.
I think I'm at Hungarian Grand Prix 22.
That's a good one. That's a good one. But we're going to have to pass over quickly because NBC are running a free draw on Prema.
Just about anybody and everybody has spent some time, including a lot of drivers that we've seen over the years, like Felix Rosenqvist there in IndyCar, have come up through the ladder with Prema, and they are entering a 2-car Chevrolet program. There's Callum Ilott as well, a race for them in recent years.
It was announced yesterday. They are here beginning preparations, and Dylan Welch downstairs has more.
Yeah, we've got the two bosses down here, Renee Rosine, who's the team principal, and Pierce Phillips, who's the CEO. And Pierce we've seen around the IndyCar paddock for the last few years now. But I want to first of all say congratulations to both of you on your announcement.
Thank you.
And Renee, we can start with you. Why IndyCar and why now? What's the appeal? What's the draw for doing this now for you guys?
Yellow's out. Yellow's out. Yellow's out.
In this Temple of Motorsports, Prema is always looking for a great challenge, and we were thinking that was the right moment for us after having succeeded in all the European category and covering from karting till Formula 2, and also our participation in the endurance program. I think it's the right moment to do a new challenge and looking something that IndyCar is amazing. It's a great product, but still close to our way of thinking. We saw a one-type car that you need to excel the quality of the team to deliver results. That's why.
And we've gone yellow on a quick track inspection as we conclude rookie orientation and veteran refreshers. Piers, you have been around IndyCar and you've seen the competitiveness and the growth of this series over the last couple of years. And your two-car team will make it 29 full-time entries next year. I mean, that's great for the health of the sport. And I would imagine probably a big draw for you guys as well as to why you wanted to do this.
No, absolutely. I think my experience of the championship and, what an amazing group of teams, what an amazing group of challenges with the different tracks and circuits that they go to, and it's a huge draw for Prema, who obviously very, very successful and long tenure. They've just celebrated their 40th anniversary across in Europe, and to come here and try a different discipline, and compete against the best teams in the US, and some of these teams compete on international levels as well. It's a huge challenge, and it's something that we're all very excited about.
Renee, we saw a little montage there of several of the drivers that have gone through the Prema program that have moved to IndyCar. Was that something that kind of allowed you to keep your eye on this series and ultimately make the decision of wanting to come here, just seeing the success of some of your alum, if you will, going on and having strong runs here?
But for sure, having all these drivers racing here in IndyCar with great results has bring us closer to them, because we are still in contact with them. We're still having contact, not daily, but frequently with them, and to discuss with them how everything going, and of course bring us closer to the American world. And then suddenly it came out by more than one people, but why not think about IndyCar? Why not think about IndyCar? So when Prema thinking of a new challenge, we always look that need to be the right moment to do, need to be the right moment to perform in the best way as possible, and that's why we start on 2025.
So 2025 will be here before we know it. It's only April, but it'll be here quick. So what's next for the team and even both of you as you try to kind of put all the pieces together? Got to find some drivers first of all, but what else is on the table for the team just to kind of get everything organized?
Well, this is obviously a lot, starting from, and I said this in the conference this morning, starting from a blank page. There's not many people ever done that. So, looking at equipment, looking at personnel, premises, etc. Starting to put the the whole team together is the main focus from now on.
Do you when you look at drivers, do you want to have a veteran presence, somebody who understands IndyCar racing, or are you trying to develop the next wave of talent? How do you look at that?
So the ideal word for sure is to have an experienced driver with IndyCar experience, and of course a rookie, because this is all what Prema has been used to work with. But on the other hand, we are not scared of anything, and we need to look what is the best opportunity for our team and our group of people, and from there I think the next couple of months will dictate how we need to approach everything, and then we will have soon some news.
And we have a social post, I think, from the Prema account that was asking for fan suggestions of who they'd like to see in the car. So what can you tell us? Who's on your guys' radar without giving too much away? Who would you guys like to see in the car next year?
There is quite a lot of drivers in the radar. I would not concentrate on any specific name at the moment because, of course, we need to get everything running the best way as possible. But sure, soon we will have some great news, and then I think it will be a great lineup.
Well, it's great to have Prema in the IndyCar series, and as we said, they'll make it 29 full season entrants next year with their 2-car team, Renee Rosine and Piers Phillips, the 2 bosses of this group, and we'll be seeing a lot of them next year, guys. Thank you and congratulations again.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Georgia.
Well, I have found Connor Daly. First and foremost, congratulations. Another Indianapolis 500 attempt. This time you're sporting new colors, and I want to talk about the name on your chest, Polka Dot. There's a lot that goes into this, and I'm curious to know what Polka Dot is.
Well, last year I got my first pink suit with Meyer Shank Racing, so I've added to my collection now. But Polka Dot is basically fast blockchain technology, right? So if you're a very, very smart person, if you're trying to develop the future of the internet, right, you can build on the Polka Dot network. You can access all kinds of things. You can do things, but it's not like a big corporate marketing company as well, right? This is like, this whole program was voted on democratically, like by members of this community, which is actually incredible. There's been several efforts that have like tried to crowdfund an Indy 500 effort before, and it's never really worked out. Like, this was essentially like crowdfunding taken to the next level, where it's like, hey, we had a bunch of people who wanted to see this happen, and they made it happen. And then it was like a resounding yes vote. So pretty cool to be a part of it, to represent for them, to kind of share their vision with the world a little bit. Yeah, it's just new stuff. Like, open up your mind a little bit. There's a lot going on the internet, and we're at the front of it right here.
So let me get this straight. You created this proposal and took it to the Polka Dot team and the people who have also bought into Polka Dot, and they had to vote yes, that they wanted their money to now go towards a racing program.
Yeah, and it's people from all around the world, too. This isn't just, based in America. Like, this is all around the world. People asking questions about, like, what's the Indy 500? Why should we, put our message out in front of that group of people? I was like, well, because it's the largest group of people in the world on a single day. So it's pretty popular. And if you want to just make people aware of something, you know what? I just put up a YouTube video like 20 minutes ago about, like, hey, why this? How did it happen? Here's the story. And so it's just like an educational process, and making people aware of what Polka Dot is, what dot is, the token dot. So there's a lot of things that we can do with it, and it's pretty cool. So I'm very honored, and it's a pretty cool looking car too.
I was going to say, it looks great, but now let's talk about the on-track action. Got out there for a little while today. How do you feel like it went?
I mean, honestly, the guys have done a great job at Dry Ramble, JBMotorsports, and everyone at Chevrolet has been really helpful on kind of getting back into the swing of things, right? Like, this team hasn't run since May. So, a lot of things change. There's new components on the car. I think a lot more new components than people might be aware of. There's also how many parts did we get in time? The supply chain is always tough, certainly trying to get new things, especially as like the, Indy-only team. But everything has been great so far. Just a few small technical things that we have to deal with, like, hey, all right, there's one small issue, boom, let's fix that. And we kind of use the whole morning just to kind of sort through a few electrical things, a few small issues here and there. But I mean, the car felt great. Like, no issues with the car right out the gate. Just trying to, all right, now we got to fine tune the gears. Now we got to let's start working on it mechanically as well. So, but pretty happy, honestly, right out the gate. It was confident driving it, and I'm sure Ryan's going to feel the same thing when he gets in it too.
Now let's talk about the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. It's been a busy week here. Those actually weren't the only laps you turned earlier today. You turned laps on the track a little bit earlier this week. There's an Instagram post up now. What was that like, driving the stock car during the eclipse?
Well, when Roger Penske asks you to do something, you say yes, doesn't matter what it is. So, Roger and Doug, my stepdad, were like, well, we've got these cars, and I actually had driven it before here, and it was just fun. Like, got to take an astronaut, Drew Feustel or whatever. Drew is an incredible IndyCar fan, loves it. The eclipse was insane here. I was hoping to see some aliens, but I didn't. But I did enjoy it quite a lot. So what an amazing experience for a lot of people that were new to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Like, I think that was just a tremendous opportunity to showcase what we have here. And the fact that they let the 20-car run, too, like do a couple laps there, was awesome. So it was cool.
Astronauts, race cars, and no aliens, but good luck this weekend, Connor. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate that.
He's right. Monday was a fantastic day and a great opportunity to expose some new people to what we love, the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, IndyCar, and the Indianapolis 500 on Solar Eclipse Day. NBC News was here. Lester Holt did the evening news, so that was a lot of fun. There was a lot of exposure, and I'll admit, I didn't know what to expect, and it was fun. It got pretty much fully dark for about 4 minutes. It was great.
It's funny, I was traveling. I wasn't able to be here for it, and as a bit of a space nerd, I was pretty upset. I was pretty upset I wasn't here. I heard it was a great time. Even Alex Rossi was impressed, and that's hard to do, guys. That's hard to put a smile on his face, and I think he was suitably impressed. Connor said, like he said, he was there doing laps. Ed did a run in the IndyCar to give this whole new group of people some exposure to IndyCar. You know, this is something that Alex and I spoke about on our show earlier. I think Doug Bowles was saying to him that something like 70% of the people that were present had never been to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway for any reason. So they were coming here not as race fans, but they were coming here as fans of quote-unquote once-in-a-lifetime event that will happen again in 20 years. But anyway, and so, but they got to be exposed to some racing. They got to be exposed to an IndyCar doing a qualifying simulation here at the Speedway. And so who knows? You came for an eclipse, and you may have left as an IndyCar fan moving forward. So overall, a great success, huge event, and really cool to see what everybody here at the Speedway managed to pull off.
Well, as you can see, we have paused the activity for a moment. It could be brief, but we do have some moisture in the area at this massive facility. It is not raining. It might be sprinkling somewhere. So they have thrown the yellow for a moment, and we will have just a bit of downtime. How long? Do not know. It could be as little as 5 minutes. It could be a bit longer, but the radar looks relatively promising for the next little while. That this should be brief, and we should have more activity with a larger thread coming later in the afternoon. So keep the stream open, as we say. We'll continue to feed you pictures on Peacock, and you'll be able to tell, and then commentary will resume when we get set to go back to activity for the open test, preparing for the 108th Indianapolis 500.
And we continue as we are in weather delay here. And as per normal, JT, we just have to sort of grin and bear it, don't we? But you, on the other hand, got entertainment. You have the ability to play games. So what have you got for us?
Do I stay on this one or do I go to the other one?
Well, I was going to press button 7, which gives us full screen access to you in just a second, and then you could show us what was going on. I was just trying to create a little something, but NBC went off air before I had the chance to.
Yeah, so in a bit of a weather delay, and it should be brief, but I was looking at, could go Texas, Las Vegas, Monza. Where do you want to go?
Anyway, where do you want to go? I'm just getting it up on the monitor. If it works, you'll see what I'm doing. I'm sort of doing like a Sky F1 thing with a P and P. If it wants to work, go on, JT.
I've not driven Texas on this game yet. Las Vegas, I was all right at last night, so let's go Las Vegas.
Famous last words. Try and go to Las Vegas. Okay, well, I'm nearly got this sorted. If I can get it halfway. So give me 1 second, and then we'll be right with you. We're in a rain delay here at the moment as we wait to see what is going to happen next. And then we'll have JT giving us the excitement and entertainment in just a second, being in rain delay coverage. So
now, I will warn you before that this is AI with like 0 skill, so I will win like every single one with like a massive Max Verstappen domination, but it's for the fun of it.
It's for the fun, right? I've got you in full screen. We've gone a little picture in picture. We're good.
Shall we go?
Yeah, let's go. I'm standing here with a microphone. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Pause. Go.
That was a quick launch.
Oh, are these AI?
Lag. Yeah, this is AI.
Oh, he's going to chuck me off on the outside. Collision with somebody. Max.
That was due to lag.
Oh, you're not half bad, you know. Oops, never mind.
Yeah, I've got a little bit of lag on my side. I might have to close something, but...
Let's pop the headset on. Oh, down the inside. Oh, go on. You had plenty of room for an overtake. Yeah, I've tried to do a Sky F1 sort of picture-in-picture here while we wait. Whoopsie daisies.
Just ramming him. You know what that was, Josh?
Yeah?
That was me on our crazy mindset yesterday.
Now, for those of you who didn't join us yesterday and don't know what we're on about, basically, we went totally insane and decided it would be such a good idea to let's live do a race broadcast. You know, like, we're doing racing between ourselves. And
yes.
it didn't go very well, did it?
We decided it would be a good idea to do no rules and go to Las Vegas, Monza and Paul Ricard, which are perfect circuits to do some corner cutting on them.
It was quite funny. You've got to admit that, though. It was a quite funny evening of
I am going to
action.
have to close something down. What have I got open? I don't need my downloads folder open.
Yeah.
Why is downloads open?
I just realised another thing I could do, actually, as well. If you give us a moment, JT, I can go full screen, block that down, and just take the MacBook full screen alongside, so we actually get a HD picture of what you're doing while we are in weather delay period here. So yeah, it's not exactly the greatest to have a weather delay. You're hearing the cars head around on the circuit right now. But
yeah,
there's
it's just
nothing else going on.
the safety trucks.
Right, we're going to have a HD
Doing
picture
it.
if you give us just a second.
Yeah, I won't do anything yet.
Because then I can do the TV magic and get it all sorted.
Right, let's see if my dad sent me the menu for tonight's dinner.
Right, we have HD pictures, by the way, if you want to have a go.
Awesome. Are we good to go?
Yeah, we're good to go. We've got HD pictures as well.
Right, looking at the arrows, I'm guessing it's a left
There
hander.
we go. Left hand, yeah. Come on, you've done this track before.
Yeah, but I didn't know where I paused.
Oh, fair dues. In fact, I'm going to have to move my camera out the way from JT there, because otherwise he's going to see what's going on. So I'll put that up there as the top corner, like view of
That was the
Indianapolis.
tiniest corner cut ever.
Monumental tiny. Oh, that's going to be close to the wall down the Las Vegas Strip. I was wondering what on earth you were doing there. It was like you went completely flat out. Have you got the lead? Yes. He's gone completely silent now, everybody. Brakes hard. Last two corners, back on the accelerator. Yeah, you've got it.
Oh.
Red flag's out, by the way, now on the track for weather delay.
Oh, is it red?
Yeah.
You can see, looking up is probably not a good idea, but you can see the track getting, like, there's a little bit of mist in the air.
There really is. We'll hopefully try and show the live camera in a second. I'll select my camera and then you can see it live on air. It'll be a bit flipped, though. So that's the one problem with having the same coverage. I'm looking at the monitor because, actually, I could look at this monitor here, but it's not on this monitor. Brake, 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 brake. Turn 3. There's the sphere. What do they call that thing anyway? Like a globe sphere-y thing.
I think it is the Las Vegas Sphere.
Ah, okay. I can never remember. Oh, you touched the wall. Corner cut there.
We don't. And I didn't get notified for that, but the tiniest one I do somewhere else, I get notified for it. Right, what have we got? We've got...
Track started leaking at pit exit. There's a little bit of moisture on the circuit, I'm noticing as well, where the recovery vehicles are just going across. So we are still in this delay for the time being. But I think everybody's completed their refreshers, so that's okay. What have you got on these? What are you doing? Because it's like you've got clean lap bonuses and all that lot. What is this like a multiplayer?
This is F1 World.
I haven't done any of these
With
yet.
all, like, the garage and stuff.
Oh, I see. I created a livery last night. That's what I did.
It was nice. We need to get a proper livery, but yeah, that was a good starter one.
Same type of colours, but yeah, we need to get a proper livery on for JBMotorsports. Sort of the yellowy and the blue, like you can see on the hashtag.
A little bit of a snap there.
Yeah, Is it going to go well? So we're still in rain delay. This is what we get for rain delay coverage, by the way. JT driving around in Las Vegas for us. If Jess was here, she could give us a proper couple of races because her, of course, being part of the Red Bull
Where's
eSport
Omi?
program. Yeah, where is Omi? He was supposed to be here, wasn't he? I think Omi's joining us on Thursday for the coverage.
Yeah, me and Omi around here would be chaos.
Yeah, now that we've actually all got it, we are going to start filming some features and some funny videos. I think that's got to be done.
I mean, we should have recorded last night. That was chaos.
What we should do is, well, let's have a little think about it. Where's the next race? China.
China.
For China, we should do a serious race for Sunday and then a completely silly race for Saturday. And put it, because we've got the sprint race and the feature race build-up shows.
Am I going to have to start practicing on China then?
Yeah, we'll do a proper race and put it out as like a separate entity as well.
Wall.
Oh.
Herb.
Thing is though, last night we did this off air, so it was just a general team hangout, and it was quite fun actually having. It was quite fun. We were, what was it, midnight or something?
It's what they call a team building exercise.
Yeah. It started off as a managers meeting, and quite often it just ended up as like, right, should we now start playing some F1 games?
I mean, it happens all the time.
It does
Last
happen.
time it was me and Omi stayed on BeamNG until 7 a.m. in the morning.
How long were you on last night?
Midnight we came off.
Oh right, so you were the same time as me, yeah.
Whoa. How was that not a corner cut, Josh?
I don't know. You're getting very close. 138.945 on that last lap. Chat, how do you think he's doing? You're racing to people here, JT. You're racing to people.
This is my second time racing Las Vegas ever.
Still delayed.
It's not the worst circuit in the world. I could have not accelerated there. And it's a break here into the chicane.
Good couple of corners there. Last night we did Paul Ricard as well with no
rules,
yeah.
and we cut everything.
And
I got
Omi,
up
the
to
little cheat.
210 miles per hour.
aliens. They are.
Oh, they've gone to ad break. Omi, the little cheat. He threw me off the track. It's like the one track where you're flat all the time and you can't lift. He brake tested me. I spin around because these cars spin around like bottle tops. And I was like, oh, great. Now I'm at the back and can't catch up. But I won Monaco. We had Monaco in the rain.
Did our own virtual safety car.
Yeah.
Just so we could catch up.
Yeah, the virtual safety car.
That was nice. That was smooth.
I wish I had my PlayStation here right now. We can have a race, 1-on-1. But Scav gone to ad break, and we're still in this delay period for the yellow flag. Time is still ticking down there, as you can see at the top.
Oh, that was lag there. Just got a spike lag, like a lag spike, just in the middle of the corner. That was fun. OBS isn't as bad, like lag-wise, as Discord screen share, but sometimes it still like has like little spikes.
Right. INDYCAR Weather has tweeted out with the clouds at the moment. So we're in a weather delay if you're just joining us. Whatever the clouds are spitting out, it's too light/shallow to show up on the radar. So I'm very little help with that today. So the flagman in the stands are just sort of like handing there with their hand out. They can sense that water coming down. They can feel it on their palm. They're going, okay, it's time to stop it. So that's why we're in a little bit of a delay. As Josh tees on his final lap.
Of course, on the
flag stand.
Yeah.
See, I knew you'd know straight away. Even driving, he's got the names. So Josh T is going to win against the AI by about 11 seconds. And a look at Vegas. At least you've stayed US based.
Yeah.
Martin Brundle's just tweeted saying, I was part of casting a pod. Podcasting. What? He's been podcasting. Yeah, Martin's been podcasting. Honestly, I think Martin's having a lot of fun. What are we watching now? Firestone Grand Prix of St. Petersburg,
Are
Florida.
they doing series highlights?
They are doing series highlights. I think after
Like
this,
season.
yeah, we might launch into our rain coverage of last year's Indy 500 at this rate. And across the line. So,
I mean, I've got so many more stuff that I can do on here if there's more delay.
might need to, but I'll tell you what I need to do right now, considering that we're showing race coverage, as you can see on the screen. I need to turn my camera off. Otherwise, we'll start getting it. Oh, I thought they were fighting then. They're celebrating. Yeah, I need to turn my camera off in order to make sure we have the correct information.
Yeah.
So, red flag, effectively. We've only been on for 3 hours and 39 minutes of track action before this has been the longest of the weather delays, I think, coming through. But Sky have gone off air and are showing us highlights of St. Petersburg. Hey, I didn't do St. Petersburg. Maybe I should do the commentary. I did the opening in the end, but maybe I should do the commentary. Should we redo St. Petersburg? Just get the graphics up, and I can finally do it. Do you know, it's really bad. I've only seen the highlights of St. Petersburg. I've not been able to see the whole race yet.
Wow.
So it's Romain Grosjean on pole position. Colton Herta is alongside him. Further down, it's Pato O'Ward and Marcus Ericsson, row 2. Carl Kirkwood and Scott McLaughlin have row 3. They're literally just showing the whole race again. It's really bizarre.
So, yeah, if you're joining us, Josh is just randomly commentating and I'm just randomly F1 and 23
This is what it's called, chat, with weather... I've even taken my glass off. It's weather delay. So basically, we've got nothing to talk about. Because there's no on-track action because we don't race in ovals. Or in the rain. We're not NASCAR.
Kramer, Josh.
We could play that press conference, the rest of it, but... Yeah, what
they
if
had
Kramer
a press
said?
conference today.
Yep.
They're all at Indianapolis getting ready and preparing
They
for
are.
2025. Yeah. Right. Oh, I'm up to license B.
I haven't done any of this that you're doing. See?
Go to the garage.
I really need to get on with this. Maybe we should have split screen. The idea, by the way, is eventually to have like one screen is me, one screen is Jess, one screen is Omi, one screen is Josh T. And it's like you can watch all 4 of our races and our cameras, like Josh T's got now with his camera on the side. Our cameras would be on the side. Would all record our each streams and put them together so that you can then watch all 4 at once, having all of the fun and that lot and all the race action. So that's how we would do it. We wouldn't do it like the sidemen do when they do racing videos, where it's one full screen upon one. We'd have it so that you could see all 4 of our screens at once, because I think that's the better way to go about it, isn't it? Because then you can see the actual onboard battles as they're happening. So it's more fun.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's there's plans coming up for the channel now that we've got F1 23 for everyone. And we're in a rain delay at the moment in the 108th running of the Indy 500. This is the oval test at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Day 1 and day 2 is due to be affected by rain as well, actually. So we're just sort of waiting around.
Well, you never know. We may not even be live tomorrow. They might cancel it before.
Like they did last year, yeah.
Depending on how bad it is.
Won't be so bad, but we lose out on ad revenue, and I quite like ad revenue. It's like I quite like it. I quite like that. I mean, that's not why we do it. I want to stress out that we don't do it for the ad money because we spent 4 years broadcasting without it. But I love it.
Literally a sticker album.
Yeah, go back.
Okay.
Room to Spa Stats George Russell Joe Guan Yu. It's a sticker book. Nick DeFreeze only half there. Canada, Austria, Great Britain, Monza, Vegas, Australia, Miami.
Oh,
that would be Alonso with
Did you
Hamilton.
see that one?
Hamilton flying up in the air. That would be Alonso. When he took him in 22 at Spa. First race where we had trackside audio, of course. JT, they're not even showing this year's race. It's 2023's St. Pete Grand Prix. It's not even this year's. It's last year's St. Pete Grand Prix. What have they done that for? They really are. So they've gone back in time. Was really the opening race of the year that bad? I thought it was quite good. Dear. So it's getting quite hot in here now, actually, in this comms box. Let's just turn the heater down to 2. So, we're in a rain delay. IndyCar weatherman has retweeted something here. Put my glasses back on to read this. What's he say? Will has said, but I do see a window over the hood as well. So, yeah, there's still a lot of rain coming in. And it was due to get worse at the top of the hour. So we're coming up to 1 o'clock, aren't we, JT, over there? Yeah, we're coming up to 1 o'clock. Yeah. And that was when the rain was supposed to come in. And get it over.
Yeah, just having another look at this. It was a big crash at St. Pete 2023, of course, wasn't it?
Yeah, huge accident. Like, over-the-top accident.
And 2 airborne crashes in that Grand Prix, of course. But yeah, that was a big one there for Kirkwood.
So just having a little look on the weather forecast at the moment. They are not looking hopeful. So yeah, that's worse news. And we can't even check on the... We would have been able to have TV pictures because Skype gone away, but we can't even check on the IndyCar Live. Yeah, because we haven't got the login. Jess does. And it's no longer free, is it?
Do you still have... Oh, yeah.
No longer free. Let's have a look, actually. We're not connected to the iPad at the moment, are we, sir? No, not working. In fact, considering we're not connected to the iPad at the moment, I may as well take this opportunity to charge it. I think that's a wise idea, isn't it?
Yes,
I mean, it is,
that might be a good idea.
Because it is charging to the... from the powered USB hub it's connected to, but it's at 87%. And it does keep it charged, but... We might be here for a lot longer, so we've still got a whole session to do in the afternoon, so I want to keep that sort of...
We're here until 10:30, Josh.
Yeah, and it's 5:47, so there's 4 hours something else to go, so there's a lot to do to go forward. Right, so we've...
I think the plan is at 8, right, Josh, is that I disappear for an hour and Tom comes in.
That's the case, yep.
Awesome.
And we'll have a break as well at... Well, the break was then be that we had a break at 6 for a bit more, just like a 20-30 minute break from us. But the rain delay is something. Yeah.
Touring cars.
Yes, it was. Yeah. So we got that shifted up earlier on in the day.
Nice.
So
there you go.
There it is. There's the Hamilton spin. So the second part there would be Fernando Alonso. You buying the sticker to get the full thing?
Are we?
Yeah.
Why not? Because it's an iconic moment.
Has it loaded? There it is. Oh, you got tyre data for that. And there's Alonso. With the hint of the wheel there of a Ferrari.
Yes.
With the yellow boarding on it. So, yeah, that was an interesting one. From the Grand Prix in 2023. No, 2020. 22 or 23? When did Hamilton go up in the air? 22.
That was 23.
No, it's 22. It had to be 22.
22, yeah.
The game makes you think, doesn't it? It's like, oh.
Yeah.
Because 23, it rained on the Saturday. And it delayed the sprint race. And that means I couldn't commentate on the sprint race. Oh, it's a weird weekend, this one. So, we're in a rain delay. Weather delay. Moisture on the circuit here. For the 108th open test.
Radio. Wait, what?
Your brain does go to mush, doesn't it, when you try and think of things? I don't blame NBC for going off air at all.
Yeah.
I mean, we do have filler content of last year's 500, if I can get it sorted.
Right, where is stage 2? Imola. Now, we don't talk about Imola. No, we'll do Imola. It wasn't that bad.
Imola and weather delays, really?
Yes.
To be fair, I didn't think it was that bad.
I wasn't that bad last night at Imola. Yes, me and you had that incident going up the hill towards the chicane.
That is
but
also
we won't.
the case, yeah.
But we won't talk about that.
We were on here for like an hour last year before the race actually started. I think
Was
I've
that
got it.
at Indy?
Yeah.
I think the same plan is for that this year. We're looking at the schedule that we have.
Looks like that is the plan, yeah.
Depending on what F1 Monaco decides to do.
Well, I've got last year's Indy 500 lined up on the commentary tab, so we can throw to that when we need it. So, because we're going to be here for a little bit of time. But Josh T's got a 5-lap race to begin with.
Oh, it's actually wanted me to do a start.
Hold the clutch, watch the lights. Drop the clutch, let's go. You're in automatic, aren't you?
Yes.
Yeah, there's no suggested gear alongside.
I wanted to dive bomb it.
Oh my god, the only damage doing. That AI, what is it, Sabine? My god. Yeah, restart. What on earth was that? That was just cut across it. It did a Bottas. And Russell, that was insane.
It's a good start though, but I couldn't go anywhere because I'm so much better than the AI because they think I'm bad, but I'm not. I'm actually good.
Cut to the inside, yeah. Oh my god, they really are terrible, aren't they? They stick to that racing line. Oh, no. Damage front wing again.
Blake tested me. See, what I think with AI starting at the back is that I'm on my normal, like, I'm not, like, going down to the AI level. I'm still at my level. Yeah. Maybe I just need to relax a little bit and just work through them, like, when they're, like, not packed together.
Yeah, lift and coast, because you'd last anyway, so that's the problem. You can't even just back off and let them go because it's a hard track. So in a weather delay, by the way, if you watch along with us. That's it. Whoa! Come out of nowhere, don't they? Sablink Bobo. Driving like a Bobo as well. Come on, get out of the way.
That was wide.
Setup's not right. Omi last night, by the way, in a Ferrari, me and him at Monza, and he literally says the words, "I don't think I'm making the Tifosi proud." Yeah, because he was trying to
say that.
He stopped at the back straight away and tried to take me out, and I was driving his Carlos Sainz. He was Charles Leclerc. So pretty much just a normal standard driving season at the moment.
Wow.
Sainz wins, Leclerc backs off, yeah. That's it, round the outside of Variante Alta. That'll end well. Oh my word, up the inside! Oh, okay. Never mind, that did work out well.
Round the outside for the first part of the chicane, up the inside on the second.
I didn't expect that to work, actually. Not on a month of Sundays. But there it goes. Making them all stick. I've just found, did we use a different image for the Indy 500 last year compared to normal? Because it looks different on my end from last year's stream compared to this year's stream. I don't know. I quite like the pit lane view of the Pagoda.
Oops.
2 of 5.
I'm definitely not going to win this. I just need to get up where I need to be.
Still no sign of IndyCar going green. I reckon they might be waiting it out, for 10 more minutes until the 1 o'clock signal. That's what I would personally think to do.
Just got to wait till lap 3 of 5 when I get DRS.
That'll be powerful with this car. Try and have a look and see if there's anything.
Gonna do what I did with you, Josh. Never mind, I went too wide for that. I went too wide.
Sling it up the
that
inside.
bit.
Answer, no information. And I am looking about this IndyCar update. That's why we're in a weather delay. No one's out on the track right now, so Josh needs to keep us entertained. On the circuit.
Trying to with this incredible, definitely incredible, not really bad driving.
So far, nothing. Prema, however, is trending.
What a surprise. That was lag. That was a massive lag spike. And it's damaged my front wing.
Yeah, there's a few damp patches now appearing on the circuit. That's why the rain is coming out there massively. So this is just getting better and better and better. I can tell you the results from this morning, though. In the first session, Joseph Newgarden doing 228.811 mile an hour. He's the fastest from this morning's session. Kyle Larson, however, second fastest, 226.384 mile an hour. Kyle Larson. Unbelievable.
I need to get up to DRS on this car, which I'll do.
At John T's Corner, he's a popular character on Twitter. Just put IndyCar Open test coverage has just switched to the 2023 St. Pete race. Don't mind if I do. You can see why. It's a good race. Yeah, that weather's getting worse out there as well. Just a little bit too much at the moment. Problem is, it's not showing up on the radar either, so you can't spot it while it's happening. You can't see if the weather radar's moving around and changing. So, you're going to have to put your hand out and see if it's actually raining out there. Where are we up to now? How did you damage your front wing this time?
Massive lag spike into the pit wall last lap.
Oh, I was reading Twitter. Good couple of corners. Lag is a nightmare. That happened yesterday. Omi claims it was him, but it wasn't.
I always go wide at that corner. Always carry way too much speed.
So it looks like we're going to go to a weather delay, which is fun. We have last year's Indy 500 race open just in case.
Just in case I get too bored, which I'm not. Don't want to send it too hard in here, because I'll do what I did with you last night, Josh.
Send me right off the track and round I go. That
It was pretty funny. Whoa.
Oh, like that.
There
Yeah.
goes my front wing.
It was Miami as well. No chance. Cat far.
Mark, shush. I know that was a bit borderline.
We can't hear.
I know.
Ice Baby's leading. Ha! Oh, we're just coming to that part where Grosjean comes out of the pit lane and gets absolutely attacked.
No. Watch it.
The hell's going on with the AI? Yeah, I thought the hand might go up. My God! Dive bomb and a half on the inside there. If you're just joining us, we're in a weather delay.
Hello.
Yeah, so I just noticed the views went up. We're in a weather delay, and we've got nothing else on because Sky have gone to last year's IndyCar race from St. Petersburg. So we have Josh T driving.
That was a pathetic race. P17 it'll end up as.
You don't like Imola, and it's only day 2 on the game. Not even that. You've not even been on more. You've been on less than 24 hours.
I don't think I've got the setup right.
Yeah, it's too much downforce through the corners. It's not nimble enough to get through. Oh yeah, now this morning, do you remember I said, how's that happened? A bolt from underneath my GT Omega chair came out. It just fell out. So, you have to tighten them.
We don't talk about that race.
17th.
Failed.
Failed. Ah.
It wants me to get to P10 from P20 in 5 laps driver of the day. Wow. I was triggered on my Las Vegas race that I was doing. Led by 36 seconds, came into the pits for a free pit stop, came out with a 15-second gap, drove perfectly. Not driver of the day.
By the way, I'm going to send a template over to where to put the face cams so that it creates like a little square in the center of the screen of all of us, and then our TV pictures are alongside it.
Nice.
Yeah, so that's the plan for the F1 Commentators Challenge. Apart from the fact that I don't have a wheel, I don't think that's compatible with it, F1 23. Although it might be, but I don't know.
I know that my controller is definitely compatible with F1 23.
That's true, but I'm on PS5. Jess will also be on PS5. Omi, I don't know. Probably PC.
Omi's on Steam with me.
Also, yeah. So, weather delay. No sign of it stopping. 6 o'clock. And the next session is delayed. So that's just getting...
The next session is F123.
Yeah, we're just going to go straight out there. I hope we might have a... I wonder if we'll have an early end to the day.
Hopefully.
Yeah. I do actually too, because that'll be quite nice. And then tomorrow it gives it a bit more excitement with being 6 hours if it stays dry. But IndyCar could actually tweet something because they haven't tweeted anything for 2 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah, nothing I'm seeing at the moment. F1 Esports apparently have had their race won.
Let's go Australia Mastery. Which is basically, it gets harder and harder the further you progress.
IndyCar Weatherman I'm now looking at. Nothing.
So yeah, basically with the Australia Mastery, Josh, stage 1, you have like, as we have a little bit of a spin out on track with the replay. And, yeah, that's the commentator thing. You're just talking and you see a spun car, you talk about it. You've got, so for stage 1, the racing line was only on corners, so it will be interesting to see what they've got rid of for stage 2. But they're getting me to do it. Start.
Lights out, race on.
That was very nearly a jump start.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Yep, they've got rid of the whole thing. Oh, God.
Not as bad
This
as
isn't
you
going to
think.
end well.
Nah, you'll get used to it quite quickly. It's not as bad as you think. Josh T playing on F1 on stream. Love it. Yeah, that's where we've got. Hi, Jess. That's where we've got to.
Hello, Jess.
Weather delay and JT's on the game already.
I'm trying the Australia Mastery, which has removed the racing line, which I don't like. Just follow the AI.
Ah, weather delay, she says. Yep, weather delay. Yeah, we were just saying, Jess, about last night how Omi tried to, cheat. Took everybody out.
Except me.
Yeah.
Just a little dab of the brakes there. Me and Omi were actually teaming up in DMs, Josh.
Yeah, I thought you did with the. Oh, hang on a minute. What's this from Sky News? Sky Sports F1. It's Andretti. That's fine. Nothing about anything from what we're seeing.
Awesome. What do you think you're doing, man? Oh. Hello.
Barrier.
Don't talk about that. Right, let's have a look at the replay.
What did you even do? I look up for the screen for 1 second. What did you even do?
I completely missed a braking zone.
Okay, you've done a Grosjean, so that's fine. My God.
I completely missed it because of the,
Jess just said,
no
bottle job,
racing.
Josh. Bottle job, yeah, you bottled it down there, turn 13. What have you done? That's turn 11 now, isn't it? They've renamed
Let's
it.
do it again.
Oh, I've got to do the whole thing again. I can't even use the replays. And go. Okay, that was a much better start. That's not too bad. Although, I've got a feeling Jess is watching this going like, I can do this so much better. When Jess joins us for those games, it's just going to be a nightmare because she's going to
I
be
did
like...
the exact same thing into 3.
Jess is going to be like a million miles away, and we're not going to be anywhere near her.
What do you think you're doing up the inside?
And you've hit the wall. So you got Jess as a professional esport driver, and then you got me, Omi,
Oh, there's
and
a
Josh
corner
T.
there.
Oh, for God's sake. JT, use the rewinds, the flashbacks. You don't have to restart the session every time. Oh, now you're just going to be Sebastian Vettel. I know. Okay, that's going well. I should really look at this monitor, not the streaming monitor, this one here. Why have you gone down to third? That's a 6th gear corner.
I didn't know where the corner was, Josh.
You are a commentator on F1, aren't you? You should. I know where the layout is. Don't you do power lap times on the calls and that lot? You should know where the track is.
being with no race in line in the game, Josh, it gets you.
I could do it.
Go on then.
I haven't got the controls. I could. That is a third gear corner, see right there. Next one's fifth gear corner. You lifted.
I tried.
Second. That's first. Yeah, never go down to first, and otherwise you just spin up your ears when you try and turn around. First is only good for
Depends what automatic gear does, Josh.
That is true. I won't be fast, by the way, guys. Jess, you will be quicker than me on a controller, Josh T, and Omi. You will be faster. If I had my wheel, I might be able to challenge you, but you'll still dominate. So, yeah. I'm absolutely hopeless with it. As they come into that braking zone again. Fifth!
Smooth.
Smooth, but it was up in fourth. Too hard on the brakes. It takes 5 laps for a racing driver to know the circuit. 5 laps. That's why on lap attack, I don't know if you do it, Jess, actually, in the chat room. If I'm doing lap attack, I always do 5 laps. Because then, typically, the 4th or 5th one's the best one. And Jesse have just said we will have an engine in 2028. Interesting. Michael Andretti's not here at the open test. He's at Silverstone. Whoopsies! Rewind! Rewind!
I did the same thing there.
Lock the rears. And back on the path. Not too bad, actually. Yeah, so rain delay coverage, as always, as the timer ticks out. For the lap attacks I did last season, a few of them, I sent the best one. That's what we do. I use the best one. Of course, Jess partnered with Red Bull. That's why we always see Jess in the Red Bull car. So make sure that she drives the Red Bull when we do the commentator challenges. And even when we're just messing around. I quite like the McLaren. The McLaren's quite a good car. Although I got on well with the Ferrari.
Yeah, the McLaren is nice.
Although it ended last night quite badly because I was in a Haas. And I was actually quite enjoying driving the Haas. It was a really good setup. I was leading the race perfectly. Omi was behind. I was just, for the first time all night, wasn't I, JT? I was keeping him ahead of me. And then the server crashes. And they all leave. And it's like, oh, great.
And then we did one more race after that.
Yeah. To which I cut the corner every chance I got and took Josh T out at Bahrain.
Yes.
Was it Bahrain? Yeah, or was it Imola?
It was Imola.
Imola, that was it. I showed the livery.
No, if you showed the livery, then that was Bahrain.
But we did another one, didn't we? Where did we go after? No.
Imola.
Imola.
I'm sure.
No, yeah? Yeah. Spa? Miami? We did nearly all of them, didn't we?
That was way too fast into there.
Someone helped me design my livery, says Jess. I haven't seen your livery, Jess. I designed mine last night, actually. It's got the JB colours on it as well. If they decide to end the session, I'll hop on and show you on the PlayStation. But, yeah, reminder that you can join us tonight on the Grid Network's Grid Tonight show. So that's at 7 p.m. Eastern and 11 p.m. British summertime. Midnight over there in Europe. Central European time. I think 4 p.m. Pacific, something like that, if you want to go through all the time zones. If you're in North Korea, it's past the hour, because that's what it is. It's for some reason, past the hour. So you've got to put an hour and 30 back on the clock. It really is weird, that one. So, the next session hasn't started yet. The rain's getting worse. In fact,
oh no, I was on purple sector 1 and 2. No.
JT, we've been idiots here. Jess is free. Jess can look
Jess,
on
get
her
on.
account and see what the weather's like in Indy. Because you've got IndyCar Live, Jess. You'll be able to watch this test. We've lost TV pictures because Sky are showing the 2023 St. Pete Grand Prix. So, Jess, if you can have a look at what the track looks like, because we've got no idea. Literally, we're just on air now for no reason because we've no idea what's going on.
Even with this mistake at turn 11, what's the lap time? It's lower.
1:28.1.
That's a bit too fast through there.
Corner cutting.
I think I can tell. Thanks, FIA.
You jump over, you can feel the part of the track going. Can't find anything at the moment.
Oh, that... Yeah. I tried to take that as fast as I could.
Interesting. As well.
What have you seen?
People have been told that IndyCar will do, again, everything they can to make sure the race ends under green flag running.
I've seen that.
Yeah, so we're going to have red flags, aren't we? If there's a caution with like 3 or 4 to go. Just do what NASCAR do and introduce overtime.
Oh.
We hate overtime, but they're going to do it. No! No! He's done a Schumacher! He's done a Schumacher, and now he's going to throw off Damon Hill. F1 Willow's coming through.
And this is the final corner of the race, Josh.
Oh! Out goes Schumacher!
And I've got it. Just.
You say. And you've got it. Yes.
That was close. Let's have a look at the chat. So that will disappear because I've alt-tabbed. Why am I looking at it? Why am I looking at it on my laptop, which will slow it down even more? I've got a phone.
I have not got a clue. I can't even look at anything at the moment. I can't see anything from NASCAR. Sorry, from IndyCar. The weatherman hasn't said anything now for half an hour. 34 minutes. Yeah, 34 minutes since he last said something. And nothing from IndyCar race control. Maybe Indianapolis Motor Speedway has been saying something. The IMS. Nothing for 2 hours. What's the point in having social media accounts if you don't keep people updated? Honestly. Right, nothing. I think we're going to have to go to the emergency coverage, JT, at this rate. Don't you think? Ah, right, hang on. There we go. He's just tweeted. So, okay, he must be watching us. Hello if you are. Right, what does he say? So this morning I mentioned we should be able to get to 1 to 2 p.m. and then it gets iffy. We're in that window now, and as showers grow closer, it becomes more likely we keep getting these intermittent sprinkles until we eventually wind up with a full shower. So, it's not really going to happen, is it, this one? I reckon that's it. Day's over. And we're waiting for them to confirm it. How long have we been on to red flag now? 45 minutes?
Unlike NASCAR, they don't have an officials radio that I know.
Not for this, no. They usually do have the scanner, but it's not available at the moment. Hang on, we think the track might be getting ready to go green after some light rain in a few minutes. That was 10 minutes ago. That's from Kevin Lee.
Oh, epic gearbox.
Yeah, so Kevin Lee says that it might be ready to go green soon. Which is interesting. Well, maybe a few more minutes, I hear it started sprinkling again. Oh! So it has started sprinkling. Okay. Well, I thought it might. That's the annoying thing. Right, let's have a look and see if I can access IndyCar Live. And take a look at it. IndyCar Live. See, we're on monitor down at the moment, but Megan very kindly has brought me a new adapter, which means I can have that monitor back, which means I would have the data up on the screen in front of me. But at the moment we're waiting. So, yeah. It still rains, says Caroline. Thank you, Caroline. So it's still raining. So we wait. We wait. We wait. Oh my goodness. One of these days it will be dry at Indianapolis throughout. And everyone can have a nice time. I'm just trying to remember my password now. JWJ. There we go. If nothing happens, click here. There we go. Oh, good. It's remembered my password.
Nice.
That's good.
Ah, yes. Why would I go with +2 engine power when I've already got +7 engine power? Goodbye. Dismantle.
I don't know how to do that. I can't get my head around it. It does make my brain hurt sometimes. Yeah, unlock now. $3.99 a month. Open days £2.49. What is going on? Why did they start paying for it? It used to be nice that we had this for free during the Indy 500. Oh well. So what have you got, JT?
I'm looking at something that I can do without being a mess at it. Monza.
We might have to go to our backup coverage at this rate if we've got it. I think we've got Prama's interview lined up, the full press conference that we can go to. And
Gotta go McLaren.
Yeah. Lando or Oscar?
I'll be Lando.
So we're still in this weather delay period. Not sure how long we're going to be in this delay for.
Right, just having a look at this.
Now, Kevin Lee tweeted yesterday they will run until it rains today. And then that's because of the high rain that's due on Thursday. So we're in sort of a
what's the
lull.
surprise? Max Verstappen on pole.
And Piastri starts second. Where are you then? Third? Fifth?
P4?
Fourth? Target 12th. You're starting fourth. Don't screw it up and you're fine. Here's the 5 lights. And we're away. Good launch. And he leaves.
Incredible launch.
Yeah. Don't forget to brake. Now.
I got a touch from behind. I felt that.
That's very nice through the Rettifilio. Now through Curve de Grande. And not what Crofty calls it as Curva Grande, like a grande latte. No, it's Curve de Grande. Grande. You put the accent on it. Curve de Grande. Into the Dalla Roggia. Not the Dalla Rosa, as Crofty calls it. Dalla Roggia. Lesmo 1 and Lesmo 2, or as Jeremy Clarkson calls it, Lesbo. But it's Lesmo 1 and then into Lesmo 2. Underneath the banking of the old oval part of the track. And then into the Ascari chicane. You can't screw up Ascari chicane, really. Crofty can't do that, so that's fine. So into Ascari. And then down the backstretch. There's actually another exit just alongside this straight, actually, coming up on your left between these trees. Yeah, and that goes on to the the oval section as well on the road course. Into Parabolica, or the Alboreto, as it's now known. But it is still the Parabolica. And then down the straight. That's a lap of Monza. The Rettifilio is easy as one of the hardest corners in F1. Going from 210, slam on the brakes, to first gear, and then put through the tightest chicanes possible. And then up to Curve de Grande.
That was smooth, though.
It was very good, actually. Look at Curve de Grande. That was brilliant.
And just turn. There's a bit of lag. It's just stop turning for a little bit, and you drift so far out. But you don't want to turn too much because then you end up in the wall.
I hate it when Crofty says Jun Chow or all that lot. And what does he do now? Yeah, he does Jun Chow and that lot, and then and Decina Delaga. It's like, come on, Crofty. It's Jun Cao, not Jun Chow. It's Jun Cao. Jun Cao. Jun Cao. That's how you pronounce the name. And then the Decina Delaga is Casina Delaga, not Decina, Casina. Casina Delaga. And then the Dalla Roggia he gets right. And then he never mentions what the next corner's called after Casina Delaga.
That was a smooth parabolica.
That was pretty smooth. The top of the hill, that's Ferradura. And then it's the Oranges hairpin. Named Oranges because Emerson Fittipaldi and his brother had an orange farm. So, Oranges. Of course, famously, that's relevant to the Indianapolis 500 because when Emerson won the Indy 500, he famously didn't drink the milk. He drank orange juice on his first victory here, and the crowd booed him.
Yeah.
So on the second time, he made sure to drink the milk. And that's why, for breakfast on the 500 day, we don't have orange juice. We have milk. I know Matthew Owens drinks about 3 or 4 gallons of the stuff over the course of the weeks. Megan, however, can happily do it. And yes, even though it does hurt us, we will be doing our challenge of drinking the milk this year at the 500.
Is that making a return?
Yeah.
Because after what happened in 2022, we didn't do it in 23.
My Siri's gone wrong. My Siri's gone nuts. This won't stop. It won't stop. I've had to pull a plug out. I've pulled the plug on Siri. She's gone nuts. This one's not going. 5, 5, 5, 5, 5. It's like, I get it. God, that would not shut up.
My last lap was a 1:25.855555554.
On the original R Factor, that was a 1:47.2.
A 1:23.7 with a red sector 1. Not bad.
Fastest lap here is like a 1:11.
I know, but this is me, Josh.
I'd love to know what Jess's lap time would be here. She did the lap attack for us last year.
Don't ruin my fun.
Oh, still no sign of any green flag. I'm not expecting it to be fair. I'm expecting this to sort of get called off now.
Yeah.
Because it's just getting too much. Tom Gaymore, the weather is not playing ball at the moment at IMS. Coverage on Sky Sports F1 has moved to repeat to IndyCar races now. Yeah. So we are in a waiting game. Wonder how long it'll be until we actually do go green. Use hashtag SkyIndyCar. Good, let's have a look. Nothing. No, not much information. Right, press conference. Yeah, we've got that coming through. Yeah, nothing. So this red flag is out just for whatever. Oh, it's going to be one of these days, isn't it, where you were just sort of like going, okay, what do we do now? 90% convinced I should just run upstairs get my PlayStation.
Go on then.
Nah, because then I've got to bring it down to the garage, set it all up, get the cables right, plug in another cable to attach to the computers. It's like,
You might need to get it set up for tomorrow.
Yeah, that's a possibility at this rate. I might get that sorted. Although I've got all morning to sort it out for tomorrow, so that's not too bad. Cut the corner there, and there.
And I didn't even get a corner cut.
You're beating Max Verstappen. Josh T, everybody, is beating Max Verstappen by 18 seconds. In a McLaren as well, I must point out.
Lol.
I mean, it's not that bad at all, actually. It's quite a good lap.
You say that. that was rubbish.
This is what happens. We've been on a rain delay, and I think for now nearly an hour. And me and Josh T have just lost our minds. I've got a severe headache, actually, forming because of all this.
Vader, Sky Sports F1.
I'm going to hand over.
Our general direction. So fingers crossed we get at least another hour or so out of it. Can get the veterans back on track, have everybody out there together, and let these teams and drivers kind of continue on with their programs for the day.
What is the importance of getting these done before we come back in May? I mean, obviously it takes time away from your practice sessions in May, but is there more importance to it than that to just kind of get it done with so you don't have to worry about it?
Yeah, it's just a convenience thing, I think, more than anything. You know, at this point, you've worked on the driver fit inside the race car. We talked a little bit about that this morning. You know, you're making sure that your seat's comfortable, that the steering wheel's right, that the belts are right, your helmet's not moving around, the hose is connected properly, everything works there, there's not buffeting, et cetera, et cetera. All that stuff you will have had sorted by now. That's the kind of thing that you want to have done by the end of this run, and having to come back and just knock out a few more laps just kind of inconveniences everybody. I think if everyone can get this done now, they don't have to worry about having any kind of ROP or refresher track time set aside when we come back in May. It might give everybody else a couple extra hours of track time.
Marco Andretti, you see him on track right now, set to make his 19th Indianapolis 500 start. And he's got Craig Hampson on the engineering stand, kind of calling the shots for him. I was going to say this month, but not quite to May yet, but close. That's a great pairing, and will be once we get back here in a couple of weeks.
Yeah, big plus for Marco to have the experience of Craig Hampson back at Andretti now after a stint at McLaren. Stint at Coyne, was at Andretti Autosport before that. And you know, these two could do some damage together. They both have a lot of experience here. 19th Indy 500. We have a 19-year-old on the grid.
That's right.
You know, that's a little bit concerning.
Well, and Marco was how old when he made his first start in 2006? He was 18.
He was like 7 years old,
young,
yeah. So I guess it kind of is appropriate. But, yeah, I think you're right. I think he was 18.
It's like half his life or something. I think last year we talked about maybe it was half his life he's been racing in this race. So and there is the youngster you were just talking about.
One of the two, him and Nolan Siegel, both still in their teens, gearing up to make their first Indy 500 start later this month. Hopefully, as Kevin was talking about earlier, sounds like maybe a 34th entry is an option. And if we do that, we have some proper bumping. But one guy that probably isn't too worried about bumping based on his track record here at the Speedway, Georgia, is Santino Ferrucci.
Definitely right about that. Santino Ferrucci, an early taker as the session switches over here in a little bit. We were just talking a little bit. This is your road car that you have behind us. Why do some teams bring out their road car versus their oval car, especially when prepping for something like the 500?
I mean, for us, it's all about being ready and prepared. I mean, our oval car is still undergoing a couple of things for this year, and there's really no need to run it. Also, in this kind of condition, it is kind of cold out, so the road car works just as easy. The only difference is there's no like goodies on this thing. The body fits, you know, it's still great, but it's not that speedway, you know, qualifying whole type car like we had. But honestly, we can learn just about the same amount here. And I think it's not just us that are doing that. You know, I'm sure quite a few teams down the grid have it set like that. But no, we're just having fun today.
Statistically, this is your place. The Indianapolis Motor Speedway, you have your best finish here. AJ Foyt is incredible here. I think Dylan asked you this a little bit earlier. He asked you, why are you so good here? What is it about the Indianapolis Motor Speedway?
I don't know. I mean, I just love coming around this place. I have a really good feeling for what the car is doing, how to drive it. I enjoy being here, too. I mean, it's so funny. So many drivers say this is their favorite track, you know. It's definitely up there for me, but I just respect this place so much for what it is and what it's done for our sport. And you know, it's just a lot of great racing. So we do well here. It's always that positive attitude, I think, is also what makes a big difference.
Trying to learn today, are there any small things that surprised you or that you did find?
Well, when I got in this seat for the first time, I realized that my winter training sessions were going good because it was a little snug. But yeah, we're just stepping through some small changes that we didn't get a chance to last year. I mean, all stuff that we're going to go back through again when we come back here in May. But honestly, relearning procedures, it's a little bit different this year with being part of Team Penske. So we are doing some things different. Our stand setup's completely different. Larry is still strategy as he sits on the wall. He's probably scrolling Twitter. Who knows? But no, honestly, this is just to get back familiar. And it's going well. It's going really well.
Good. Happy to hear it. He mentioned it. It is chilly down here, but the rain is holding off. Dylan and James.
For now.
Yeah.
For now. But no, I'm glad that he brought up that point about the technical alliance with Penske. That's a huge get for AJ Foyt Racing to have that kind of resource and experience to lean on for the team. The fact that even simple stuff like the stand setup is different. Just running it a little more efficiently, maybe reallocating some responsibilities from one person to another on the stand. I think that's a great thing.
And the benefit to Penske is more than just a setup thing. It gives them the opportunity to develop some of their not only driver talent and have a place to kind of put them and grow them as racers, but also engineering talent or strategist talent, the guys that they hire right out of school, right out of college, that they just don't have a place for at Team Penske because there's just not enough cars. This opportunity and alliance with AJ Foyt Racing gives them a chance to still keep them in-house as Penske people, but gives them a place to get real-world reps before they're ready to kind of go to the mothership.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's the pros and cons of it, right?
Yeah.
From Larry Foyt's position is you might get this wonderkind engineer or mechanic, but then in a year or two, you know that Roger's going to come knocking on the door. Tim Cindric's going to say, hey, all right, he's good enough. He's got to come up to the big team now. But no, mutually beneficial. And again, that team showed tremendous pace here last year already. And as did Team Penske, winning the whole thing. But yeah, like we said before, great track record for young Santino Ferrucci. 5 500s, has completed every lap, has never finished outside the top 10. Started on the second row, inside of row 2, just missed the front row last year.
Well, he was quite really good last year as well. Let's not kick around the bush. Right, JT's back with me.
Hello.
From eSport Racing. Hello. So we're going to have the last 25 minutes of the rookie orientation practice. And Kiffin Simpson's car for this Indy 500. Doesn't it look a bit similar to you?
If you're going on what I think you're going on, yes.
It looks, A, like one of the Nappers, and B, it's my livery that I spent hours making last night on the Formula 1 game.
Josh, you took literally 10 minutes to do it, max.
Yeah, all right. I mean, it was quite pretty, wasn't it? It's glossy as well, and it's fast, and I quite enjoyed driving it as well. I actually want to do it again. I'm really getting back into the F1 games now, actually, as well, which is interesting because I spent a couple of years doing esports with them and not actually playing them. And when F1 23 came on, I did Breaking Point, and I actually got back into it slightly. And I really wish my wheel was there because it's a nice little relax. I mean, it's nice to sort of just switch off, and because you do sort of go into a trance every now and then. It's the same in the Indy 500, so there's a link here. You go into a trance where you get so focused, your brain automatically switches off. You just end up going round and around and around, faster and faster and faster, without realising it. So,
yeah.
But it's the second you realise it, it's the second you make a mistake. So, the dedication and focus of these drivers is unbelievable. That's what Kiffin Simpson's going through right now. He won't be thinking about, oh, I'll go a bit faster to this corner. He'll be utterly calm, entranced, and just focused on getting going, as we're seeing Seagal doing the same thing.
Yeah.
Is it Seagull or Seagal? Because I
think it's Seagull.
Seagull, yeah. Nolan Seagull. I thought it was Seagal, but we'll say Seagull. I just heard Hinchcliffe say Seagull, and Hinch is reliable because he also commentates on Formula 1. He's got the European standard of broadcasting installed in him. Not like NASCAR, where we still can't decide if it's Shane Van Gisbergen, as what we expect. My God, the things I was hearing during that broadcast from NBC at Chicago for Shane Van Gisbergen, it's unbelievable. Come on. Watch
Yeah, well, I can
Supercars.
confirm that it is Shane Van Gisbergen.
Yeah, there you go. It's easily easy. And we'll be seeing him soon, won't we, in We've seen him a couple of times in NASCAR, haven't we, this season?
Yeah,
In the
Kota.
Xfinity. Yeah, Kota he was in. And he's been in the Xfinity Series a lot, and he's doing another one
He's
soon.
full-time in Xfinity this year.
Full-time, and he's doing Select Cup Series starts, isn't he? It's because he wants to build himself up before coming into the Cup Series, which is fully respectable to him. He's doing it properly, as Shane Rankin's spoken. SVG. That's what they started calling him, wasn't it? Like we do, just SVG. Here is Siegel. The rookie. The teenager, of course. Getting his first crack at the 500. I still find it quite offensive that they made Andretti, Legg and Fittipaldi go through the orientation program and the refreshers. They're here every year. I mean, for God's sake, Catherine Legg out-qualified 5 permanent drivers last year. She was the first.
Yeah, but I think is that they've got the rookie orientation program, but then you've got the refreshers, which is just a refresher, which is what they're in. So they don't have to do stage 1, they only have to do stage 2 and 3.
Yeah, because right now, this is what Rasmussen, Siegel and Simpson are doing. They're having to go through all the stages, which is getting up to over 225 mile an hour to make sure that they are race ready. And that's what they've got to progress through. Although Simpson at the moment, struggling to get, he's saying consistent, JT, but struggling to get out of the 215s.
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe he might still be on stage 2.
I'm hoping the same thing. Marco Andretti has left the pit lane. So Marco, if it gets too much wetter, we'll have to start shouting, Polo! You can have that for free.
That gets nothing except a have a pun token.
Thank you. I thought that was quite good. I did actually. I thought that was quite clever. Going through it.
Josh, do I look in first?
No. That's a very good point. Simpson 218 mile an hour, and his last lap time coming across the line to 2:15.771. Fastest speed he's managed so far, as he now progresses forward and moves up to 220, 230 mile an hour. So he's completed stage 3. He's now on to stage 4 of the run. And hopefully in the next 16 minutes we stay green, and then we can get, I think, the full test open. Now, they're not going to extend it an hour, just to remind you back at home, because of that hour rain delay we had. We will cut down the overall general time. So this will still end at 10:30 British summertime. And I believe 6:30 over there in the States. Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's the time. Because after that, the track will, go into silence. And then tomorrow we're back 1 till 6, which is 3 till 9 our time. Marco Andretti, fastest, 221.976 miles an hour in this.
He's into the final phase.
Yeah.
Which is 220 miles per hour plus.
Simpson can't reach that. What was his last lap time? 215.3, so he's dropped off mile an hour.
Still maybe in at phase 2.
Yeah. Should be in stage 3 by now, because he did 8 laps of that. It's 5 laps apiece.
You have to do 15 of phase 2.
Oof.
And if you're below 210 or above 215, it doesn't count.
216.319, so he's increased the speed a little bit. He's matching that now, Segal. Over 216.546. Segal? I want to get that confirmed before we get to the Long Beach.
I'm sure it's Segal.
It's got to be Segal, yeah. No, not Hey Siri. Go away. Oh, she's gone away now. It's like saying Alexa, they just all go off. Has that name now gone? Go on.
I said Alexa light off to mine, and it set yours off last night.
It did, yeah. Took JT and Omi off the earphones, and he said light off, and it switched my telly off as well.
Did it?
Yeah, because of the Fire Stick connected to it. Although that's being a right pain because you can control your TV, your Fire TV, with your dock. So sometimes it's like, say you're on an advert, and if I'm laid in bed, I can't bother to reach out and get the remote. If I'm in a nice, comfortable position trying to go to sleep, when an advert comes on and the video I've left on, I just say, Alexa, select. And usually it presses the select button and it skips the ad for me. But it hasn't been doing that recently. It says, sorry, I don't know. And it's like at 90% volume, so I hear my alarm. I'm going, Alexa, shut up. Alexa, shut up. Alexa, connect to Fire TV. Alexa, say. It's like I might as well just reached over. Here's willpower to stop me meeting with Georgia.
Did you find any small tweaks, or was it an eventful session at all for you?
It was just like a list of stuff that the engineers wanted to go through. Yeah, nothing like exciting. I mean, it's always exciting to be going that fast, but yeah, this afternoon we'll try running in a group, get a real feel for the car and see what it's like in traffic. And yeah, I mean, it feels, I've done so many laps here, it feels all normal, so yeah.
It's like riding the fastest bike ever, is that right?
It is like riding the fastest bike ever. Can never be too relaxed, so yeah, it's this place can always catch you out.
What does the list look like for Team Penske on a day like today?
It's more than we can do. Like, you know, obviously it looks like it's gonna rain out tomorrow, so hopefully we get a couple hours here. But yeah, they have a long. The engineers will always come up with something to do, so it's more than we can get done in the time we have.
Now, it's not the month of May yet. We always have to preface that. But coming back to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, being on the oval, do those memories of your win flood back to you?
Yeah, getting a bit distant now, you know. Like I gotta win another one to sort of refresh the memory. But an amazing day, obviously, when that happened. But very determined to do it again. I haven't won for a long time on any track, so I'm itching, man.
Determination is there. Good luck the rest of the day, Will. Willpower.
Yeah, it's been hard to believe, since Detroit 2022, since Will has been in victory lane. It, of course, has been the pole-winning machine the last couple of years, but I know he wants to get back in victory lane.
Yeah, it's crazy to think, right? I mean, last year, going winless for the first time, you know, he had 16 consecutive seasons with a win. Wasn't able to break into victory lane last year. So yeah, not just at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Will is desperate to get himself back in victory lane. We know he can do it. Capable driver and a capable team. You said it. He's the all-time leading pole scorer. So the guy knows how to qualify a car. He knows how to win a race. It just hasn't gone his way last season. But I think everyone expects to see Will bringing himself back onto the top step of the podium this year.
Yep, and I think he will do as well, won't he, JT? Will Power's already been a quite big force at St. Pete, and he was quite impressive at thermal testing. Not really the races, because they don't count. But
yeah,
I think he's going to be a contender this year. And we've still got Long Beach, Barber, G8 as well going forward as well. So it's going to be quite crazy.
Yeah, definitely keep an eye on Will Power.
Okay, some interesting news has now come from Channel 4. Yes. After FOM and Channel 4 complained to Sky saying, look, we're being really limited by what we can show over a sprint weekend, I'm delighted to say they've changed the rules. We'll hear from that shortly.
We're trying traffic running, and that's going to be a big goal in this second session. What's it going to take to get there and kind of put yourself in a position to be able to do that?
Yeah, we wanna get out there and play with the gang. We didn't really find any of that in the morning. Everybody kind of wanted to run a little bit solo, or when we were ready to run with people, they were boxing. So we're just changing things, seeing what works, what doesn't work. Half of the things that we're going to be trying probably won't be working great. But half of it, we're hoping that it makes the car better than what it was last year. So we're just going through our process and really seeing what direction we want to keep working on.
Going through the process, getting up to speed, and speaking of speed, it has to be just so intense here on the oval at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. What does that really feel like?
Yeah, it's been a while. I mean, last time, I didn't do the hybrid test, so I think it was last May that I was here. So the first few laps, you do get a little tensed up, so then you have to kind of get used to it again. Your eyes have to get used to the speed and then calm down a little bit.
Obviously, you, Alexander, and now Callum filling in for David. What's the dynamic been like between the team?
It's been really good. I mean, I know, I feel bad for David because I know he really wants to be driving a car, and this is not what he had envisioned for his 24. But yeah, I mean, Callum's been a great addition and a great substitute for the 6 car. And like I said, we've all got different plans, and we're trying to figure out, what can we do in order to make these 3 race cars go super fast. Oh, actually, no, it's 4 now because we've got Kyle Larson, who I know, is a big name in America, American motorsports, and, he just likes to drive anything that has 4 wheels. So I have massive respect for him, and we're joking around in the driver lounge. He figured out the tow. Yeah, but no, I think he's enjoying it so far.
That's awesome. We'll let you get back to it. Paddle Award. We'll see if you can find some traffic out there, guys.
Cheers for that, Georgia. So, yeah, the news that's just come through from Dave Nelson, who is the F1 motorsport broadcasting guru in the world. Finally, Channel 4 have got their way. They were really angry over the past couple of years that when showing the sprints and the qualifying session, they've had to limit either the qualifying to show more of the sprint, and then that hampers their coverage. They've wanted to separate the 2 shows, and finally they've been able to do so. Sprint qualifying will have its own 30-minute show, and that'll be on Friday the 19th of April from 12:35 till 1:05. And so we'll have a sprint qualifying show. We will then have a sprint and qualifying show on the Saturday, which we will see the sprint race in the first half, and then qualifying in the second half. And on Sunday, the race day's coverage is normal, and that's from 12:30 till 3. But it's a 90-minute show on the Saturday. So you get 45 minutes of the racing, 45 minutes of the qualifying. JT.
That's a good time.
That's finally fixed the problem that Channel 4 were having with the sprints. And Sky have been generous with them, it looks like. Don't forget, Channel 4 will be on site, like they were in Japan. But Sky, big broadcaster who has it live, aren't on site. Yay! Getting really fed up with that studio as well. Everybody is. I mean, what's the point? It's a bit like, I don't know. I hate it. I do. I physically hate it. Anyway, there we go. Let's put that logo back up there. It's an ugly, ugly thing, that studio. I mean, I'd love to have a studio like that, but I don't get to go around the world for Formula 1, do I? So, yeah. Anyway, sorry, were you going to say something?
No.
Okay. We're getting ready. So they've ended the first test now. So we've officially ended the rookie orientation program. Let's hand it over to NBC for the latest news as we get ready and prep for the next run around when all the cars head on the track.
Now, as Scott McLaughlin climbs aboard. So things to learn, and anytime you're on track here making laps, there's something you can take from it.
Yeah, absolutely. No doubt about that. McLaughlin getting in there. It's an interesting one. He's not had really the best results here at the Speedway. When we talk about Scott McLaughlin, all you talk about is how quickly he adapted to IndyCar, how quickly he found his way to victory lane, how strong of and consistent a performer he's been, and how he improves every single year. But if you were to look at one thing that probably stands out as something he really wants to improve on and really wants to fix on his track record, it would be results here at the Speedway. Best finish of 14th, and that was last year.
We'll talk more about Scotty Mack in a moment as we see Kiffin Simpson out to conclude his ROP. We'll go back downstairs to Georgia, and she's caught up with a driver who's unfortunately sitting on the sidelines today, but we hope to see him back soon.
Yeah, Dylan, absolutely. David Malukas joins me. And David, just kind of want to talk a little bit about, being here with your team still, but also the process of rehabilitating your hand.
Yeah, I mean, it feels great to be here. Unfortunately, I'm still not in the car on the sidelines. There's still a lot to learn, just coming in and sitting on the stand. Rehab, of course, we end up taking a little bit. It's going to be actually a little bit of time than what we originally expected, but from now on, we've been making good gains, and we're still working really hard to try to get back in the car.
How important is it for you to be here, sitting on the stand, and still being a part of this team on and off the track?
It's still very important. I mean, from my side, it's all off-season going into now. I've just been building chemistry with the team, building those relationships, something that I find very important, coming from a driver's standpoint. And I've been able to learn some cool things. Sitting on the side, there's a lot of things that you don't know, and that I know once I do get back in the car, I'll know to, understand that the engineers and the mechanics, they know what they're doing. They have a lot of information that I don't have. So it's kind of a different perspective. Of course, it's still not as good as being in the car.
Teamwork makes the dream work type situation. Thank you, David.
Thank you.
It's funny. I've been in that situation, Dylan, and it is interesting when you spend a race on the timing stand after doing so many races behind the wheel to really see what's happening when you're out on track. It gives you a whole new perspective. In some cases, it's terrifying because you realize how little they sometimes know, but most of the time, you realize how much more information they have and how you really just kind of have to trust the information that you're getting across the radio. So a cool new perspective for Malukas to get.
Well, and it has to be difficult for him, too, to have so much excitement coming into this year and so much anticipation for the opportunity that he had, and then to not be able to get in the car and to have to watch. I know you know the feeling of kind of having to watch somebody else be in your car, and it motivates you more than anything to just do whatever you have to do to get back behind the wheel.
Yeah, and for sure we know that David's doing that, but the most important thing that you can do is not rush it. You know, the worst thing you can do is try to rush a recovery, because that could have longer, term implications and actually take you out of the car for longer, or again, if it doesn't clear up. As we watch Kevin Simpson round 3 and 4, he will be completing his final lap of phase 3 and wrapping up his orientation.
And he has picked up his average speed a little bit. He was kind of hovering just above 215. He's got it up to 216.3 right now, as he'll come across the line and conclude that portion of his maiden voyage here in the Indianapolis 500. He is officially done. He'll just stay out here to run out probably these final 2.5 minutes. And that means everybody is done. All 6 of these cars. Actually, Catherine Legg, should say, is still out completing her portion of this program. Get back this year for the 2nd year in a row. Last year was with Ray Hall Letterman Lanigan Racing. Made her first start since 2013, and of course back again this year. This time driving for Dale Coyne.
She is on the track now. Yeah. She's got 2 minutes left to get 2 laps in at 2:15 plus. It is time to get it done. You see in the background there, Pietro Fittipaldi. So that was a warm-up lap, an out lap from Catherine, and she starts with a minute 45 essentially on the clock.
Well, another car bearing down on you like that will probably get you up in the seat and get you going, if nothing else. Great to have the new sponsored INDYCAR with the Elf Cosmetic brands on the side of that race car. I think you guys talked about all the pink in the field, all the pink cars in the field this year.
Yeah, we did. There's a fair few of them.
There's a lot.
It's going to be a challenge for.
They're all good. They're all good-looking race cars, though. Everybody's done a good job to accent that colors. As Pietro Fittipaldi looked outside there into turn number 1,
and Catherine kind of going a little bit defensive there, but I get it because she needs to build up the speed. She doesn't want to have to lift for someone in front of her. That lap was only a 2:14.4, so that one does not count. She needs 2 more still with only 54 seconds left on the clock. If she gets to finish the lap that she's on when the checkered flag falls, which she should, so she'll get this lap and 1 more. So this one needs to be it, and the next one.
And she still does have the ability to finish this afternoon if it doesn't get completed here. She may have to lift there to let Fittipaldi go by, and that may cost her on this lap.
Yeah, that lap was enough. But with the lift on this one, and you can see the speed down in the 2:10s, this will not be an average fast enough to do it on this lap, so she'll have 1 lap to complete when we go green for the full field running momentarily.
Well, that's frustrating, but things should be able to get on track and have enough time to finish that as the clock does expire here for this this ROP only session. And you see the checkered flag waving there. So everybody done but Catherine Legg. As we said, just 1 lap for her, which she shouldn't have any problems doing here in this this all-swim session, which will begin effectively just as soon as these 3 cars on the racetrack head back to pit road, and we'll get the green for everybody else to go back out.
Should be a pretty quick turnaround now before they light the candle and let the whole field go out and start playing. I know it's going to be a busy racetrack, man, as everybody tries to fight the weather. And as we said, at the very least, try to assess whatever changes were done over the break.
Joseph Newgarden was fastest this morning. It's always tough to look at the speed charts here on these practice days. Everybody kind of on their own agenda, and some people have a tow lap, some people don't. But Joseph was fastest, 228.811 miles an hour, and then Kyle Larson second quickest at just over 226 miles an hour. I think we've got a question from the fans, from Kathy. She says, great move by IndyCar to enforce that out-of-bounds rule coming out of Turn 4. Thank you for the explanation. I'm wondering if they will do something similar coming out of Turn 2. It's just a matter of time before a driver hits a car exiting the pits. Speed differential is huge. So there is grass out of turn number 4. There is that little bit of the exit lane from pit road, but there is some paved area there, as you see too. So I think, kind of like the front stretch, though, Hinch, the limiting factor, there is something you don't want to run into. Here on the front stretch, it's the attenuator, and there it's the grass. So what do you think of that ruling to kind of prohibit the out-of-bounds area from being used for blocking?
I mean, I certainly support what they did on the front straight there. I don't think there's really as big a need to do it here on the back straight. You know, certainly if the issue that you're concerned about is cars coming out of the pits, as the driver on track, you can see when there's a car in the warm-up lane, and you'll know to not, make that mistake. But as you said, you're going to move back to get out of the way of the grass before anything.
Well, you could be like Tony Kanaan last year, who just went 4 in the grass.
I was just going to say, like you talked about, there's 2 things you don't want to hit. One's the attenuator, one's the grass. I know which one I'd rather hit if push comes to shove. But no, I mean, frankly, I'm of the opinion that he asked for of banning the weaving altogether. I think it should be you're allowed to make one defensive move to the inside, but then you kind of have to stand there as we take a look back to what you were talking about of TK just keeping his foot buried in it. Here we go.
This is at 230 miles an hour casually.
3 wheels on the grass. No, all 4 actually.
Yeah. Just bouncing agricultural racing there as he tries to make a pass on Scott McLaughlin.
And he makes the pass.
And he makes it stick.
More importantly.
Like it's nothing. It's talked about the ability of some of these young kids. The veterans have some tricks up their sleeve sometimes too that you never quite expect.
And there's nobody more veteran than TK around this place. Him and Elio always battling for most experienced here. And now the track is green. The cars are set loose, and immediately have a couple takers. I see McLaughlin there, Rossi. Who else do we have? Calamilot.
Yeah, you got some of the Aero McLaren cars out here on the racetrack mixed in with some of the Penske cars. So this is everybody, and we'll go until 6:30, or I guess it'd be 7:30 now with delays, as the clock is just under 5.5 hours here.
Ray Knapp saying 29 minutes.
All right, well, you better get on the racetrack now and strike while you can, as McLaughlin peels out there to go by Alexander Rossi.
And this is, I think, what a lot of the drivers want to see, Dylan, is they want to start seeing some group running. You got a chance this morning in the 2 hours of veteran practice to get a feel for your own car.
And we are underway then. As you notice now, 5.5 hours, so we have adjusted the clock. Go on, JT.
Tells me we're going to be here until half midnight.
You're joking me, right?
We are going to be here until half midnight, Josh.
That can't be right.
5 hours, yes.
It's 7 o'clock. It's just turned 7 o'clock. No.
We're here until half midnight, Josh.
No.
Are you going to be here after the grid show? Are you going to go to the grid show and then have to
come back? Yeah, that's what I'm going to have to do. I'm going to have to go to the grid show and then come back. Or we could be very good and get the grid show on with the IndyCar coverage. I don't know, because who's going to be here at 12:30 for you? For that hour?
Hi, me.
Just
Hi.
you?
Okay.
How many are out on track right now? Because I've only got 16 that's appeared on my monitor.
A lot.
Is it 32? No, still just 16. Okay, so we're still halfway there on the timing towers. No! I mean, what? I mean, no.
I mean, yeah.
I can't believe that. Surely not. I mean... Oh, right, we're going to be here for a long time then. I'm more confident, however, that INDYCAR weatherman has just said should be able to get another 30 minutes 10 minutes ago. So we're 20 minutes away for some rain. 4 hours 28 minutes now.
There we go.
It's changed to 4 hours 28, which is 11:30. Correct?
Yeah. Yes.
So we've got, because of that hour rain delay, we've gone back to what we were before.
Yes.
Right. Hands up who thinks that's an interesting idea. I didn't expect that. So,
are we going to get to the end of the day, though?
No, we can't. The rain's coming in massively. As now finally the timing tower is starting to work and it's ticking down to the correct orders. As Lundgaard's gone 21st. So that's why we're seeing so much action now. Where is Larson and Will Power? Larson is not out there on the circuit yet, I don't think. Looking for the... Yeah. But Will Power is 17th and come down pit road again. So Power's actually the last one to do a lap time, 134.845 mile an hour. And you can see actually, JT, the clouds starting to build over the back half of turn 3 and 4. So we might not get this as long as we think it might be.
Yeah, and even to a spot on the camera, I don't know if that was just from earlier as well, as it's Herta, Carpenter, Kirkwood, Rasmussen, Eric in the top 5 speed-wise, is down low, looks Dixon, and we have a big group of cars here.
Huge gaggle through turns 1 and 2. Alexander Rossi's involved, so is Carl Kirkwood coming through. Herta's 225.907. Dixon, Carpenter, Kirkwood, Rasmussen. Ericsson, Rossi, Ward. VK, Newgarden has the top 10. Rob in there too. McLaughlin, Rosenquist, Grosjean, Lundqvist, Lundgaard, Siegel, Eilert, Power, Armstrong coming through as they're coming in. Yeah, Matt says they'll call it due to rain well before the end of that 5 hours. Storming coming soon. So the little INDYCAR weatherman said should be able to get another 30 minutes before rain comes in. So we're in now for around about 15 minutes of bonanza lap times. That's what we're expecting here in this session, is just for everybody to head out there. So we might be able to go for an early bath. That's always up there. So Dinner Fruit goes 24th. 25th has come in on the Power 2. That being Graham Rahal. So lap times are starting to become the factors as we head down the backstretch. I wouldn't mind if, as I see a raindrop on a camera lens, that's a bit of an alarm. Usually if they feel it, they've got what they've got on race control actually. It's quite crude but effective. They have a mirror on the flag stand, and if that mirror has raindrops on it, you know it's starting to rain. It's quite clever, really, isn't it? Because the mirror reflects the raindrops. So it's quite clever. So if they spot that, out goes the yellow, and then effectively comes the red flag. So it works. Oh, boy, there is Kyle Larson. He's running 11th, to let you know. John says, can't they practice in the rain? No, because because of the speeds of excess of over 200 mile an hour, we can't go on the ovals through the corners because it'd be like driving on ice. So we can't race in the rain on ovals. Even just with 9 degrees. And rain flags are out. The yellow is out for rain. So there we go. We didn't get that far, unfortunately, before the caution comes out. Let's hope
it's for track conditions.
It is track conditions, yeah.
So we didn't quite make it 20 minutes.
Yeah.
I still had 23 minutes left on my app. Come on, we needed that time.
So it is raining out there. I love her, sir. Do you? Yes. And that's the rain, JT, that's coming in. A massive storm, which is in around about 20 minutes coming in. 2 p.m. Actually, it's arriving now. And there it is. There's the One America Bank. Pit road.
Radar with none other than Sebastian Bourdais. We were just talking about what is your official title role here on the IndyCar side of things, and especially now with the 4 car.
I don't really have a title, I think. We're going to have to talk about that. But, yeah, just helping out, really. Obviously, Dario has been the driver advisor, or I'm not even sure what his real official title is either. But it's gone from 3 to now 5 cars, and that's a significant increase in how many things you can look at or have to look at. And, yeah, Kiffin's obviously brand new to this, and yeah, just trying to contribute to the effort and help in any way I can.
What do you feel your biggest contribution to Kiffin has been so far?
Well, I might not be the best example here at the Speedway, but obviously, you know, St. Pete was nice to be there. You know, it was the first time for Danielle as a race engineer in INDYCAR, and for Chris, who's been my spotter for many years as a strategist, so it felt only right to just be there with him. And, you know, the weekend went well, and it seemed like we had a good dynamic, so just decided that it was a good thing if I was around. And, you know, our schedule on the IMSA side is pretty light, so it was probably a good thing for me to get on the road and help those guys every time I can.
And now from your experience, what is the feat of now expanding to a 5-car team?
It's separate entities, you know, everybody knows exactly what they're doing. So it's not really changing the team dramatically, but obviously now you see 7 trucks lined up, I think, and it's that many more people who, although they work independently, ultimately they kind of have to work together as a group. So the engineering office is pretty spectacular, and it's a bunch of really smart people, and it's just a matter of making everybody, extracting the best of everybody. That's the goal for the team.
Thank you, Sebastian.
Seb will be in action next week at Long Beach with the Chip Ganassi Racing GTP car. Brought up a good point there. You know, with this expansion of Chip Ganassi Racing, not only are there first-year drivers, there's first-year people in a lot of positions, from a mechanical standpoint, the guys that work on the cars, to even Chris Wheeler as the strategist, who we, you know, a lot of us here know from his role as a spotter. He's done stuff with Bell helmets. Like, I've interviewed him in both of those capacities, and now he's making, you know, making his debut this year on the strategist stand. So there's a lot of new that comes with starting a new team like that, and everybody's got to learn each other and kind of learn their own roles too to have success.
No, absolutely.
So we're being told that if they're already having raindrops, that's probably all that the day is going to write there, JT. And I think that's right. We've just seen the weather forecast. There's a big rain cloud coming in, and I don't know, looking at the clouds, it is sort of like, okay, we're going to have this. And there's the spotters with those mirrors, as I was saying, feeling the rain. And if there is lightning coming in, they've got to get off that top of the metal banking.
Yeah, absolutely. I had a look at the lightning radar. There wasn't anything showing earlier. I don't think there's anything showing currently.
Yeah, nothing I can see just yet, but I'm looking over the trees, and there's some power lines and the forest area. That's surprisingly, yeah, there's a lot of forest here in Indianapolis, just outside of a couple of the corners. Somebody's watching the Peacock coverage and giving us a wave, and yeah, look at that, look at that, look at that. Hi, everyone. Yeah, all the spotters going like, hi everyone, getting a good wave around. That's brilliant. What happened to Evelyn Di Francesco this year? Don't see his name. Hang on a minute. Let's scroll down the order. Only 28 cars have gone out in this run. But Devlin was in St. Pete, wasn't he, JC?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, so he should be here. Maybe just hasn't got on track just yet. Because only 28 went out on that one around before the weather caution flag came out. Anyway, we'll find out more for you. And for the time being, over to NBC.
That's a big deal, because you got one in turn 1, you got one in turn 3, and it's important to have guys you can trust up there that are not going to put you in a bad position.
Yeah, that relationship is one of the most crucial ones, you know, when drivers are on the ovals. And, you know, for a long time, the turn 3 spotter was only mandatory on race day. It's become mandatory throughout the entire month, anytime cars are on track, because you just never know, you know, when you're going to find yourself in a tricky situation. And you know, you've got your full season spotter who normally sits up in turn 1, and then you'll bring in a month of May spotter who obviously comes in for anything here at the Speedway.
that relationship between you and your spotter full season is so important. And then when you bring someone else into the mix, they've got to learn your language. They've got to learn your cadence, the rhythm, how you guys like to speak to your driver, and vice versa. So there's a lot of sort of quick team building that has to happen between those three people, the driver and the two spotters. But it's a massively important part of going oval racing.
It's all about understanding the communication, and for the spotters, it's about understanding the driving style. And Scott McLaughlin certainly has an interesting driving style.
I'm aggressive when I need to be, but I think I'm calculated in some ways.
Today, New Zealand motorsport fans will celebrate.
I race people how they race me. If you race me hard, I'll race you hard.
They may come together. Whoa!
If you race me fair, I'll race you fair.
Contact! The top two in this race.
All I can tell you is that I'm very impressed, and every time I'm close to him or fighting him, I'm having a blast.
Lachlan, he's got some interesting traits that he bought from supercars, the way he uses the brake to manipulate the car at times, can drive with a bit more understeer for that reason.
Scott is always observing everyone else and trying to bring that into what he's doing. So I think he's very observant.
Those hands from Scott McLaughlin have been steady all day long.
I just do whatever I need to do. Will's doing another way, Joseph's doing another way that's faster. I'll work on that and make sure I do it next time I come through.
Interesting that Grosjean said he has a blast racing next to him. We saw that St. Pete collision from a couple of years ago. That probably wasn't very much fun.
It's great until it wasn't.
Yeah.
Great until it wasn't. But no, it's such an important trait for a racing driver, and it explains so well how Scott McLaughlin was able to adapt from the world of supercar racing to IndyCar racing so quickly. Very observant, as Joseph Newgarden pointed out. He can look at the data. He can look at what Will's doing, what Joseph's doing, and then go and apply that to his craft and to what he's doing on the racetrack. And it's so hard sometimes to undo your natural habits. As you know, you've been behind the wheel enough to know that there are times where you know what you should be doing, but man, it's just so hard if it's kind of against your natural grain. But Scott clearly is a very malleable driver and is able to see something new and just apply it right away. And that's been a huge key to his success.
Well, we saw a brief clip of that St. Pete collision there in the late closing stages, battling for the lead and the win ultimately. This is McLaughlin on Grosjean coming out of the pits, and it all ends in disaster here as they go down into this corner.
Yeah, a rare mistake in a one-on-one battle from Scott McLaughlin. He put his hand up and owned it, just got in hot on the cold tires, locked the brakes, and that essentially was Romain Grosjean going for his first win in the season, Scott McLaughlin going for his second win at St. Pete, but neither driver able to make it out of that one unscathed. And as you say, not the fun racing with Scott that Romain was talking about, but that was a long time ago now.
It was, and a lot of racing has passed since then. And I think for Scott too, the interesting thing is obviously when he came to IndyCar, there was a big adjustment as far as just how you have to drive. You have to learn how to drive an IndyCar, an open-wheel car. He wasn't used to that at all. And then you kind of have to mesh that with the performance of the team as well, and getting the team kind of firing on all cylinders. And that was kind of what Scott pointed out last year. He had 3 wins in 2022 and only 1 last year. He said, but that year in 22 when we had those 3 wins, I personally probably wasn't ready to compete for a championship just with my experience level. Said last year I was closer, but the cars just frankly weren't quite as good as we wanted them to be. So I think the goal this year is, now that Scott's been in the series for 3 years now, or 4 years, going on 4 years, the team he feels like has improved. Chevy has helped in the engine department, and I think he feels confident that they can compete all year long and get back to victory lane.
Well, look, man, he's finished higher every year he's been in the championship, and he was 3rd last year. Yeah. So he's not got a lot of room to improve, but certainly there's some, and I know that he's going to be given everything to do that. The thing that I can't wait for is that first oval win, because it's coming. We saw some brilliant drives in Texas, unfortunately not on the schedule anymore, but I think a guy like him is going to run really well at Milwaukee. I'm excited to see what some of these drivers that are, I say new to the series, Milwaukee's been off the calendar for a while. Some of the drivers that haven't had the opportunity to race at Milwaukee when we go there later this year, that's a track that tends to really suit drivers that don't come from an oval racing background. It's like 2 fast road course corners. It's road course wings, but it's flat. It's not like Iowa. Tire degradation is not quite like what you see at Iowa. You still have 2 lanes you can race on. It's a lot of fun to drive at that place, and I think guys like this, guys like Rossi, Herta, some of these drivers that never had the opportunity to race there are going to really, really relish that one.
Labor Day weekend for the return to the Milwaukee Mile with the doubleheader. And it's great to have cars on track here at Indianapolis, even though it's early April, the month of May, and May 26th, Memorial Day weekend will be here before we know it.
The biggest single-day sporting event in the world.
Good luck out there. Green, green, green.
The greatest spectacle in racing.
Yep, that's coming up, of course, in May. And, yeah, come on then, JT. What have you found? Anything on socials? I've just found out that the Texas Motor Speedway timing and scoring tower near Turn 1 has gone.
Oh, has it?
Yeah, apparently. I've just, yeah. And Sarah Davis on Twitter has just put out, not a great look right after Denny Hamlin remarks regarding how much money SMI is investing into the sport these days. That's great, isn't it?
Yeah, well, I was just replying to you in Discord. That's what I was doing currently, but yeah, we are under rain delay, and here comes the Grand Prix of track trying pickup trucks to complete another lap across the line.
We'll hand back over to NBC then. Still under rain delay here.
Oval, no matter what time of year it is, but as the calendar begins to approach May, just cannot wait to get back here in just about a month's time and kind of do it for real. And when the pressure starts to ramp up with practice on Tuesday of that week, May the 14th, and qualifying, of course, that next weekend, and then carb day and race weekend just doesn't get any better than that. Well, we never like to see the umbrellas out.
But the car covers aren't out yet.
That's true.
That's what
Silver
I'm holding
lining.
on to here.
Silver lining.
I don't see a lot of runoff coming off of these umbrellas. So hopefully, it was just a light sprinkle in 4, and because I mean the trucks aren't even, the jet dryers are not even out on track. I don't believe.
And look, it may be kind of this type of day for the next couple hours where we're on and we're off and we're on and we're off, and that's frustrating, but you got to be ready. There's the trucks on the backstretch with, some good racing here on the backstretch. The wipers are going, which you don't like to see, but
not on all of them, though.
Just some. Just the guys in the back. They're getting the spray.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's definitely coming, but I'm not sure. Hopefully, we can get a little bit more in. But like you say, if it's a little bit of this on and off, we'll take that over just off, right? But I think we're all just sort of counting the moments until the big deluge comes. And I see tires going back on race cars. That's a good sign.
I also see a car cover going on there. I think that's Will Power's car.
Are these toe tires?
Yeah, maybe we may have put the announcer's jinx on us here. So car covers going on. Georgia is downstairs out in the elements. What's going on down there?
Oh, guys, it is tragic and it is unfortunate, but the rain is definitely picking up here on pit lane. You can feel a cold front kind of moving in, and the rain, the droplets are getting bigger, so it's definitely picking up down here on pit lane.
Well, we never like to see that, but good news is, as you see in the top left of the screen, we've got all day if we need to hopefully get cars back on the racetrack. We are going to stand down for just a little bit while the racetrack gets hopefully dried, and don't change the channel. Don't switch off a Peacock. We'll be here, and as soon as cars are back on the racetrack, you'll hear our voices, and we'll bring you live coverage from the Indianapolis Motor Speedway on Open Test Day number 1.
So we're in a rain delay here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway as they go to ad break now on Sky Sports F1. So that's what we're dealing with at the moment here, is rain delayed coverage. And isn't that just always the way? And so much so, we knew this was going to happen. So he'll hate me for doing this, but JT has abandoned ship. It's okay, I did the same thing. I planned this, so I've had food. Josh T's now gone to get food, and then we'll all hopefully understand what's happening next. But we are under this rain delay coverage. Now, what a rain delay coverage means is we will wait for the track to dry. The covers have gone on, so we can't now go out the circuit. We can't now do anything. So, yeah, that's the way it goes, unfortunately. Now, I think we've got about 5 hours to go, which just takes us to 12:30. But we've not been informed anything by by INDYCAR, because half of their screens are still saying that it's got 4 hours to go. So they're not really being that clever at the moment with what they need to be. But anyway, it's time for us to be quiet, and instead what we're going to do now is bring you coverage from the 107th running of the Indianapolis 500. We're going to head it back to 2023 and that amazing race we had. Any news that we'll have, we'll pause the race and bring it to you. But for now, we're going to head back to last year's Indy 500. Well, we wanted to, but it, for some reason, decided not to work. It's like it reset itself, and I just got it to the start of the race, which was really annoying. So, where's the green flag that came out? Here we go. Back here. Yeah, there we go. I have no idea how that happened. Anyway, here we go. I'll fade over. Last two corners. It is the 107th running of the Indianapolis 500. Alex Palou leads him out of turn 4. We wait to look up. The greatest spectacle in racing is green. And we are racing at the Brickyard as Adam Driver waves them down. Palou leads, VK in second. Immediately holding in third is Rosenquist. Dixon trying to go out the outside. Immediately Santino Ferrucci and does so through turn number 1. Taking it down low as well with a few little costly manoeuvres. It's a good start as they fly through.
Ran that like a lightsaber.
Down the back straight away, Tony Kanan's under pressure from Marcus Ericsson as well, trying to tuck in with the toe. Meantime, look up high. Here comes Alexander Rossi under attack. That's coming on the inside as well. That comes as well with Benjamin Pedersen, Carl Kirkwood and Carpenter. All is well in the start. Lap 1, green flag has been done, Megan.
Yes, it has. And Adam Driver waved that flag like a lightsaber.
I thought so. I thought you were going to swap that. Look at Dixon, right in the pressure of VK, trying to go on the outside. Looks like Rahal might start this race. Clean start though, Jess, as we head round onto the second lap.
Yeah, it's great to see as well, but you can see the gap that Alex Palou is pulling away already. He read that start brilliantly as well, and he's got a 2/10 gap to Arenas VK in the P2. Rosenquist did not get so with a light, and look at his Graham Rahal. He is starting the Indy 500. Let's go.
Fantastic.
Bravo to the mechanics.
Fantastic news then. He has kept it going and kept it on. On to lap number 3 then of the 500. Look at VK trying to go down low on Palou and take the lead into turn 1, and he's done so. Palou leads here at the Brickyard, and Josh a clean getaway, and now VK hits the front. Can he control it as we start on with the race?
Yeah, hopefully VK will be able to control it. Palou is chasing down VK. Rosenquist chasing down Palou in second. A clean start for the 107th running of the Indianapolis 500 at Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
As always with the 500, our driver tracker isn't driver tracker is working, but unfortunately the lap counter isn't at the top of the screen. That usually comes back into play after a while. So on timing 7:1, Megan's just calculated this was going to take 2 hours and 14 minutes. Probably around about if we stay green. One lap 4. Yeah, well, never count on that.
8 o'clock then.
Yeah.
Finish.
Don't know about you guys, back to Verstappen's win. I am picking pick a winner. If Rosenquist can't win, it'll make it 2 out of 3. So, oh great, Ed's now dominating pick a winner. That's going to make me feel even better.
I'm going to pick Felix Rosenquist because I like picking Felix Rosenquist.
Your mic, the mics are really low. I apologise if people are having problems hearing me and Megan over the commentary monitors.
Who else from Finger Dune do I pick?
Let's take a look at a replay of Will Power as Palou goes down low in towards turn 1 and retakes the lead away from VK. And Jess, this is Power as he had a moment coming through turn 4 and touched the wall. He's drifting up high. Oh, he got close.
Yeah, he did. He's lost a bit of time there as well coming through that section, so I wonder that's going to help Tony Kanaan in 10th position as well. And they're all quite close already. Palou's increased the gap by 1/10 over Rinus VK as well. So this is going to be exciting as well. Rosenquist still in there as well. You'll be pleased to hear. I'm hoping for Felix Rosenquist to do well as well. But I want to see a new winner of the Indy 500. That will be amazing. I don't care who it is, as long as it's a different winner. If not, I would like to see Marcus Ericsson win his second. But I can't remember who my pick a winner was. I think it was Pillow. I can't remember. But I'm going to stick with Pillow anyway. If not, then I don't know. But yeah.
VK is still flying on. Go on, Josh.
The winners of the Indianapolis 500 in the current grid, Helio Castroneves ×4. He won in his rookie Indy 500 in 2001, 2002, 2009 and 2021. Alessandro Rossi has won it once in 2016 when he was a rookie. Marcus Ericsson won it last year. Scott Dixon has won it once in 2008. And then Takuma Sato 2017 and 2020. Will Power 2018. Ryan Hunter-Reay 2014. And Simon Pazno 2019 with Tony Kanaan 2013.
There's Power. Power's closing in on
Sato.
Sato's struggling out there as well. I see a few drops, so it might be just my imagination. I don't know.
Kirkwood.
Windscreen.
Kirkwood passes Pedersen.
Oh, right, okay.
Second.
Kirkwood passes Pedersen.
Kirkwood passes Pedersen.
Kind of rhymes.
Up into 14th, yeah. Down the straightaway.
Nice.
Let's get the thoughts then of Adam and Omi. Adam, what did you make to the start then of the 500?
Well, first of all, it's really great to see Gregory Hall back on track, and Alex Palou is looking like a driver that...
That's Palou leading to VK, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Sorry, Adam.
Oh, that's okay. Alex Palou is looking like a driver that you can count on as the day gets going, but I know it's early, but right now it looks like Alex Palou is the driver to beat for the Indy 500 title today.
We're just hearing some team communication now coming through on the inside. Yeah, you are. Okay.
You want to swap?
Too hard
Your
to swap.
settings to mine.
No, I know what's wrong. Hang on. It's this lead. It's my headphone.
I'm
lead.
hearing too much. He's hearing too little.
Yeah, it's the headphone. There we go.
You just can't win.
No, I can't. Okay, I think it's the earphone cups. You know, they just go dead after a while. I'm going to try adjusting. Hang on.
There's a big gap between one set of cars and the other, but
we're just
we're
breaking.
going to start lap 10 soon. I think we're on lap 9 at the moment. Lap 10 is now. Palou still leads. 1/10 is the gap now, so VK is catching like a madman. He wants to take the lead, but ideally you do not want to take the lead on this lap. You want to take the lead near the end, but he wants to make a statement anyway as well.
You can almost
pretty much
see
the top 4 remain unchanged, don't it? So
It does indeed. Just stayed exactly where they qualified so far, which is boring for us and interesting for them. Sky have turned the volume down. Idiots. Stop
that's
interfering.
that's because Tom Gaynor is speaking.
Tom, don't talk. We want to see the battle as VK going to the inside line and towards turn number 1, and VK retakes the lead. Already, Jess, we're seeing trading places at the front of the grid as well. They're doing amazingly well as they fly up now out of turn 1. So they really are pushing as crazy as they can because VK and Palou want to sort of tag team it until the last 10 laps.
Yeah, so are they just going to potentially switch and then battle it towards the final few laps as well? They don't want to lose that much time by them keeping squabbling because Rosenquist could get both of them.
Yeah, Rosenquist is looking really strong as well. Omi, let's get your thoughts then. 11 laps down in the books. What are you thinking of this race? Is he back yet?
Calm so far. Yeah, I've enjoyed it, and yeah, so loving it so far, and I'm really enjoying this as they all make their way through. It seems to be going fast. So I think this whole race is going to go really fast, isn't it?
It really is. If we stay caution-free, 13 minutes have passed since the green flag came out. Megan's just pointed to her Magic pick a winner that she's not going to crash out. So the ones who are going to crash out.
Actually, I changed it up in my mind. Cause the first caution. Doesn't have to be out, just cause it.
Yeah, and it's Scott McLaughlin again. So you're going... Yeah,
He's going to be a part of that.
You just hate Scott. Oh, hang on.
I don't hate him. He's just my Brendan Hartley for this.
We've lost our tracker up here in the comms box as well.
He's just INDYCAR's Brendan Hartley for me.
Yeah, about that. I'm not really sure that's a good idea, really, is VK and Palou staying together.
Am I doing... Ooh, Sato. He'll also be involved, apparently.
Okay, well,
or do something.
Okay, Megan's just going completely out of it as we get our lap tracker back. Here we go, on the back of the circuit.
Apparently I have a plan.
I have no idea what your plan is as well. Oh, bots, go away. Stop interfering with our fun.
It's liking you because you're just being monetized.
Yeah, so it's just like just making a beeline for everything as well. So, 13 laps down. VK is the leader with Palou second, Rosenquist is third, Dixon fourth, Ferrucci is in fifth, Rossi is sixth, Pato O'Ward seventh, Willpower eighth, Takuma Sato ninth, Tony Kanaan running in 10th position as 4 laps have been lost, which means we're about to rejoin with track audio. Now that Sky are going to stop talking to us as well. And Josh, I suppose the first thing, there we go, first thing we've got to think about is also coming in as well with the one and only pit lane, as we see the NPC pit box there as well at the exit. But how long can they go without stopping? I'm saying around about 20 to 30 laps until we see someone dive into the pits, and we're halfway there already.
Yeah, it's possible. Lap 14 of 200. What is this replay? This is VK down, going low into turn 1, taking the lead back away from Alex Palou, our pole position man, and easy pass down the main straight, as it normally is at Indianapolis with slipstreams.
I'm absolutely loving this race, guys. Already, it's got that little feeling of being energetic, that little tantalising grab over everything as well, and it's just one of those magical days in motorsport that you're like, this is our, what is it? We did the 100th, so this is our 8th Indy 500 we've commentated on, Megan, together. We've done, actually, no, 7 for you.
7?
Yeah, you missed a year. You never turned up at 101 as Palou.
Oh, that's Palou.
Takes the lead and does it back through.
101. How long ago was that? What year?
2017.
That's when you first started JBMotorsports, isn't it?
That was, yeah.
Was that year?
Yes, you were ill.
That explains it then. Was that food poisoning?
Yeah. Did you also miss 2019? I think you did. Yeah, you missed 2019 as well due to food poisoning. You had food poisoning in 17-19. And then you've been here ever since 2020.
That helmet.
People wonder why I'm so scared around chicken.
That is wonderful, isn't it? Is it chicken tonight?
Yes.
Oh, God. Right, okay.
Day's cooking.
Oh, okay, that should be fun.
I'm having chicken tonight as well.
See?
Ooh, chicken.
And we all want this race to go nice and smoothly.
So we can have chicken.
With some drama, but
so we can have food at 8.
Yeah, we want some food.
I'm hungry.
There's VK then in P2, closing in, just drafting. Let's listen. Oh, it's goosebumps. First year we've been able to have it. I know. First year we've been able to have the noise of the Indy 500 as well in our ears as the atmosphere is getting really fantastic. If someone could just refresh Timing 71 to see if the drive at the lap counters come available yet, because I know sometimes it takes a while to get there.
How do I refresh it again?
Not yet, no.
No, Josh is fine. Josh can get it. Josh knows it.
Oh, okay, thanks, Josh.
As they come in.
It just says the time of how much is elapsed at the moment. I've loaded it, that's it.
Yeah. But then again, we're on lap 18 of 200. So coming up as well. 100, what was it? 100 and something to go. I can't even calculate now in my head. 122 to go.
107,
oh, yes.
84-ish. No, 3.
Megan,
2.
yeah.
I don't.
Megan's looking at me in the comment box. I just said 122. Megan.
You're thinking of
88. No, I'm thinking that. Yeah. No, 78. Only 22 to go. My brain. Look, I've done Monaco. My brain's just gone funny. There's Power.
108.
Where is Power? Power's running in 8th position. He's 5/10 back to Pato O'Ward as he tries to close up as well. Brother JP says.
He's up to 6.
Oh, wow. Kanaan's dropped down to 11th, and he started this race in 9th, so he's dropped 2 places on the start, as now Dixon.
Oh, there's a move!
That's Ferrucci going down low in towards turn 3, getting ahead of Dixon for 4th.
Kanaan better get out of the way of the 2 people I picked. Eric's at 2. So then we can collide.
Santina Ferrucci's just on the fastest lap of the race so far with a 222.022, and now Dixon's going to get passed by Rossi into 1. That's what happens here in Indy. You get the slipstream away. Adam, just coming to you quickly. AJ Foyt don't usually run very well here, but a fantastic performance in qualifying for Ferrucci to get himself inside the fast 6. How important is it going to be here for him to go for a race as O'Ward passes Dixon?
I think this race is huge for Santino Ferrucci. AJ Ford has won here 4 times, so he has a really good car. Today he had a really good starting position. So we'll see what happens. With this race going forward, where Santino Ferrucci going for AJ Ford this year.
He's in the Stars and Stripes, and NBC obviously listening to our commentary because it perfectly cuts down to what we needed to see of that running order as they swing back through. Out of turn 2, top 5, Palou, VK, Rosenquist, Ferrucci, Rossi. Seriously, NBC, are you just going to do 5 laps then disappear? Is that what? Yeah.
That's American air brakes. I tried to fix my camera because it was lagging, so I'm restarting it.
There you go. Hello. So, all this come through. There we go. All back up. Megan, what are you expecting then in this one? Are you hoping for a calm race? You want to
No. I never hope for a calm race. I just hope that I hope they go really, really quickly. I hope for a caution or 2. Though I want my food.
Okay, fine. By the way, I've realised that this might be the first time. So, Jess, Megan, Jess.
We've met.
Yes, I know, but you've never done a commentary together.
I was thinking that at the start.
Yeah. You've met, but you've never done a commentary together.
Well, yeah, we spoken to each other at the end of streams whilst Josh was running up for
That's true.
lots. Yeah, but we've never actually commentated with each other.
I find it's a good match.
We were debating in that off air, weren't we, Josh?
Yeah, we couldn't work out whether or not this has been the first time, and it is, but hopefully not the last, because hopefully
it won't be the last. I worry if it'll be the last.
No, because hopefully at some point we're going to team you up on the F1 Academy together.
Okay.
Yeah. If it's live.
If it's
live.
live.
Is there one?
Yeah. So fingers crossed. But yeah, now we've got some action going on further back as well. As we can see, is this O'Warden? Who are we seeing here? That is, I'm trying to work out on the timing tower now, who we're looking at here on the back straightaway.
So that is Awards.
No, it's not Awards. It can't be. That.
Is it?
Oh, VK's
no,
passed.
it's the leaders, isn't it? That's Palou, VK, and Rosenquist.
Now we cut to the leaders. I was just wondering who was where on that monitor. It's lap 23 of the race now.
That's why we have the supporters guide.
Yeah, just having to dart around. Marcus Ericsson, 222.913 mile per hour, fast up of the race so far. We just don't get live NBC/Sky commentary during commercial breaks, but we never break away from the live race. Oh, is that what happens in? Oh, okay. Adam, I suppose you're watching on the NBC, so is it always non-stop?
Yes, yeah. Once the NBC has their ad break, Sky then cuts to Tom Gaynor, and he takes over commentary until NBC's back.
Got some good guests this year. Yeah. Go on, Adam.
Yeah. I can say I don't like the ad breaks. It's called. It's called some really good intense racing right now.
Yeah, Next, Newgarden trying to go around the outside to make Carpenter for 13th place and did so at turn 3 and 4. That's very close to contact. And look at this now as well. Look at the toe that Newgarden's got to pull to the outside of Dixon in towards turn number 1. Swoops back low and up into now 12th position. Dixon is falling very, very, very fast right now. Hopefully, he's not going to lose out too much here as they swing back through.
Welcome back, Sound.
If you're watching on with us in NBC in America, welcome back to the 107th running of the Indy 500. VK leads this race once again. Palou second, Rosenquist is third, Ferrucci fourth. Rossi is your top 5 as we ride with Venus VK, leader of this race, trying to come to on the inside line. Nice, I can't watch INDYCAR with commercial breaks. It's been a GP. Yeah, I can't either. Canapino 26 is now, thumbs up. Canapino P26 at the moment, and on the charge up. Dixon, though, is having one of the worst starts to a race I can remember for him at the Brickyard. And his best finish here was first, of course, back in 2008. He's led 665 laps here, the most in Indy 500, and now he's getting passed as well by Carl Kirkwood on the outside to turn 3. And this was him just, look at the rear wing oscillation there. That's flexing like mad for Dixon.
I think that's probably why he's struggling for pace at the moment, due to the wing potentially.
And he's boxing. Dixon in. Well, this is a surprise as well. We'll head down pit road, and as he locks up, we'll head down towards you, Omi. Is he there? Omi?
Omi, you're mute.
Hello. Right.
Dixon might be out of the race. He's coming towards you. Talk us through it.
Yeah, so he's just making his way now. all the way into his box, and it looks like new tires are waiting for him. There we go. So unsure about the IndyCar tires, so I'll let you do that part, but yeah, back out now into the fast lane and about to go back onto the circuit.
All on primaries, but Dixon then on new tyres. And Adam, how much is that going to cost him then? He's now right at the back and he's had to pit out of sync, and now Grosjean's in as well.
I think that's going to hurt Scott Dixon for a couple laps, but I think he'll get the tow back in about 2 to 3 laps. So we'll see how everything goes with this former winner of the Indy 500 as we have some more pit stops taking place, Josh.
Grosjean. Four new tyres, away he goes. He's going to go a lap down though. Benjamin Peterson and Helio Castroneves come down pit road as well. And one more with Dixon.
I think quite a lot of people are coming in, it looks like.
So it looks like we're going to have
their stops in early.
Yeah, first runs on pit lane then. Exactly what we needed to hear, exactly what we needed to see. And we will throw down pit road as well with NBC.
I think better as we see the 0-6 in pit lane.
Same story here for Helio Castroneves. Said the vibration is horrible. Adam Rovazini, strategist, said, can you hang on for 4 more laps? Helio said, no, I've got to come now. So they changed 4 Firestone tires.
So a few curveballs being thrown here, most notably for Dixon, and then Grosjean.
Really close stuff then as the field comes in. We're just looking at the driver track on the data screen. Look at this, Colton Herta at 40 seconds, new fastest lap as they fly by us once again. First pit stop window coming up then, lap 30 of 200. It's taking us 26 minutes. All I'm going to be saying is, do not be fooled how quick this Indy 500 is going. It will get slower, and it will get more intrigue as they come through. When does the race start? Say, Brad, the race is already green. We're underway, lap 30 of 200. Jess as well, the car's flying through. As Alex Pallou's in, Santino Ferrucci's in, race leaders diving down pit road, and Megan, that's come as a bit of a surprise. It's way too early for a pit stop. Lap 30, I was thinking 35.
Maybe they've got a plan in.
Well, let's go down pit road and find out.
We kind of talked about this strategy, Hinch, right? As soon as you can make it on 5 stops, come to pit road. Palou did not complain about a vibration. In fact, Barry Wanzer asked him how the handling was. He said, it's actually really good. So we'll check out Palou's tires. And by the way, the left rear that came off Scott Dixon's car, Kevin, it looked fine.
Santino Ferrucci looking for the first top 5 for AJ Foyt Racing in over 20 years. He has gone back and forth whether he wanted a wing change. Says he does want a little bit of a wing change and tear off as well. Ferrucci back out, pitted from 4th.
So that puts Venus VK into the lead of this race then. But how many? Sato dives down pit road as well. Rosenquist coming up behind VK through turn number 1 and turn 2. 0.2 of a second is between them as they try and fly through into the braking zones.
Grosjean set the fastest lap of the race as well.
Right.
So on fresh tyres as well. Someone else is in.
Still in the pit lane. I think it's Sato.
Yeah, it is Sato. Yeah. That is in the pit lane.
RC Anderson in 2. Ray Hall was 7.6 seconds. Brad asks, why? I thought it was qualifying high.
VK's coming down pit road, Josh.
VK in, race leader. So Rosenquist takes the lead. Our 3rd lead change for different runner in this race. And now this is the problem with green flag pit stops. Everyone becomes a little bit different. Why are you guys wearing suits? It's Indy 500. Of course we're wearing suits.
It's magical.
Yeah, it's one of the best days of the year. You've got to wear a bit of flash for it.
I'm wearing a dress.
Yes, Megan is wearing a wonderful burgundy is the word I'm looking for. With a brilliant saying on your chest here, one more chance, which I think is brilliant for both Monaco and the 500. VK goes away with a good top of 6.7 seconds. Rosenquist in 2. So the pit road is becoming a flurry of action, and now the timing tower is practically useless because it's going to have to reset itself as everyone's going to be on different timings, Jess. So this is exactly what we wanted to see.
Yes, I think there's only a few drivers still yet to do their stops, I believe. That is Rossi that is leading on track, but he's still yet to make his first one. So we'll see where that puts him up the order as well. The Stingray Robs in, Andretti in, Rosenquist in, Ericsson, Newgarden, Tony Kanaan, Catherine Legg is also in as well. It was quite a long pit stop for Catherine Legg, about 13 seconds.
Rosenquist got 6.6, Newgarden 7.5, Canaan 6.5, McLaughlin 6.6, Carpenter 8.3, Canapino 7.8, and now everyone else is in. Rossi, O'Ward, Power, Kirkwood, Herter, Rosenquist. The top 11 head down pit road. And now Harvey in 2. Rosenquist comes out in 6th position, but involved with traffic as well. Santino Ferrucci gets through as well as, again, cutting the corners. It's so much drama as they fly through. And they're just keeping on as they take the curves. Here's O'Ward. Away goes the McLaren in the black 5. And looking good. And his teammate Rossi was in 2. Lundgaard, Christian Lundgaard takes the lead of the Indy 500.
Who would have thought we would have said that in 2023? Lundgaard is leading a race.
Great stuff. Wrong. Took pole position at pole position at the road course at the beginning of the month of May, but hasn't had much luck since.
Right.
No. And that's Rosenquist passing Rossi, and that's to get a lap back. So I think Rossi's got the net lead of the race now as Lundgaard comes into the pit lane. So it's going to be Rossi over VK.
I think Pallou's box.
Yeah.
Already, so Pallou's the race leader, net race leader. Lundgaard's in.
Yep. And that's Catherine Legg's slow stop, as you were saying about Jess. Loads of wheel spin away. Oh, and she spun. She nearly hit it.
That's why she had a slow pit start.
She had
I think she came again. She came into the pits again as well.
So Catherine Legg, the fastest woman in the Indy 500 history, is just going down. Person in the middle, that's Jess. Hello. She's been in the comment box for ages now.
Since January, since February?
Yeah, certainly.
Oh, well, I did a one-off last year, but that was it.
I can't remember what one-off you did last year now.
It was Spanish Grand Prix testing. I think it was one of the afternoons or something like that you got me in for.
That's the one.
And then I did testing again, and then I realised I couldn't get enough, so here I am.
Stayed in the box. Driver track is having a bit of a difference here, but yeah. Go on, Josh.
You have got the JB Motorsports bug, Josh.
I do. I first knew Josh from PSGL, so there we go.
Hired me there.
Yeah, I did.
Our driver track is going a bit crazy at the moment. There we go. Back up in sync now as well.
It's back to normal. Ferrucci has jumped Rosenquist.
How's that happened? Oh, so NBC's gone to a break. That's why we lost audio.
So he's in third and Rosenquist 4th, Rossi 5th, Pato O'Ward 6th.
Power's up to 7th. Wow.
Ericsson 8th, Newgarden 9th. These pit stops have changed quite a bit of this race. Maybe down to the tyres.
Could be.
Anyone on the I think everyone's on the primaries at the moment.
Yeah, primaries have to be run on the Indy 500 course because you can't run alternates.
Right, so it's only primary tyres they got. Okay, cool. That makes things a lot easier for me on my first IndyCar race.
Can in qualifying, I think, but not in the race. Megan, this is your first of the year, isn't it? You weren't in any others.
I haven't had the time.
No, you haven't.
And it's weird that I'm doing this now, though it's the Indy 500, so I have no choice.
We've got a battle for VK and Palou, and VK couldn't get the move done, so Palou stays in the lead on lap 39. Rosenquist has just passed Ferrucci. We didn't see it on our screen, but Felix Rosenquist is back up to 3rd place.
So that's a very important factor. And then for Rosenquist, he needs to keep up with these top 3, and he has done there a lot. We've got Stefan. Oh, nearly did it. That's how much. We've got Graham Rahal in Stefan Wilson's number 24 car in the way. Brother JP says, you guys never told me your favourite livery. My pick is Agustin Canapino's as well. Catherine Legg looks like, is she stored the car? Is this live? Yeah.
She's 5 laps down currently.
Is she in the pit lane still? No, that's...
3 laps down. Yeah, 3 laps down.
Yeah, so she's out of it.
It's confusing on our timing. It said one bit it says 6 laps, one bit it says 4 laps. Ugh.
Net winner at the moment is Alex Palou, who's leading with VK as they fly back through. Favourite livery, I think, as well in this one. I like Santino Ferrucci's, but I really like Agustin Canapino's livery. But I'm sorry to say, my favourite livery...
I like the McLarens.
Yeah.
Just saying, one of my favourite teams in IndyCar. And I like Carl Kirkwood's as well.
Kirkwood's is fun, yeah. I really like Felix...
Kirkwood's yet.
Look at the spots going over there. I really love Felix Rosenquist, the classic McLaren livery.
Yes.
I think that's my favourite.
And McLaren ran Rosenquist livery in Monaco today.
Indeed, they did, yeah. I hope they keep with it. Indy 500
And they got
Monaco.
double, and spoiler alert, they got double points, so well done, McLaren.
Yeah, so it looks like they'll keep that. I hope they keep that livery there because it's obviously a good luck charm. Adam, I think is the... Yes, I'm so sorry. Adam's the perfect person to answer this question for us. Adam, would you rather have the Monaco Grand Prix or the Indy 500?
I know what you'll say.
Yeah.
Gosh, Josh, I guess if I had to choose, I'm gonna have, this may sound crazy, I'm gonna go out and say the Indy 500. It's called,
I knew you were gonna say that.
I knew.
Thanks, Jesse.
I think we can all... Megan likes Ed Carpenter's livery, okay.
Oh, I like that as well. Yeah, I remember that.
It's like a
I like the
champagne
McLaren
bottle.
livery this year too, so and let all of you know that are watching, and all of you that are watching, when I come on camera, you'll understand why my favorite livery is McLaren this year.
Well,
and
if you're
everyone can
watching the
attest.
pre-show, you saw Adam's outfit. Papaya
That's
colours.
great.
I was wearing
Yes.
papaya colours yesterday, and they got points today. So we must be at their good luck charm.
Sure, why not, Jess? I mean, sure. I'll go with that.
Let's
yeah,
go.
yeah. Anyway,
Marty Snyder's down in the pits. Just gonna put him.
Fuel mapping and strategy, and also looking at his balance and stuff to, recommend changes. So it's the stuff that I don't ever get to listen to when you're behind the wheel. So kind of cool to get the other side of it and help prepare me to know what they're really able to look at. So everything seems to be going smooth so far. So we'll see what the rest of the race holds for them.
How was that pre-race scene for you?
Oh, it's unreal. I mean, the Indy 500 is just amazing. I mean, it's the biggest race in the world, biggest sporting event in the world. So cool to be a part of it as a fan this year, and look forward to having my family here next year and get to compete and just have a whole different feel to it.
You got a little taste today, Dave, 50 laps or so, and he's got a little race to run tonight, too, in the Cup Series in Charlotte. That will be
Adam, coming to you on that one as well. The Charlotte 600, is it on or is it off? What's the weather looking like? Because Carl Larson may as well just stay here and learn as much as he can.
From everything that I've seen, Josh, it looks like rain, and more rain. So I think the Charlotte 600 is going to get postponed until tomorrow.
was it going to be on USRN as well?
I don't know.
And it doesn't look good tomorrow either. So we'll see what happens. All I can say is at least there's no rain in Indianapolis today, and I gotta say that to let all of you know, Simona Di Silvestro, who's on Sky's coverage of the Indy 500, she's competed in another really big race in the past, the Bathurst 1000, which takes place at Mount Panorama in Bathurst, New South Wales, Australia. So she has experience competing in really big races as well. So she knows what she's talking about, for Sky's IndyCar coverage today.
I'll tell you one thing, and I think, Josh, I'm going to drag you into this as well. If it gets postponed to tomorrow, depending on what time, maybe we should do the triple. Monaco, Indy, Charlotte.
Yes.
Would it be at 11 though?
I don't know what time it would be tomorrow if it gets postponed.
It would
It'll be the same as what it is.
It would be after, but yeah, I'm happy to jump on if you're happy to do it.
I'm happy to jump on too.
Yeah, because I don't think USON...
I can't. I'm seeing family tomorrow.
Because I don't think USON are doing it. So I think I'll take it off them.
I'm willing to jump in with you, Josh.
I'm not sure if they are or not. I would ask Matthew, but he's busy at the moment. He's got a race to compensate on like us. So,
Yeah, he's on USRN, covering the USRN coverage, I believe.
He is?
Let me check the USRN schedules as RC Ennison has just entered the pits and Catherine Legg is in the pits again.
Oh, that's her
I
third stop
won't
of
be
the day.
surprised if that's a retirement, Catherine Legg.
I really hope not, because that does not.
I hope not.
She doesn't deserve that. Fastest woman in Indy 500 history to get kicked out with a problem with the car.
Apparently, according to chat, Will Power has a minor issue with the jack.
Oh, and there goes Palo into the lead on lap 48 of the race. Down low, takes it back with a sweet move. So jack issue for power. Okay, I'll cut that because then they're airlifted as well. That's going to be problematic.
Yeah.
No, not scheduled on USRN.
Okay, so just be on JBMotorsports.
Must be, yeah. Oh yeah, we'll do that. Yeah, we'll do the triple. Yeah. I can do that. I'm happy.
And if it's on tonight?
No.
I think Josh will need a break.
I'm doing the triple next year. I know I'm doing that with Kyle Larson as well. So I know I'm doing the triple next year in 24, but next year maybe, but not this year.
Because Josh is going to be busy next week. He's going to need a break tonight.
I could possibly do it tomorrow. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Megan. Oh, sorry, I thought you were going to say something, but it was you.
Well, lap 49 already.
I'm tired.
Yeah, but it's taken us 40 minutes.
True.
I told you, it gets slower. We get like a big bump in the first 10 minutes. And then the next 30 laps is like, you're just waiting for paint to dry until, because all the pit stops slow you down. It's a really weird race.
Update.
Go on.
I said I have an update on Charlotte. It is still raining, and it looks like rain all night long. So if anything happens about the NASCAR Coca-Cola 600, while we're on the air, I will let you guys know about any new developments.
Thank you, Adam. Well, what's the forecast for tomorrow? Because I know you said that it looks pretty much the same as NBC have gone to a break, by the way. That's why we lost audio. But you said it looks mostly the same.
Yeah, it's called, I'm getting the update as of right now, so,
Catherine Legg's having a brake disc change.
That's going to take forever.
There's an 18% chance of rain tomorrow. Let me just go to check on the action. There's a 24% chance of rain tomorrow in Charlotte, so I think they could get the NASCAR Coca-Cola 600 in tomorrow because according to the Weather Channel app, there's an 83% chance of rain for the rest of the day in Charlotte. So I think NASCAR will postpone the Coca-Cola 600 until tomorrow.
That's annoying because part of the charm is that we do it all on the same day, isn't it? That's part of the great charm. But
I know.
I would much rather than postpone it until tomorrow. At least Carl Larson, if they call it before he has to take off, he'll get to see it because it's a bit of a flyaway. Brother JP says, I want to just say thank you to everyone at JB Motorsports. Thanks for all your thanks for all you and the team's constant coverage across the motorsport world. Your team is absolutely fantastic. Thank you very much. I love every single member of my team.
Thank you, Brother JP. It's called. We appreciate you following along with us. So, so thank you for the nice words.
I would say
Brother
that.
JP,
sorry, go on, Adam.
Yeah, it's called. I always have fun hanging out with you, Josh, and Josh and Megan, Omi, and Jess. This is the first time I've broadcast with you, but I'll be back with you guys for the F1 Canadian Grand Prix in a couple weeks. So I'm looking forward to seeing if Max Verstappen can continue his winning ways at Circuit Gilles Villeneuve in Montreal.
I love how Nadine says, guys, 2024 Indy is coming to Argentina. You can come too and stay in my home. We can eat as a asdo as well. I presume that's a local delicacy.
Yes, it is.
Lovely.
Yes, it is, Josh.
Catherine Legg's back out on track.
Fantastic. Catherine is out.
Woo! Finally.
That sounds brilliant. Oh, and Ed says, I echo. Ed, you're part of the team. Yeah, Ed's part of the team.
Oh. Yeah, Ed's the Formula E guru.
Yes, he is. Yes, he does a good job with Formula E too. So.
He does. And he manages other leagues as well, and he does a good job on that.
Yeah, Ed's brilliant in Formula E when he turns up. I'm joking.
If you haven't heard Ed Hunter and Josh call Formula E race, you're missing out because those two are
brilliant.
the best in the business.
Oh, thank you, Buzz. That's too kind.
You're welcome.
He is being replaced though for Jakarta because he's busy working somewhere else. So I think Nick Homewood is stepping into the seat
That's good.
For Jakarta.
That's nice.
Next week.
Next week, yeah, 7 days. Busy week next week. Jess, you're stepping in for one of the F3s or F2s. I can't remember which one it is now. As well, so that's going to be fun.
Yeah, I'm going to be busy as well in JB Motorsports. Luckily, most of my leads would have ended by then.
That is true. But the one problem is that she won't be here. Are you here?
When?
It's next weekend, Spain. No, because you've got a test on the Monday. So you're not here next week.
Do you know when I have tests?
Next month. Not this Monday.
The 5th, the 6th, the 7th, and then the 12th.
Okay. So
busy.
We'll see you for Le Mans. Yeah?
When's Le Mans?
12th and 13th of June. No, 13th, 14th of June.
13th.
Oh my God!
I think that's a Saturday. When
That's
is
a
it?
Tuesday.
10th to 11th.
You've got an exam on the 12th of June.
Yes.
Oh, you can't do Le Mans. Oh,
I can do
Megs.
bits and bobs.
Why is your exam so late?
Ask the exam board. Why are some of my friends leaving on the 18th?
That is so late. 12th of June. That is very late for an exam.
My
Very
last
late.
exam in sixth form 10 years ago was on the 13th of June, so...
that's just about then.
Similar days.
Yeah.
My God.
And that was a drama exam, but then I had to stay a few days later because I had to finish my IT coursework. We couldn't
Ditto.
leave until we finished our IT coursework.
Same happened to me. Although I'm sending Megan in.
Mine's all examination, so I leave when the exams are done.
Yes, but I'm sending you to print
Okay.
out all these notes.
Just make me print out the notes on random days.
Hang on.
That's
no,
Catherine back in the...
that's her out.
Oh, no!
Aw.
Yeah, Catherine Lake's out. Yeah. You feel for her.
She's out. She's
You
out
feel
the
for her.
car.
Every
She's out
year.
the car.
Feel for her.
The fastest woman in Indianapolis Motor Speedway history at 231.070 mile per hour average speed time in total. Her fastest speed was, I'm trying to find it on pole day now, where she was in the running order. Here we go. Catherine Legg's time at 231.070. I'm just taking a look at. I knew these little notes on my wall would come in handy here for where she is. No, 231 mile an hour. Fastest
Joshua.
woman in history. Megan.
Be aware.
Wi-Fi signal low. Are we still
Non-existent
talking?
for me.
No.
For me, at least.
Well, thank God that everything is connected via Ethernet, the laptop and the computer
Done
as
it.
well. Okay, so that just has it.
Back.
Look, so it's lap 60 coming up of 200, and the mosh pit is in full swing. The most pointless, I think, waste of money on the planet, because you're going to Indianapolis. You're not going for a concert. You are going for the absolute bonkers atmosphere of the 500, not to have beer and tequila and all that lot in the mosh pit. You can hear the mosh pit in the background, actually, of the commentary right now, as well. I have to look after some children next weekend, says Ed, on a campsite, but I'm looking forward to working with Jess for the first time in 2 weeks for FSR. That is true, Jess.
Yes, Barcelona for the Pro Championship.
Oh yeah, I'm not there. That's on the same weekend as the Le Mans, isn't it? I'm not there for Le Mans. For that one.
That's the same week though as F1 23, and I would probably be getting the game then. So.
Yeah. Tell you what.
Oh, that's right, yes.
Been confirmed. Catherine Legg's out of the Indianapolis 500.
That was old news. We told that.
Right, hang on. Where's the marker of doom? Just a little cross next to her name.
She didn't
Catherine
cause a
Legg's out.
caution,
No,
so-
she didn't cause a caution. That's right.
No, she went in the pit, so.
Yeah, Jess, it was kind of official, but now it's official on the time screens,
Ah, right, okay.
which is official.
Now listen. Sorry.
Grosjean, no! Grosjean's 29th!
Grosjean's very tight now.
One of my favourite drivers in INDYCAR.
Fuel window is 28 to 36
Oh,
laps.
hello.
And that's why. Yeah, I was just saying
Hello?
it. Yeah, Palou into the pit, same as Santino Ferrucci. The fuel window, 28 to 34 laps. It's time for the second round of pit stops already. We've gone green for 62 laps. So they're all down. Let's go.
Ferrucci, Dixon, and Palou.
Let's go down
This is
pits.
exactly what we talked about. You and Hinch just mentioned it. It stacks on itself all day long. In fact, Barry Wanzer told Palou on the radio in the middle of the run, we're just going to be in this situation where we're going to have to pit earlier than everybody else. Handling very good, but Kevin, that's the penalty for leading.
Early on in this last stint, Santino Ferrucci said, what did you do? Did you go the wrong way on the wing? They said, no, we just didn't add enough. Later on, Ferrucci came back and said, it gets so loose at the end, I think we just have to suffer through it, Marty.
Second round of pit stop starting here. So Scott Dixon radioed to his crew. You see him on pit road, said this set much better. No vibration this time. He said, I have no idea what happened with that first set, but playing from behind for the rest of the day.
Tell you what, that's not a bad thing for Scott Dixon to get back on cycle.
Yes.
He's there pitting on the same.
Dixon coming in then, changing over on the cycle, but I was just trying to look at my notes here that Matthew Owen provided me. I can't see when was the what's the longest we've got without a caution. I think last year it was something like 119 laps, wasn't it? We had green flag.
And then cautions, 3 cautions, don't forget, Josh. We had more straight after, if I remember.
And red flag at the end of it as well, and Marcus Ericsson won.
Oh yeah, there was red flag, I think, right towards the end, and then there was 2 laps, and then boom, caution.
I'd just like to point out that my picker winner is currently leading the race, so I got it right.
Mine's in second.
Oh, yeah,
mine's just pitted. So.
Mine's in third.
Oh, right, this is looking good then.
Well, 1, 2, 3.
Adam, yours is in 9th, looking good with Tony Kanaan.
Yes, I'm with Tony Kanaan. That's right, Josh.
Omi, who have you chosen, by the way? That's just something I want to think and pick up on. Who have you got to win this race?
I think I chose last week. I think it was Rosenquist who I said after qualifying.
I think I remember you saying Rosenquist, yeah.
Yeah, you did.
Mine's now leading.
Rosenquist leads, VK pit road, and you know what that means? Down to the pits.
Don't get caught speeding, don't lose it, don't lock up. Good one from VK so far.
You got to follow up on the Rossi situation that Hinch was on board with a moment ago. Just way too free, no vibration for Alexander Rossi, but there is one for Rinus VK, and you can tell he's a young driver. He hung on to it the entire time and never once said, we need to come to pit road. Very happily with the handling, leading a lot of laps, trying to play the patient game all day long. Takuma Sato also on pit road as well. Sato's been dealing with a free race car as the sun starts to be a little more prevalent at Indianapolis. That certainly will affect the handling of the cars as well.
You bet, Marty. Track.
Just taking a look here as well, trying to, because I'm just thinking, what is it? 51 minutes. We're 66 laps into the 200.
Execute.
So yes, okay, execute order 66, especially with Adam Driver here. We get it. As
Dark side charade.
do you know? I would have forgotten.
Oh, can you?
Yeah,
Can you tell?
Yeah, Kylo Ren, I know. But do you want to know something, Megan? Just
what?
I would have forgotten that Adam Driver was waving the green flag, unless he didn't make a complete and utter effort to do it, going backwards and forwards. I thought, oh, it's Adam, look at the flag waving. Oh, it's Adam Driver. So I threw it into the commentary.
Ed Carpenter's in, Stingray Rob is in the pits as well.
Rosenquist, Rossi, Newgarden, so Award hits the front, according to the timing tower. So our second phase of pit stops. Let's go down to the pit road.
Firestone, Felix Rosenquist, after that first stop, the left rear completely blistered all the way around. So they told him to sort of take it easy on this run and not push it quite as hard. You see his teammate Alexander Rossi, again, with a very free race car for Rossi. That's what he's been dealing with. We will look at the tires that come off of Rosenquist, who came to pit road with the lead. We'll see where he goes, Steph.
What a day, Marty. What a day for the Swedish driver. He has been so consistent, so steady. He's had good speed. Actually, I spoke to him yesterday. It's been a good month of May for Felix Rosenquist. He is feeling it.
You know, I hadn't seen much in terms of mileage out of Chip Ganassi Racing with Palou and Dixon, but Marcus Ericsson just came to the pits. He's getting excellent mileage.
But guys, look, Felix Rosenquist has come out ahead
of
both Rinus VK and Alex Palou. That overcut is really helping, going longer as the other two are stuck in traffic now as we've caught up the tail end, Kevin.
The McLarens are getting great fuel mileage with Chevy. Pato Award in and out. A COP change. A little bit of balance adjustment, Marty.
TK, Tony Kanaan on pit road, his final Indy 500 as we talked about. And these drivers going a little bit further. You guys included Marcus Ericsson in that conversation. His strategist, the winning strategist from last year, said we're going to flip for what we're doing, going a little bit longer than everyone else, Dave.
Marty, you're on board with Will Power on pit road now, and even without all the tools available to him, weight jacker not working, he's been able to run well this stint, basically maintained his position. 4 fresh Firestone tires fuel the car. Nice stop for the Penske crew.
Out goes the Verizon ship.
Very nicely done then. Everyone looking super strong here as we've got our new lap counter in operation as well. So we're not going to miss out on anything up here in the comms boxes. We've got a three-way fighting towards turn number 1. Unbelievable stuff going on right now as the action continues to reign here as well. They are pushing Megan like absolute fire and they are not holding back.
Question.
Yes.
Is the reason why that's gone back to like 2 minutes because you refreshed it?
Yes. Herta in the pits. Rosenquest 2. I was trying to see if the lap counter was working, but I've got a new lap counter from Race Control. So lap 69 of 200. That will update correctly. And you know what? I like it. I might keep that permanently as well. It's better than the laps to go signal that we get. So I might keep that. Lap 70 now across the line. Rosenquest leads. But this is getting crazy because to the inside, that's O'Ward taking the net lead. O'Ward takes the lead. Let's hear from Catherine Legg.
I think we tried to do that, maybe the steering rack or something. So we're going to try and fix it and get back out. There's not much we can do multiple laps down, but it's good experience and
Is she coming back in?
Yeah. And teammates.
Unfortunate end to her return to the Indianapolis 500, Deb.
So she's coming back. She might not be out of it. She'll be multiple laps down, but Catherine's not done yet.
Fair play. She's not giving up. She wants to finish the Indy 500. I believe everybody has made their second stop.
They have. And that means that at the front, that's R.C. Henderson out of position, I believe. On the chat I'm seeing at the moment. So I believe he is out of sync. It's lap 71 of 200. I told you we'd fix the timing tower eventually. I've just taken it away from INDYCAR.com as well for it as well because the laps remaining on NBC don't seem to be working. So it's lap 71 of 200. That is correct. And I think I might keep it, actually, because I think it looks better if I find a way.
It looks very nice.
Yeah.
I'm just looking at the stream now.
It looks a lot better. So
yes, because I like it, Josh. Because you should keep that for every IndyCar race. You should keep that for every IndyCar race for the rest of the year. It looks really professional.
When is the next IndyCar race?
7 days time.
7 days. That's a bit quicker than usual. So it's a double header. They're going to be.
It's been a lot more triple. It's been like where were we? We've done about 5 weekends in a row now for IndyCar, so it's been quite a lot.
Oh, we got potential mood
we
number 14.
shall be going to Detroit.
First
Detroit.
time.
Ah, right.
First time at the new layout. No longer on the Bay Isle Street Circuit. It's now in the centre.
Yes, that's right, Josh. It's called Formula One used Formula One used to race on the streets of Detroit, and then it was IndyCar. Before IndyCar moved the Detroit Grand Prix to.
Where did they? Yeah, to Belle Isle. Yeah.
Yeah. It's called. I mean, I can remember, F1 around the streets of Detroit. Going through Cobo Hall and going through the tunnels, and I mean, it was a real bumpy track, and I know a lot of drivers complained about it. So I'm happy to see that IndyCar is going back to the streets of Detroit next weekend. It's kind of like a throwback to the days when they used to do it.
Loving that we're back there. Go on, Jess.
Should be fun. McLaughlin's passed Castro Nefes. Herta's been passed as well. Canan's down to 14th.
Closing in
again. A few people not having good races, it looks like. Ericsson's up to 9th.
Welcome back, TV.
And who are we on board with?
This is the Hy-Vee, so I presume this is Jack Harvey, if I'm not mistaken. Taking a quick look.
It's hard, it doesn't have a number.
It's Christian
Lundgaard, I do believe.
Yeah, I was about to say, it's Christian Lundgaard.
Oh, it's Lundgaard. You got one of the cars, because they're in the same team, so you got one of them right, it's not the right driver.
Really hard to tell who's where.
Isn't the Hy-Vee car this
weekend? Yeah, because they alternate between them. It's really annoying. Yes. Battle for the lead between O'Ward and Rosenquest. Rosenquest as well. The two McLaren teammates battling at the front with VK now down into 3rd position. Lap 75 of 200. We've been going for, I can't tell you, because the timing tower has changed now. We started green flag at 45.
55 minutes.
Thank you. 55 minutes. And now Rosenquist's going to try and go for a movement towards turn number 1. He's been too far back, though. What? Do you know, Adam, I'm sure you'll get this. Classic shots right now, that McLaren. Every time I see it, I just think it's Indianapolis 1992 going to the line. It looks brilliant.
1992, yes. Alan Jr. A close victory over Scott Goodyear. So I remember that race very well.
Fastest ever, the closest ever Indy 500 finish in history as well. If I take a look at it, I can't see it on my screen. 0.043 seconds as well. Oh, thank you, Megan. For telling me that the time is... Yeah, Santino, what's happened to him?
Around the outside into turn 3 of Alex Palou for 4th position. Now the order rejigs itself. I believe a couple of transponder issues there.
Yep.
But yeah, Ferrucci round the outside of Palou turn 3 that last time. If they go round turn 3 or towards turn 3 for the next time, lap 77.
Yeah, it's kicked off our timing screens as well up here in the commentary box. We've lost our driver tracker at the moment, which is something that I just wanted to...
Again?
Yeah, driver tracker just is...
Driver trackers never want to stay on.
No, they don't.
No.
We thought we solved the problem. We would have this problem anyway if it wasn't with a cable. It would just be...
It seems to be the INDYCAR app which doesn't like it.
Yeah, it's
not
just
the actual driver tracker itself.
Yeah, it's just the app. The app keeps disconnecting and reconnecting and everything. Because now, look, I'm going to have to do this, which is fly it all off.
Pips.
So he was third.
And again.
Ennison has also been the pits.
So he was in at 40, and then he was out at 41. Now he's in at 42 again.
So I wonder if he's carrying some sort of an issue.
Yeah. There's our driver tracker back.
He's currently 2 laps down.
That much, really?
Yeah, there must be an issue.
Huge. As there goes Rosenquist around the outside and takes the lead of the race.
Sorry.
Fantastic run. Megan, I would always say, mute your mic before you turn your headset off, otherwise bad things will happen.
Otherwise static and feedback.
Which is, it's really annoying because the microphone reacts with the headsets. There you go.
My ears are cold.
You're wearing a headset and your ears are cold?
Yes.
How?
So are my hands.
Yeah, they are actually.
Cold?
Yeah, her hands are actually cold. What are we watching?
Oh, right, okay.
This is the back, so presumably we are watching a little twitch from Simon Pagenaud, who nearly went into the wall, and that's allowed Ed Carpenter through on the inside line.
It's 20 degrees in the UK, Megan.
Yeah, it's so hot. I had to sit down because I was getting so hot by standing up for like 2 hours.
Can I just point out where we are? It's 13 degrees with clouds and a bit of a chilly cold air.
Oh, right, okay.
And wind.
Okay.
Yeah.
What the coast does.
Well, welcome to the south. We're both from the south. It's 20 degrees here as well. It was apparently earlier on. It was
welcome to the north.
degrees.
Yeah, well, I think
I can confirm it was 24 degrees earlier in the F1 race, and it was absolutely boiling.
It was, yeah. It was. I feel quite comfortable in this suit as well, though. I felt the
What's the highest it's been today here?
18. Omi, get your thoughts on this amazing
15.
500 we've had so far. 15. Oh wow, okay. What's your thoughts on this race, then, Omi?
Yeah, I've loved it. Absolutely loved it. Can't really say any much more. Loved it. I'm hoping Rosenquist wins, so then I get a prediction right, and it doesn't happen often. So I'm hoping that Rosenquist does win this.
Could someone just ping Tom Dillon and see where he is if he's back home watching the 500 yet, or because and round the outside, O'Ward takes the lead into turn 1, getting past Rosenquist. So slowly catching McLaren.
Do you know what I never understood about the tortoise and the hare?
Yeah, what?
The fact that they displayed the tortoise as so slow. They're really fast when they want to be.
Tortoises are really quick.
They're scarily quick.
What's the plural of tortoise? Is it tortoise?
Tortoise?
Yeah. Tortoise. What's the plural of tortoises?
Why have we gone into a conversation about tortoises?
Why did I get into a conversation earlier with my best friend about the fact that she can't feed baby ducks bread?
I have no idea anymore.
She said it was their fault.
So,
She said false advertising.
Okay. Award leads, Rosa Quest second, Ferrucci third, VK fourth, Palou fifth. Jess, you're not lactose intolerant, are you? Oh.
I don't know.
Do you drink milk?
Why? I drink milk, yeah.
Oh, brilliant.
Then you're fine.
Make sure to have a glass ready at the end. And we'll
Oh God, no. I don't like drinking it from a glass.
All right, we'll get a carton.
I only like having it for breakfast, and that's it. So,
right,
sorry,
well,
I'm not joining in.
I'm the opposite.
Well,
I'll join in.
Fantastic.
I'll join
Yes,
in.
Adam.
What we are doing is we've got the MacBook full screen, so at the end of the race, we'll all have a drink of milk and sign off the broadcast if we can get this working.
So I could switch my camera off, so then Adam could have his camera on and
I
drink the milk.
No, because I can drag open the Discord on the MacBook full screen and we can all be on. So, yeah.
okay,
We'll be on different angles.
Should I do it as well?
Yeah, you two, Omi.
Yeah, by the way, for those of you that missed this morning, Omi has a camera.
Yes, he does. Omi's camera was finally on. He was in the Porsche Super Cup race this morning as well, which was the first time we called the Porsche Super Cup.
And the first time I actually saw his face.
Yes, me too.
Same here. Same here. I'm with you, Jess. I was like,
It's like
what's
the
that? I was like,
Oh, who's that?
okay.
RC Enerson.
50.
Oh, so I think he's out.
Well, he's been in the pit lane 3 times, and I think they've wheeled it, and I think he's not even in the car, so they're putting him behind the wall.
He's riding the car.
So, that's such a disappointment. RC Enerson has been such a great driver this month of May. He's been completely involved in everything, throwing himself into it, and it looks like RC Enerson is out of the race. We're on lap 85 of 200 of the 107th running of the Indy 500. May 16th to May 28th. We've been live with you every single step of the way here on JB Motorsports, and we've got 125 laps to go of this great American race.
What was 2 years ago today?
28th of May 2021.
I don't know. What was it? We were in lockdown.
And don't say the name.
We were in lockdown.
Of the place.
I don't get it. What? 2 years ago today?
My last day of secondary school.
Oh, was it really?
Oh!
That was 2 years ago today.
Yeah, but you weren't there because it was lockdown.
Yes, I was.
2021. What did I
Yes.
think? Okay, yeah, you were there. Okay. I thought you said 20.
Yeah, because in 2021, I think there were some exam groups that still came. I think the schools were still open.
Yeah, because we had that lockdown in the early part of the year.
My school was so determined for us all to always be there as much as we could.
Fair enough.
Oh, was it really?
Yeah. Oh. I had an ice cream 2 years ago.
Free ice cream is the best ice cream.
Well, it wasn't free.
Oh.
True to that, Josh.
It's
That's
Spengler.
true to that.
We always get, like, for some reason, talking of ice creams, we always get random ice cream vans that come in the winter as well sometimes.
I was thinking about this. It's weird.
Yeah, and it's like, I think it's someone, like, on our street that just has an ice cream van or something. It's like, it's fine in the summer. I understand why it's on in the summer, but in the winter it gets very annoying and it's, like, very creepy.
When it was really, really cold, an ice cream van came going down the street who's gone down here for years and years, decades. And I was thinking, why are you coming down? It's winter.
Just want to say,
Yeah.
Brother JP says, will you drink a glass of champagne after the race if your pick for a win finishes in first place? My pick for a winner is VK.
We have some. I won.
Yeah, but
I don't wanna open it.
unfortunately, due to YouTube rules, we can't drink on YouTube without. I don't know how sidemen and things like that get away with it, but I know if I tried it, yeah,
Probably they've
It's not
done
live.
something.
yeah. If I couldn't get away with it, so I will instead have a nice glass of milk. That's what we're having.
Now that we're on the topic of ice creams,
Yes.
there's a funny story, just quickly.
Go on, Josh.
So in the industrial estate, just over the road from us, but
2
we're
seconds.
going down.
Sorry, RC Anderson.
This Team Chevy,
We
we've
will.
had a flawless month so far. For us to have a problem in the race, it's a bummer, but you know, that's kind of just how racing goes sometimes. I think that's what we get for using up all our luck throughout practice, not having any problems with the car. So we'll just have to come back stronger next year. We'll go diagnose the car and see what's wrong. But yeah, just a real bummer to be out that early.
Nothing to hang their head about for sure. The Able Motorsports team advanced and locked into the 500 against all odds.
26. Just quickly, Vertucker, hello, who was at the track listening into our commentary. So thank you very much for tuning in. Nice. Hopefully you said as well you packed the car. Hopefully you got there okay. Says it's a dude in the birthday suit run back into the pits. Oh dear me. As well, but hello. Not sure if others understand, but streakers and snake pits are American traditions. Oh dear.
Good grief.
Good grief. How English were you, Megan?
Very.
Rosenquist round the outside of O'Ward and takes the lead in towards turn
Ice cream
number
story.
1. Ice cream story. Yes, go on, Josh. You must finish your ice cream story.
So there's a CrossFit over the road in the industrial estate, and they run around a block and jog around a block in the industrial estate. And one winter day, there was an ice cream van parked on the corner, and they were having to run past it and jog around it every single time, and it was just sitting and staring at them on the corner, which was quite funny.
An amazing move on the inside line for Tony Kanaan, passing McLaughlin. Kirkwood passing Sato on the grass, and Sato's all out of shape. Here comes Benjamin Pedersen, and Pedersen goes through. Sato's out of place, and Ferrucci's past VK again, and O'Ward getting past as there's all slipstreaming down the start-finish straight. Palou passing Power, and Ilott into the pit lane. It's 3 wide down the back straightaway. It towards turn number 1. Carmen to involve 2, going down low, and there's a huge crash coming out of 1. Caution is out. First time today.
I think that's Ilott.
It is. No, is he? No, he's in the pit lane. He's in the pit lane.
Oh, it's Stingray.
Stingray Rob hits the wall.
Who predicted Rob to cause the first caution? Did anyone predict Rob?
Not as far as I know.
No.
No. Okay, we all lost.
Yes, we lost.
What was Megan's pick for the first caution?
Scott McLaughlin.
Scott McLaughlin.
But
that
okay.
got pulled on lap 91 or 92, Josh?
92 it got called
92.
on. Yeah, caution was 92.
I hope the car is still. We can still see the car, so I'm assuming he's okay.
Megan is giving me a really weird look because 30 seconds before that crash, I said to her, I've got a feeling something's bad's going to happen. That's the second time I've had deja vu today. And he just locked up, went wide, and went straight into the wall, Jess. Nothing he could do there.
That could have been worse. He could have gone in another angle, which could have collected more cars, but he was very, very lucky there.
Oh.
But are people allowed to pit under caution?
Yep. Yellow pits.
Yes.
So, is he in a he was in a battle, I believe, with Graham Rahal.
But he was 2 laps down.
Yeah, he's okay. Oh no, he's not happy at all. He's not happy at all with Rahal. Arms go up, and Stingray Rob is out.
He's locked out of the car.
He's locked out of the car. He's okay though, it's great news. But the caution's out for the first time today after 92 laps. Yeah, off you go. Yeah, Megan looked at me.
I'm new to these type of things because obviously, do cars unlap themselves in cautions?
You get a free pass.
Oh, so is it a random free pass? There's only one driver that gets it.
Should be able to go back on the lead lap sometimes. It's like
All
a
right,
NASCAR
okay.
rule.
Oh. So you only get one chance to unlap yourself. Right, okay. So if there's another caution in your lap down, then you use your free pass enter. So yeah, okay, that explains it.
Yeah, just say.
I know.
Go on.
Sorry, I know in NASCAR it's the first driver a lap down. I don't know about INDYCAR.
I think it is, Josh. I think it's the same in INDYCAR as in NASCAR.
If I get my timings, it will be Marco Andretti.
So he'll be the first one then.
That will get a free pass. Yeah, that will be allowed to unlap himself.
Just quickly, Varukta as well. Hello. That's Josh T. I'm Josh B. He's Josh T. Jess is up there. Adam and Omi are behind the scenes as well. But Matthew Owens, who was calling the qualifying with us as well, the very nice American bloke, he's calling the race on USRN, and I believe he is calling the race from France.
Yes.
Ah.
Not that we're not calling you a beautiful American, Adam.
Yes, I know.
Right.
Thank you, Josh.
Other Americans are available.
Speaking of which,
Thank you.
While we're under caution, let's rotate. So Jess and Josh rotate, and Omi and Adam, cameras on, and rotate the commentary team. And let's get you two in and get your thoughts on this race so far. Adam's in. Omi, you got a camera as we're going to head down pit road. So, Omi? Hello, Omi? Omi?
If not, Josh could get his camera back on.
Josh, camera back on. Let's go down pit road as we're on for everybody heading down there the pit lane.
McLaren, because they had the best fuel mileage. They didn't need to pit for a little while. Pato O'Ward is going to hit his mark first, just wants a little bit of wing. In front of him, you're going to see Santino Ferrucci. This helped them. They were short on fuel, Marty.
Yeah, Kevin, kind of a game reset at almost halfway. A lot of drivers saying they want more downforce. You see Felix Rosenquist, bottom left of your screen, the leader coming on the pit road, said he feels very good about the handling of the car. Meanwhile, Rinus VeeKay said he's had a vibration on literally every run of the day. They make a wing adjustment.
Oh, VeeKay's hit! VeeKay spun! He hit in the pit lane! VeeKay's hit! And who did he touch? Did he hit the 14? No, he's in Alex Palou! He's in Palou in the pit lane! VeeKay hits Palou!
Oh my god!
In the pit lane! Is he out of the race, Adam?
Oh my
yeah,
gosh.
he is!
Broken suspension!
My picker winner is gone.
Ditto! VeeKay loses the rear tyre and whacks
Did he get touched by Newgarden?
Palou. Oh, you feel for Alex Palou because he had a strong car to win today.
He lost the car.
Loses the rear.
I'll shut up now.
Again, I get the Lego plate and
Oh, VeeKay into the side, and that's VeeKay with a penalty. Palou's out of the race. It's all changed in the 500. My picker winner's got it wrong. No champagne for me. Well, Adam, I've never seen that in the pit stop before. The leader's crashing at the exit.
Yeah, but my picker winner's still going.
Yes, Tony Kanaan. Where's he running now? 11th? Surely not. Can't work out where he is on the monitor, but blimey. Oh, yeah, no, VeeKay says Jean de Boer as well.
Ow.
Who was Ed's picker winner?
Ed, who did you pick a winner? Who have you got for pick a winner down there?
What happened? I just got back.
Oh, hello,
I just
Omi.
ran down.
Omi, can you get on camera?
Okay.
Yeah, Josh, go. Omi, on.
Yeah, come on, Omi.
I'm confused. I just got here and I don't have a clue what's going on.
We're rotating the cameras. We're under caution.
Oh, right, okay.
Basically, we're under caution because Stingray Roll hit the wall.
Any caution moments, you and Adam will be on camera.
Yeah, and there's the look.
That is gutting.
So Adam is now in the box with the tie. So there's. Oh, by the way, Omi, just to update you, VeeKay coming out of the pit lane lost the rear of the car and he's hit Alex Palou. So the leader's literally changing. Have you got a camera? Megan's missed everything.
I'm quickly opening it.
Oh, good. Yeah, you heard me inside the house. Or were you watching on Facebook? Oh, right, okay. VeeKay has been hit by Palou.
Who hit him?
VeeKay's hit Palou. Palou hit VeeKay in... Yeah. No, other way around. Hello, Megan. Sorry. VeeKay
that brings
hit...
a lot of people out.
VeeKay hit Palou in the pits. As we're under caution. Omi... okay, Josh, come back in.
Whose were they again?
Mine. Omi's camera's not working, I just don't think yet as well. So.
Aww.
Should be in a second.
Okay, well, when it is, let me know. Adam, so what are you making then out of this race so far as we're under the caution? Good. Right, switch out. Go, Josh, go.
Woo!
There's
All right, Omi.
Where's
Heck
the
yeah.
Hello.
Nice to finally see you. Nice to finally see you.
There we go.
Hello. Yeah.
Hi, Omi.
Hello. Yes.
So.
Right, I need to. I've already got the milk and all sorted.
Oh, good.
All right, Omi. All right, my friend. Yes.
Yes, I am.
Nice. Love the sunglasses too.
They're really cool, aren't they?
I've been having them all day.
Oh. Okay.
It hasn't taken
All
them
right.
off.
Okay.
I am very not okay, says Synthol. I'm
I
not
thought
too.
you wouldn't be.
I'm not too. But Callum,
I'm not okay. My picker
I'm
winner's gone.
ecstatic.
So is Josh's.
Yeah.
I'm ecstatic.
Callum Ilott leads this
Richie
race.
is very not okay as well.
I'm not surprised.
Callum Ilott leading.
Yeah, but who's in second?
Felix Rosenquist, I know.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, right. As we take a look at it once again, Adam, just talk us through. What do you reckon of this? This is ridiculous as well for Rico hitting
I feel so sorry. It's called. I feel so sorry for Alex Below. I truly thought if I didn't go with Tony Kanaan, I would have gone with Alex Below today to win. I mean, he had a strong car leading up to now, and I truly thought if he didn't win, at least he was going to finish on the podium. And man, what can you say for Chip Ganassi Racing, that number 10 team? I mean, Chip Ganassi has had always run strong here, and now one of their cars goes out. I mean, we'll see how the other Chip Ganassi Racing cars can perform. Now that, to me, their best car is out.
And Omi, coming to you as well, your first 500 in the broadcast booth as well. What are you making all of this mess that we've got going on right now?
Yeah, I'm just seeing it.
Oh, hang on, we've got a tyre in the
chaos
pit lane. Well, that's coming in. That's the 45 of Christian Lundgaard, but there's a tyre loose in the fast lane, as we saw as well. He turned into the wrong box. So who did he come into? Let's have a look. So we're looking for the 45 box up here.
He came into Harvey's teammate.
Yeah, he came in Harvey's. Wow. And that the tyre bouncing in the fast lane. They're going to penalty for that. So, Omi, sorry to interrupt you, as Palou is finally going again, but I think maybe a lap down. What are you making of your first Indy 500?
Well, that was chaotic. Very chaotic. So it's having its twists and turns as expected in this race. But yeah, I'm absolutely enjoying it, and we're about to reach half race distance as well. So absolutely loving it. It's been a good first half of the race, and I hope the second half is better, and I hope Rosenquist wins.
And the mosh pit's in full swing. Okay, well, Omi's chosen Rosenquist. Adam, Tony Kanaan's running in 11th position, but P10, Colton Herter. Could he do the unthinkable and win the Indy 500?
Anything's possible, Josh. Like Omi said, we're only halfway down. So, God, if you have Colton Herta for pick a winner, if he plays his cards right, you never know.
The party atmosphere is underway as well here. Megan.
Milk choices.
Milk choices.
Do we know who was who with them?
Well, you've got a phone nowadays. You search on Twitter. You've got Twitter on your phone, have you?
I have it on a website.
Oh, for God's sake, just let me put your apps on here. Here's Twitter. Here's Twitter, and you search and to take a look at the milk choices for the Indy 500.
What do I search?
Indy 500 milk. That's pretty much how it works.
Interesting thing. During the Stingray rubber crash, Ilott was in pit road then before the just before that crash. So Ilott
there's
is
another
there.
one. Sorry, is that a replay? Sorry.
Yeah, that's a replay. Ilott is there in P1 on merit, people. Stop the count.
Yeah.
Stop the count.
Well, lap 100 has put out the red flags. That'll do now. Thank you very much. Okay, so here's the milk. Choosing Hole, Marco Andretti, Augustine Canapino, Ed Carpenter, Connor Daly, Devlin DiFrancesco, Scott Dixon, Marcus Ericsson, R.C. Anderson, Santino Ferrucci, Jack Harvey, Colton Herta, Ryan Hunter-Ray, Callum Ilott, Tony Kanaan, Carl Kogan, Christian Lundgaard, David Malika, Scott McLaughlin, Joseph Newgarden, Pato Award, Simon Pasha, Alex Below, Will Power, Graham Royhall, Stingray Rob, Felix Rosenquist, Alexander Rossi and Venus Rique. On 2%, Helio Castroneves, Benjamin Peterson and Takuma Sato. On Skim Milk is Roman Grosjean and Catherine Leck.
I'll never understand people's obsession with whole milk.
No, I don't think I will either.
Or skim. No. Semi-skimmed, yes, I understand. Skim, yeah, okay, it's basically just very similar to semi-skimmed. Though whole milk just makes... No, for me. Just no. I will never understand it.
Fair dues. As well. Omi with some orange on as well. So you and Adam going orange as well. As you can see, our pit reports are not following the suit and tie. That's only because you're very rarely on camera, Omi, aren't you, as well?
Of course, Omi.
Yeah.
So I'm not the only one to dress up.
You are dressed up.
Not that much.
You fancy her. I mean, Omi's in t-shirt. And orange cap.
This is what I wear every day.
Fine, whatever. Are we coming to the green flag? We are. Okay, swap back, people, swap back.
It is one of my more fancier outfits, though.
We're coming to the green flag for the Indy 500 here. As they come out of the last corner, the racing resumes. Now a 3 wide from the back already. That's Marcus Ericsson passing before the green flag. That's not allowed as Rosenquist pulls to the outside. Green flag, race on once again here at the Brickyard. In towards turn 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 abreast. Ericsson on the outside, power down low. And Newgarden going in there, going high, nearly in the wall. Great overtake from Alexander Rossi, who keeps it going as we cut back down low through 2 and 3, touching the grass. Scott Dixon, and Dixon goes way down low. Below the line, trying to get in position. And look, here comes Kennard trying to go through. It's 5 wide into turn 3. Power backs out. Kyle Kirkwood gets up there as well. Daly goes to 11th. Carpenter in the mix. McLaughlin holding off Dixon. What a restart, Jess.
My oh my, Rosenquist definitely got the job done there, and both McLaren 1-2 at the moment as we got the number 14 trying to go down the inside of the number 5. That was Ferrucci on Marcus, no, number 8, sorry. Ferrucci on Marcus Ericsson, so Ferrucci up into full place. He's now going to chase down Callum Ilott, and Ferrucci has the better straight line speed as well. We've got to chase for the lead. O'Ward's going to go for the lead. Here he goes then. We also got Ferrucci good to try and get past Callum Ilott. He didn't quite make it work, but O'Ward did. O'Ward is your leader currently on lap 102 of 200.
We've passed the marker zone as well for the 100. We're into the second phase now as we head down. Look at Rosenquist with his own teammate, pulls to the outside line. Ferrucci goes down low to get third position. The top 3 change positions. Rosenquist from O'Ward, from Ferrucci. Ilott down to 4th. Ericsson in 5th position, but Rosenquist P number 1.
As it should be. Though if O'Ward passes him again, I hope he gets a puncture.
Oh, thanks, you're nice. And it's happening again. O'Ward round the outside, takes the lead.
Nothing serious. Does puncture have to go back? Maybe can't start the race anymore.
Is that just because it happened right there and then?
Maybe it blows the suspension or something. I don't know.
VK's down pit lane with a penalty. VK has a penalty and is into the pit lane. So
That was
inevitable.
That was always going to happen.
That's Scott. Oh, Dixon's getting. No, is that Dixon?
On the restart, yeah. No, that's Rossi. Rossi getting mugged on the restart.
It's before the restart, which isn't allowed.
Yeah, that's
You're not meant to overtake until a certain point, surely.
The restart.
Do we need to remind them of the restart rules?
Oh, Rossi. Oh, and look at that, further down. O'Ward taking the position as well and takes the lead away from Rosenquist. At this speed, Megan, it could kill him.
No, it wouldn't. If it was a slow puncture.
Still could kill him at this speed.
No, it couldn't.
Look at Danica Patrick and Mike as well in the box.
Their reaction. Oh, the change for the lead again. This time it's Rosenquist on O'Ward.
This is amazing. Lead changes. Record is 68, set back in 2013 for the amount of lead changes. I think we're nearing that after the restart here. They're all close together on the restart. I'll tell you what, though, Adam, this is a perfect one for McLaren. They lead 1-2. And Ferrucci for AJ Foyt right in the mix as well, closing these two up as again O'Ward tries to go for the position to 3.
Yeah, Josh. Arrow McLaren looks like, they've been fast all month long at IMS, and, they want to prove that their speed is no joke, and you can give Carlos Santana Ferrucci running 3rd for AJ Foyt Enterprises. I've said it. I said it before. AJ Foyt has won this race 4 times as a driver and a couple times as an owner, so Santana Ferrucci come through today and win his first Indy 500. He's looking strong as we go. He's looking strong as we go into turns 3 and 4.
Have you done the marker of death yet?
For Stingray Rob? No, I haven't.
Andretti is back on the lead lap.
I've X'd Stingray Rob on the marker of doom up here in the comments box. Josh has got one as well. Look at Ericsson, Ilott versus Ericsson. Ericsson on the inside line, passes him up into 5th position. Ilott down. What was that? Sorry, you said, Jess? I heard it, but my brain hasn't registered it.
Andretti, who was a lap down, he was the one that was allowed to get his lap back, so he is on the lead lap.
Fantastic. So the passing works around as we head down, and here again comes O'Ward, and Ferrucci's coming into it as well, coming into the brakes. And this is the restart zone that they are taking a look at with Callum Ilott, and further back when they went 3 wide coming out of the last corner.
It was further back.
And it was Dixon.
Yeah, that was early.
Yeah.
They weren't meant to overtake until Ilott goes. That's when it's green. That's when they're allowed to overtake. Rosenquist was right.
O'Ward takes the lead. Go on, Josh.
While you have the marker O'Doom, RC Ennison has officially been marked out on the timing screen, so you can cross him off as well.
I have indeed. Megan has literally got her hand on my shoulder and pinching me, which means there's only one thing she wants to say.
Kyle Kirkwood passes Ed Carpenter.
Oh, okay. Nothing to 11. And Kirkwood passes Canaan.
Yeah. I'm trying to do it before we pass him.
So he said Kyle Kirkwood's moving really fast at the field as we...
Exactly.
Really enjoying that.
It's going really fast.
Hertz up to 6th. He's passed Ilott.
And there goes Rossi passing Ilott up into 7th as well. So Hertz is up in there. Hertz was 10th on this restart pit. He's been at 4 places already. Really strong result here as well from Colton Hertz. Let's just hope he doesn't do a thing and throw it into the wall. Synthel says, oh man, VK needs to stop crashing in the Indy 500. And the Orange Army with the lit fire as well, looking quite good out there. Yep. Daily.
I've just noticed.
Yeah, go on.
On the pit assignments, all of the current retirements are pit box numbers 29, 30 and 33. They're all grouped up together. So could we see that continue?
What was that again?
With
retirements, pit boxes.
Yeah.
29, 30 and 33.
Excellent,
so they're all grouped up together. So could we see Lundgaard's in between them, Harvey, Rahal, Ilott, who's doing well, Canapino, and just before the no pit break, 4-time winner Helio Castroneves.
Entirely possible.
Fastest lap.
Go on, Jess.
Fastest lap, Kyle Kirkwood, 2:25.403.
And look at how close Rosenquist is to O'Ward as well. He's right up alongside him, pulls to the outside line once again, in towards turn number 1, and Rosenquist takes the lead away from Pato O'Ward. This fantastic dice we've seen between them today. McLaren are owning the Indy 500 as well, and they are putting it together. It's a shame that VK with that penalty and Alex Palou taking each other out as well. That spoiled it, but McLaren's dominance was always to show throughout this race, and really the whole month of May.
Yeah, I'm kind of just drained.
You're drained?
Bless you.
Yeah.
Right, where's the cattle prod? I've got a pen. I'll just start stabbing you. And now she's trying to hit...
VK, currently 28th and just around 11 seconds on the lead lap.
Wow.
The last car not on the lead lap.
I guess she's trying to steal my inhaler, forgetting that I've got a backup in the commentary box. So good luck with that, Megan. Good luck with that. Thank you very much. Yeah, fine. Take the drink. I'll just take your phone and put it in my back pocket. So there we go. I win. Megan, this
all
Daily round the outside of Ilott into turn 3.
Yeah, Hertz and Rossi coming in. Daly's coming into the mix too as well. Okay.
Kyle Kirkwood as well. Pretty much everyone up to like Sato area is still in this.
Not surprised. This is an incredibly close race as Megan tries to steal all my stuff again as well. I have a microphone and I'm not afraid to use it. See? I'm told.
Whatever you do, don't get the umbrella out, you two.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I'm literally holding the emergency.
It's in reaching distance.
I'm holding the emergency backup microphone in case one of our headset fails. We can still broadcast.
Or the water pistol. You don't want the water pistol in that commentary box.
No, because electricity would go.
Yeah.
It has happened before.
Has it?
There has been threats.
O'Ward takes it. O'Ward back to the lead of the race here at the Indy 500 as we're back with audio pictures as NBC gets in as well. And I think as well, it has happened once before, Megan firing a water pistol at me. Anyway, as they fly through, Megan, stop practicing your times on your stopwatch.
Your stopwatch.
To be fair, this race has been a lot of fun so far. I really enjoyed my first commentary on the Indy 500.
I thought I could hear something beeping.
It's Megan really annoying me with the beeps. Put it down.
Oh, that's what it is. Okay, Josh.
Yeah, I can hear it. I can hear it in my ears as well. Let's look at Rosenquist now. Rosenquist, Megan's pick a winner, trying to go around the outside towards turn one, not going to work out. Look at that, Ferrucci with Newgarden, Ericsson closing in too. So the battle is still brewing between them. There's a long way to go in this race. What is it? 85 laps. As we take another replay, this is McLaughlin passing the 11 as well of Takuma Sato, and that's Kanan. Yeah, that was Kanan on the grass on the restart.
Oh my God.
That was the restart. That was like, whoa, from Kanan. We're getting right up there.
Well, if I do come to the comms box at the end of August, I know that I'm going to be blaming Megan for a lot of stuff over the past 2 years.
Oops.
Yeah. Why? What could I do?
It's pretty much how it works, really. Just blame Megan for everything.
Yes, and then I get revenge.
Anyway.
Yes, you do, Megan. Yes, you do.
really pushing the limits. Maybe track limit violations at 240-ish miles per hour. Not something you want to be doing.
Definitely
no.
not.
Another lead change potentially. No, not quite. Rosenquist can't quite do it.
We'll be into turn 1 though as they exit turn 3 towards turn 4. Kirkwood 9th, Ilott 10th.
Megan's trying to time the stopwatch, but forgetting the fact that we've had a different grid. Now do it. I look at Rosenquist round the outside and towards turn number 1 and gets ahead of O'Ward. Cars swing by. Surely we'll be going to be experiencing another green flag pit stop shortly as well. 16 laps.
Yeah, it's gonna be, I think, at least 2 or 3 more.
Looking at my...
I think 3 more.
Yeah.
I think 3 more.
Probably one in about 5-6 laps time.
Well, Felix Rosenquist, his best finish at the Indy 500 is 4th last year. He's had 1 career win as well back in 2020. He's led 28 laps in Indianapolis as well, tied with Graham Rahal for 133rd overall. And this is his 8th Indianapolis 500 start for Rosenquist as well. His 5th Indianapolis start for him. When he comes to it. Matthew really needs to get his notes in order. Thank you to our stats man, the Oracle, Matthew Owens, who very kindly gave me his stat sheet for the Indy 500 as well. And the USON broadcast, I understand, is literally on fire. They are enjoying... Oh, there he is! Hope everyone's enjoying the greatest race in the world. There's Matthew in the chat.
There we go! That was good timing.
That's the second time. It happened in Carb Day when we were talking about a certain person.
Yeah.
His name's Matthew Owens. And then he randomly appears in chat.
Matthew, if you're listening on USON and put us on for a few laps, I understand. I was just read out your stat about Rosenquist, as his best finish here was 4th in 2022, and he's led 28 laps here, and it's his 5th start. And that's only right. I couldn't read your notes correctly, but I must say thank you for your stats, Matthew. An amazing stats man as well up there in the box. And I hope you're having a great call as well, Megan. You can read it. The last lap was 42 seconds, according to Megan. I was wondering what you were timing. So yeah.
Now, would Megan make a good time in Keeper? We were talking about this. I believe it was yesterday in qualifying or practice for Monaco.
It was practice, I think.
Yeah, practice, where we were talking about if we were to run a series, where would we be best?
Oh, Ilott, Kirkwood's past. Well, is Ilott trying to get past Kirkwood or the other way around? No, it's Ilott trying to get past Kirkwood.
That's back up for 9th position as well, so it's still not going to be paying off the way it needs to go as well. I need to keep it down.
There's Sato as well in this. Sato could get them both here as we head towards the next part of the lap.
Dixon!
You also got Dixon as well.
He's round the outside of Carpenter as well. Does he get the move done into 3? I can't see. The timing tires are picked up with it. There's Alex Palou as well. A bit out of position. Do not untangle that, whatever you do.
Please tell me I'm not the only person who's constantly hearing beep.
Yeah, it's really annoying, Megan. Stop beeping.
It's annoying me as well.
Beep.
It can be nice to your brother.
No.
I don't know what that is.
Just remember, Megan, I do have a Acme Thunderer whistle. Other whistles are available. They are one of the loudest whistles ever, and I might be able to sneak it into the commentary box.
I can go to my room.
Okay, lap 100. When did I lose control here? Lap 121.
I'm never
When
going
was
to
I
be allowed
born?
in that commentary box now after I said that.
fine.
Anyway, lap 121.
Look at this
going
again from
towards lap
Rosenquist.
122.
Look at Rose. Look
Fine. I'm still doing it for now.
Look at Rosenquist coming right in as well, in towards turn number 1, trying to have a go.
I may be an adult now, though. That doesn't mean I'm not childish.
As they
You're
come
charming,
through.
Megan. You're charming.
Yes, I'm thinking. Okay, so they've got to an outbreak as well. Lap 122. Look at Rosenquist. You'll pick a winner, Megan. I'm still you might be interested in Rosenquist. He's doing quite well in a McLaren.
He's in second. He should be in first.
He doesn't want to lead the race as well. Don't lead the race in Indy. As well, there's a horrible
How else
stat.
do you win?
Well, there's a horrible stat, remember, that a driver to lead 190 laps, has, the driver who has led lap 190 has failed to win 8 of the last 12 Indy 500s. As
Rosenquist
takes
is
the lead.
leading.
Yeah. He can't lead lap 190, though. If he leads lap 190...
Then I'll give up my hopes of him winning, then.
Yeah. Although, Ericsson beat that last year with leading in the last 10 laps.
Exactly.
Yes, that's right, Josh. Yes, he did.
I'm
And
really...
some-
Yeah, go on.
And I still can't believe last year you picked Marcus Ericsson to win the Indy 500, and
I was nearly there
and
with
here we
VK.
are almost a year later.
Shame Josh doesn't have the same luck this year, though.
I said VK
True.
and I got close. I got so close with VK.
I might be the winner.
And then he just throws it away in the pit lane. But Megan might actually win the 500 picker winner. Because she picked Rosenquist. Oh, and
Josh
Josh.
T. Josh T also picked Rosenquist.
No, I have O'Ward, who is second.
Oh, right,
Yeah, and you're
okay.
going to lose.
Fuck off.
I mean,
I have Tony Kanaan.
Out of the ones who still got their picker winners, they should call the last. They should call at the end of the race if their picker winner wins. If it's
We
not.
will never. Me and Megan will never get to call the end of an Indy 500, Josh.
Bad dudes, bad dudes.
Hang on. No. I'm territorial about that.
I was joking.
I would.
I was surprised when you let me call my birthday.
I didn't really care about that race, to be fair, in Azerbaijan. It was a very boring day.
I mean, I was surprised when I was
Apart from my birth.
when I was told that I was going to be let free on the JB Motorsports channel with qualifying highlights for Foxton.
That's because I'm not there. I'm not there. I'm physically not there. So yeah. So I think Omi's partnering you in that commentary box. And
I
then
could do whatever I want. Oh wait, no, I shouldn't say that.
Is Josh T leading BTCC next week then?
in qualifying, yes, and then maybe race 2.
Sweet,
To be
nice.
confirmed,
Yeah.
maybe. Anyway, look back at the 97th
2013.
Indianapolis 500.
The 2013 Indy 500 was absolutely classic as well, with side-by-side manoeuvres. And I think we all know who won that year back in 2013 as well. Great race win for Ed as well. Coming
Good
in,
old milk.
Tony Kanaan, his one and only win. Can he win again here this season?
Whole milk just looks weird.
Adam, coming to you quickly. He is running in P12, but there's a long way to go in this race yet. He could still get straight up there and be in contention amazingly. Look at this, hang on, sorry. Sato trying around the outside of Ilon towards turn 1, and he lets him go. Sato, a 2-time winner of this track going through, but Kanaan could still be in contention. There's life in the old dog yet.
Exactly, Josh. That's why I went with Tony Kanaan. I mean, I think, we all think it's his last Indy 500. He can still do it, and he wants to go out on top. So he's been running strong all race long. So you can never count out the driver from Brazil, Tony Kanaan. He's strong in an Aero McLaren car today. So he may be in 12, but you can never count him out.
Whoa, and that's Kanaan with McLaughlin. It's going side by side. McLaughlin passes Kanaan again, but Dixon's there too, so that's going to be tight as well.
And
As we're
Carpenter's
talking about it.
pits.
Right. Second phase of pit stops coming up then, everybody. Carpenter coming in. Pit stops number 4.
Jess was right.
Jess was right, yep. As look at this, I don't think I've ever seen Adam. One more to you before I return to the guys, because you've seen them all. I don't think I've ever seen a closer Indy 500 than this. They are all still packed racing together after 128 laps. Usually they're spread out like crazy.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised it's been really close today. I thought it'd be a lot more spread out as Felix Rosenqvist goes back to the lead one more time. He looks strong today. I mean, he and O'Ward have been going back and forth, and I think it's going to come down to those two.
Someone's going in.
Say again?
Someone's going in, I think, to pit road. I might be imagining things. No,
VK and Ilott are in there. That's the only thing I can see from pit lane.
I think VK just went in.
It's Ilott and VK, okay.
Ah, right, okay.
Yeah.
And O'Ward from the lead of the race. Rosenqvist goes through, and that's VK a lap down. Oh dear, well that's how much he's gone down, isn't he? VK in pits 2. Wow, Ericsson nearly into the wall, into 1 to get ahead of Newgarden. And that's for third position. That was so close.
Oh no.
Megan, you've noticed something.
Ericsson's going to try and go for the lead.
Yeah, Ericsson's going for the lead, isn't he?
Hello? Back to 12.
25th. He's pitted. He's on the alternate strategy.
What is wrong with him today?
He took small fuel on that last caution.
Oh, right, okay.
It's the only thing I can think of because he's got it before anybody.
So he's back on the lead lap?
Yeah.
Crazy.
5.5 seconds behind the leader, Rosenqvist. Benjamin Pedersen in.
My hope is not over. Yes.
Could be.
Alex Palou might still be in a chance to win this race. He's got really
Come on,
close.
Palou.
There he is.
Come on.
Where's he?
No.
Megan really doesn't want Palou to win.
No.
To be fair, I was wondering where he was as we're watching him.
Mine was Rosenqvist, and then I was like, you know what? I think I'll have to pick Palou, but
you should have stuck with
it
your
looks
first
like
one.
It could be Rosenqvist. I wouldn't mind it being Rosenqvist. I like seeing you win. I like seeing you win in the 500. Not gonna lie. VK's now a lap down.
Can I answer the pits? Just quickly, Synthal says, I predicted caution before lap 135. I second predicted this though. And Upright Fossil says, Palou taking advantage of the McLaren boys slowing down the pace of the race as Kanan
Do you know
down
what
pit road.
would ensure caution?
What?
So follow in the box.
Yeah. Kanan down pit road then in his last ever Indy 500. What's he going to take into the box today as he lines up? Let's head down pit road.
Way sunnier and warmer than everybody thought it would be today, and all the McLaren cars were very trimmed out. His two teammates, though, Felix Rosenqvist up front having a good run of it. Pato O'Ward also as well. You're going to see this pit stop sequence happen right here, and here comes Felix Rosenqvist. And again, I'll reiterate what Billy Vincent told him a moment ago. I love what you're doing. You're not doing enough fuel save here. Coming at 132, they wanted to make it to 133, but could not quite get there. Pit road getting very busy, and with 68 to go, it's going to be tough to make it on a handful of stops here.
Tell you what, we've been singing the praises of the 10 team and Alex Palou and that great comeback. How about within the Ganassi camp, his teammate Scott Dixon? That early setback with the huge vibration.
Yeah, it's looking good though, isn't it, as well? But now,
Ferrucci in, Ericsson leads.
yeah, so everyone's in. Marcus Elton, like he did 12 months ago, hits the front here at this quite incredible 107th running of the Indy 500. As look at that, Ferrucci down, ill into the pit lane as well. But Lucas, haven't spoken about him today, comes up into join the title battle as well. It is all action here at the 500 down pit road.
Here's the answer, Kevin. And he was legit running third behind Rosenqvist. He said, I can pass him if you want me to. The car is awesome. The last A.J. Foyt car to finish in the top 5.
Oh, Hurt just missed it!
2000.
Hurt just missed his pit box. Hurt just missed the pit box. Can he get going? As Hunter Ray comes in as well. Away goes Herter, but it cost him time.
I think he stalled it.
Let's take a look.
Let's have a look at the replay.
Fuel up. Oh, he hit it.
He hit someone.
Hit Grosjean.
Grosjean.
Grosjean coming in and hits the side and... is that Synthal joining in and disconnecting? Yeah.
Yeah, that was Simple joining and
I knew it. Simple.
Well,
I hate you.
A little trick is the fact that Synthal used to join the commentary box and then a caution would come out and then he'd join and leave. and it used to trigger.
That's a little deep,
Thank you.
But guess who's leading?
Castroneves! Ah! Where is Matthew Owens right now? I presume he is freaking out.
USRM.
No! Actually,
Is that his pick a winner, Castroneves?
always his. Yes, indeed, it is always his pick a winner as well, and we will be giving you the URL link to that. You can go back and watch the remainder of the 2023 Indianapolis 500 and that amazing race as well. We thank you for sticking with us here on JB Motorsports, but it's the news we are bringing you that is not the greatest, as you can probably tell with the checkered flag coming out. INDYCAR have announced that the Indy 500 Open test has been cancelled for the rest of the day due to the weather conditions. That is, today's test has been cancelled and it ends Colton Herta 225.907, but that won't count to the overall result as well. The fastest time came this morning from Newgarden with Larson in second position. Josh T is still with me after getting back, and JT, they could have announced that like 2 hours ago.
I mean, yeah.
Just sat around doing nothing all day.
You've been sat around just chilling, and I've just been here just with F223, and if that works, I guess.
And what you haven't seen back at home is that Tom Dillon did actually come into the commentary box. We had a chat, but there was no point because it wasn't on air. So, yeah, that's what's happening here. We understand that there might be a little bit of something from the TV broadcaster from NBC with some information about what possibly tomorrow will bring, if we're going to start earlier or later, depending on the time, and there's rain coming in tomorrow as well. So stand by on the JB Motorsport Twitter, at JB Motorsports X, and at JB Motorsports IG on Instagram for all the latest news. And of course, at IMS, that's the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, that'll give you all the information as well. And coincidentally, it looks like they've waited for Sky to finish their coverage of the thermal test, JT, so that they can throw over and we can have that news. But yeah, what surprised you? Larson looks good, doesn't he, out there today?
Yeah, Larson definitely looks good out on track. I believe he was second earlier on.
Yep, second fastest as well, 226 compared to the 228 that we saw from Newgarden. So he's right up there, getting some speed back in as well. So the session has been cancelled the rest of the day. We will not have 3 hours and 21 minutes because of the conditions on the track. It won't stop raining for another 2 hours. It took an hour to try the track, and then the light is also fading around the IMS Speedway as well. So that's not going to happen. Closing thoughts from you then, JT?
Yeah, well, it's been a good day, other than the rain, which we expected to arrive, and it came exactly in the window which it was meant to arrive in as well. But, yeah, good day, and good to see Carl Larson doing well at IMS.
Yeah, we got the 2 hours in for the Oval Veterans. We got the 2 hours in as well for the rookies and refreshers, everybody completing that program, and then we got about 20 minutes with all the cars out on the circuit. So all's fair.
I'm hoping that Catherine Legg, Josh, did her one lap.
She did. She got her one lap in straight away. Yeah, she got it in. In fact, I can tell you her last lap time on the board. It was 217.375. So she did get her lap in. Yeah.
Awesome.
So everyone has completed rookie orientation. INDYCAR has just finished on Sky from the Thermal Club, so we're going to hang on 30 seconds to see if they throw back over to NBC for closing thoughts from Kevin Lee and James Hinchcliffe and Georgia down in the pit lane, and to get some tail-ending interviews from the end of the day. Not sure if they've done anything so far, but yeah, the rest of the day is cancelled here from IMS. They're playing an ad break. I don't think they're going to do it, JT. So surely they can't just leave us like that's it. If you're watching on TV, you can't just hang around for the rest of the night. The Sky have been a bit unprofessional with this.
Yeah, we'll see if they go back after the ad break.
Yeah, we're waiting around to see as well. Coverage details then for us tomorrow. We'll be live with all the action from the second day of the Open test. That's at 1 p.m. till 4 p.m. East. No, what time is it? 1 till 4, isn't it, Eastern?
No, it's
10
1
till
till
4.
6.
10 till 4, that's it, yeah. 10 a.m.
10
till
till
4 p.m. Eastern. That's why it's the afternoon session from 1 tomorrow, and they can do pit stop practice. That's what I'm thinking. And we're on air tomorrow as well, 3 till 9, British Summer Time as well. So all the action that's taking part there will be
The
here.
final hour hot stops are allowed.
Yes, and that's going to be the very interesting one to see it going in. Grid tonight coming up your way in 2 hours' time as well. Back to its 11 o'clock stat check, so I'll be back in this comms box with with Matt White and Kobe Lambeth. I was going to say that because also on Sunday you can join us for Texas. We've solved the problem, by the way. Matt White is joining us for USON this weekend. He can't get anybody else on the commentary, so Matt White's joining myself, Tom Dillon, and Josh T in commentary, so it'll be a 4-person booth for the NASCAR session as well. And that he'll take us through the opener of the race, and I'll join just as soon as everything's finished. And then Josh T is going to be on the streaming side of it, making sure everything's A-OK. And yeah, it should be a good and an interesting day of action. And fingers crossed it's going to be quite good. And we've also got a track camera as well. We've also got all the action as well for the Formula E race. That'll be on Friday. The free practice 0, the rookies test. Then we've also got free practice 1, Saturday, FP2, and then into qualifying and the E-Prix. Sunday, practice 3, qualifying and E-Prix again for the second race. And also we've got MotoGP from the Circuit of the Americas in Texas. So it's a busy weekend for us here. And it all started today. And I'm thankful that they've called it off as well. Matt says, yes, they can. They cut off as soon as the decision is made. Really, ever do they do further coverage after the decision has been made? Man, I was looking forward to more running, says John. I was the same. And that light was causing issues as well. So my thanks to everybody for sticking with us. It looks like they've signed off here without giving us any info. I'm going to wait 30 seconds in case somebody does something.
We got a throwback last year.
Yeah. We did get a throwback last year. On day 1, didn't we? And then on the second day when it didn't start, although they called it off quite early. But yeah,
never mind. They've gone to a feature.
They have gone to a boat and a Pinkham feature. Yeah. Oh, hang on. They are showing some IndyCar, but I don't know what IndyCar they're showing. Detroit. They've gone to Detroit from last year at the New River. Right, okay. Well, my thanks to you, JT. My thanks to Tom Dillon as well. My thanks to all of you for watching. Sorry we couldn't bring you more, but we got most of day 1 running. Stay tuned for updates on day 2. We'll see you tomorrow. Take care. Bye-bye.